a match where the god is watching over it. You can't just choose right or wrong lightheartedly. Then, we resume the battle Desu. But before that, Uriel Dano, I also want to say something to you Desu. Saisi. Uriel. Do your best Desu. Saisi. Shut up. Uriel. Everyone is saying it, so Saisi-chan felt like saying it as well. That nature of going with the flow of things, maybe she really is being influenced by Mantle? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335 to 337 Eudaimonia. Oh who? Wooden punch. Uriel. The punch of Uriel sends Saisi-chan flying. Even if he is a coward, that's a demon lord for you. In terms of battle strength, he is on the world-class level. They have finally begun fighting in close-quarters combat. I think this is the first time I see Uriel fighting personally. Gabriel. Until now, he has been fighting by using slimes or golems, and it has always been with something in between after all. This is also part of why he is called a coward demon lord. But once it is pushed to a close-quarters fight, Uriel is strong. Michael. The earth element is originally the most suited for close combat. By taking effect on the solids, they can adjust its hardness, weight, and sharpness as they wish with earth divine power. That power shows its most effectivity in close range. Haine. But the same goes for Saisi-chi, Celestis. More so because Saisi-chan also has the technique. She has learned the use of her big scythe from her Oba-san and Yaniko-san. Compared to that, Uriel had recently gained intelligence and, no matter how you think about it, he doesn't have the know-hows. In terms of technique, the difference is high. He has no choice but to fill that difference with something. Damn it! Damn it! What's with this? What's with this? Everyone's saying things that don't make sense. Uriel. Uriel's desperate state was already reaching new heights. By increasing the height of his own wooden body by a crazy extent, he has somehow managed to oppose Saisi-chan. I simply wanted to eradicate the humans. Eradicate the humans and have the monsters take the position of rulers that the humans held. That's all it was for this battle. Uriel. Uriel cried out as he lets out a barrage of punches while spitting his own barrage of, "This is not how it was supposed to go. And yet, why do I have to pass through this painful experience? Why do I have to pass through this scary experience? I am a demon lord, you know? The strongest existence in the surface world. Why is it that this position is being threatened? No, in the first place, why is it that I have begun to feel things like fear and pain? Uriel. Why do you feel fear? Why do you feel pain? I wouldn't have even thought about it in the past. The kinfolk that were born before me from my mother as well, they didn't feel things like fear or pain. And yet, Uriel. That's because the very thought of thinking was alien for them after all. No matter the thought or emotion, if you don't have the basis of feeling, they simply can't exist. The demon lord is feeling danger to his life and is desperately fighting against it as he suffers because he now holds a heart that can feel. It is because he has become a living being that holds a heart. How terrible. Were we born in this world to feel such things? Were we born to learn about pain and harshness? Meeting such a strong opponent was in order to experience pain? Uriel. Uriel extends several tens of roots, but even when he swings them around like a club or a whip, it was all cut to pieces by Saisi-chan's scythe. When a living being feels danger towards their life, they feel fear towards it. The demon lord must be the same. If I am to pass through such a painful experience, it would have been better to not have had a life from the very beginning. That way, there would be no need for me to think or feel. Uriel. Yes, you wouldn't feel all that. Thinking or feeling. If I didn't have those, I wouldn't be feeling this painful experience myself. My very self wouldn't be here. My existence itself wouldn't have been present. Thinking is the same as existing? Or real? I think, therefore I am de Saka. Seisi. Seisi-chan says this without stopping swinging her scythe. The second son of Soboshan, Ryushiajikan, said that Desu. He died from an illness last year though Desu ga. He be a philosophical guy to the bitter end Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan's relatives are truly varied. I also hate tough things Desu. Things like pain and things that you don't like, it wouldn't be bad fair to be resolved without feeling those kind of things Desu. But no matter how harsh it be, if you were to lose the very ability to feel, that would be the saddest Desu. Seisi. Right. That's true. I am already a demon lord. I ended up having a heart. Giving up my heart now would definitely be the most painful and scariest of all. Oriel. The fighting had temporarily stopped. Oriel looked down at his wooden body as if confirming its state. I don't want that. No matter how painful and scary the future is, I definitely don't want to forsake my heart. Oriel. Same here Desu. Seisi. Why did I turn into something like this? Being tormented by pain and fear. Would it have been better to not be born at all? No, that's not it. There's no way that's it. Oriel. No matter what pain and how harsh of a life you have, you can't just call your birth a mistake. That same feeling is swirling inside of Uriel. I don't understand. There's no logical sense to this. Uriel. Contradictions. For the people that can only speak from logic, contradictions are just painful. The current Uriel is, the demon lord Uriel is trying to overcome this. By crossing over a problem that can't be solved by logic, he will reach it what's beyond it. Who was it? Who was it that birthed me in this way? Into something that just doesn't make sense, into something that can't be explained. Who was it? Who was the one that created me? Uriel. At that moment, Uriel's eyes stopped at one place. The current opponent of his, Seisi-chan. No, the one he is looking at is the existence that's inside of Seisi-chan herself. The god that is currently providing power to Seisi-chan. I see. It was you, Uriel. You certainly did say it. Uriel. That monsters were created by the gods. That they were created to serve as the tools of the gods. Uriel must have remembered those words clearly just now. You created us, Uriel. And the Earth Demon Lord Uriel speaks from the heart. Thank you very much. Uriel. 336. Gratitude towards the gratitude. Why is he thanking her? It is true that the one who created the monsters, especially the monster that gave birth to Uriel, was Mantle, but that was something far in the past. Monsters obtaining self-consciousness was something they obtained on their own. Moreover, the gods were looking at monsters solely as tools. In the past, I fought the other gods as the dark god Entropy because of their treatment towards humans. Even when compared to that, the standing of the monsters must have been harsh. Even with that, Uriel gave his gratitude. By simply looking at the part that they have created us. Oh my! A fluffy voice resonates. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. That voice came from the adult Seisi-chan, but it was definitely different from Seisi-chan's usual way of speaking. Thank you, he said. Thank you, he said. Mantle. Mantle-sama? Seisi. This is the first time I have been told that. Mantle. For some reason, Mantle is happy to an incredible extent. I have always done a lot of things in order to be of use to the human sans. But it never went as I wanted, failed, get scolded by Inflation San, and also get erased by Entropy San, Mantle. That is the undeniable truth. But being thanked by the monster sand must mean that I have been of use to the monster sands, right? Even if I wasn't of use to the human sands, I can be of use to the monster sands. Mantle. No, that's not. Auriel. Understood. As per the request of the monster sands, I will eradicate the human sands. Mantle. Wait. Mantle is deciding on things way too easily as always. Changing sides on a single thanks? Wait Desuyo, Mantle-sama. We humans have also been giving our thanks to Mantle-sama every day Desu. We give our thanks from morning to night Desuyo. Seisi. Era, really? Mantle. We also thankful fair Mantle-sama creating us Desu, and we also be grateful fair blessing us every day Desu. I also be grateful that you made me into a god hero Desu. Seisi. Era, the human sands were also this grateful? They didn't tell me directly, so I didn't notice. Mantle. We always be giving prayers of gratitude every day Desuyo. Also, I gave you my thanks directly not that long ago Desu. Seisi. At that time, what you said was I believe in you, Mantle. It basically be the same Desuyo. Seisi. By the way, this conversation is coming from Seisi-chan and Mantle who is possessing Seisi-chan, so two people are speaking from the same mouth, making it quite the surreal spectacle. Is that so? Then, I was properly being of use to the human sands? Mantle. Not only properly, you were doing a splentacular job Desuyo. Mantle-sama be the best god Desu. Seisi. Oh my. Mantle. I could tell the happiness of Mantle even from here. I have never been told something like that since the Genesis era. I was of use to the human sands, huh? I managed to stay as an useful god, right? Mantle. She is truly happy. It is exactly because she is a god that can work that hard for the sake of others that she can be easily influenced in her everyday. At any rate, it looks like Mantle's desire of being useful for someone has finally been fulfilled after 1,600 years. Understood. For the sake of the human sands that believe in me, I will eradicate the monster sands that are trying to eradicate the human sands. Mantle. Wait. Auriel. This time, Auriel was the one agitated. That's troubling. We can't let go of the meaning we were born. We are also grateful for having been created by you. Isn't that what I said before? Auriel. Era, that's true. Mantle. Two hard to coexist truths were clashing inside of Mantle. Era? What do I do here? This is troubling. What should I do? Mantle. If she grants the wish of the monsters that have shown their gratitude to her, she would have to eradicate the humans. For the sake of the humans that worship her, she has to eradicate the monsters that threaten the humans. For Mantle, who has only made incredibly simple decisions until now, this is a contradiction that she definitely won't be able to find an answer to. What do I do? What should I do? Eradicate the monsters for the sake of humans? Eradicate the humans for the sake of monsters? Eradicate them both? Mantle. No. Desu. It was close to jumping into a catastrophic conclusion, so the two of them stopped her. This woman has a tendency of reaching destructive conclusions all the time. That's no good, God-sama. Don't reach such close-minded conclusions. Deliberate and discuss about it. Auriel. That's right Desuyo. Also, that matter already has a conclusion Desu. Seisi. I already said it Desu. Which one is right or wrong be decided by who dies Desu. The one who survives be the one in the right Desu. And we have been having a match until now, Desu. Sacy. But, neither of us has died? Oriel asks as if confused. Looks like he couldn't keep up the pace anymore and would scream at any moment now. One must die in order to reach a conclusion? You won't say we are gonna be fighting again, right? Oriel. And there goes the coward. I won't say that, Desu. This match has already ended, Desu. And the result has already been shown, Desu. Both sides didn't die. Both sides survived, Desu. That means, Sacy. The judgment was made. We both be right, Desu. Sacy. 337, offering a prayer. Both are in the right? Oh my, oh my. Mantle lets out a voice as if she had been enlightened. I didn't think of that. I simply thought that if one is good, the other one should be bad. Mantle has always been separating everything in black and white since 1,600 years ago. By the way, I go by the word of justice wins, evil dies, Desu. That be why, whether it be good or bad be decided by whether you die or not, Desu. Sacy. As I said before, the way the Earth Nation people think is scary. I have already clashed blades and judged, Desu. We both survived, Desu. And so, the judgment of both being right be given, Desu. That be the style of the Earth Church, Desu. Sacy. Hey, Gabriel. Wouldn't it be better for you people to eradicate the humans? Like, the Earth Nation might need a bit of cleansing, if you catch my drift. Celestus. Gabriel. Celestus and Gabriel were whispering to each other, but we outsiders were respecting the radical conversation that was occurring. Then, what should I do? If I don't eradicate either the humans or monsters, who should I eradicate? Mantle. You don't have to eradicate anyone, Desu. Just as Karen Wunshin says, how about aiming fair coexistence, Desu ka? Sacy. I shivered at Mantle, who was unable to get away from the thought of eradicating, and I also ended up shivering at the strength of will of Sacy-chan in refuting her own god. Just as Karen Wunshin and the others said, the proposal of humans coexisting with monsters, Desu. But if it be about coexisting with monsters, our Earth Church be the one with most experience, Desu. Sacy. Oh my, that's true. Mantle. They have been on friendly terms with the golems for a century after all. Our Ishtar Blaze having an inseparable connection with golems be common knowledge, Desu. Humans and golems have always been getting along with each other, Desu. This also be thanks to Mantle-sama, Desu. Thank you very much, Desu. Sacy. Era, if you thank me that much, I am going to blush. Mantle. Being poured by gratitude, Mantle was at cloud 9. But that relationship had been thrown into chaos because of Great Pillar Sama's rampage, Desu. That truly be a regret, Desu. Who was the one that threw cold water to our relationship with the golems? Sacy. Ugu. Mantle. Sacy-chan twists the knife naturally at her own god. On top of that, after seeing how Oriel Dano created lifeblocks, an idea flashed Desu. A nice idea, Desu. Sacy. A nice idea? The spectators were also confused. In this times when Great Pillar Sama's gone and the golems are not born anymore, Oriel Dano can go to Ishtar Blaze and make golems, Desu. It will be the coming of another era of prosperity, Desu. Sacy. What? Oh my. That's truly a nice idea. Mantle. No, but it is true that coexisting is good, but isn't this going a bit too far right off the bat? No, that's exactly why this can only be done because the Earth Church has been coexisting with golems for 100 years, but, even with that, The conversation be wrapped Desu. Now, Oriel Dano. I want you to come to our capital, Ishtarblaze, right now Desu. Saisi. No, what's this about the conversation being wrapped up? I am still in the stage where I am shocked by the development though. Oriel. Oriel was surprised all the way. But Saisi-chan and Mantle aren't kind-hearted enough to play along with the other party's surprise. Sobo-chan be bringing techniques from the outside to fill in the gaps of the golem. But it looks like we need another change of policies Desu. We gotta go back immediately and have a meeting Desu. Saisi. What are you tying me for? Oriel. Oriel is restrained while in confusion. Saisi-chan had alchemized a rope or more like a wire to tie Uriel with. While at it, she retrieved the life blocks of the golems that had been destroyed and puts them into a bag that she had alchemized. Well then, Karen Wunchin. Mira Quunchin. Celesta Swanchin. And the others. Saisi. Why yes. Being called, it took our all to respond. It'd been a long time since we last met, but I will be taking my leave for this urgent business Desu. I want to show this hooked fish to Sobo-chan as soon as possible Desu. Saisi. By hooked fish, are you talking about me? Oriel. Oriel, who looked as if he were a fish caught in a net, was bellowing. Well then, bye-bye Desu. I'm gonna meet you guys in the near future and give you a report of the current state Desu. Saisi. I will also go with you. I am shining the most right now in all this 1,600 years. I am truly glad to be a god. Mantle. The excitement of Saisi-chan and Mantle were completely synchronizing. Are these two okay? Can they properly separate later? Jaya. Wait. I have not said a single word about going with you. Take this off. Release me from this net. At least stop dragging me as you go. My bark is tearing off as it scrapes the ground. Jaya. Are you actually planning on dragging me all the way like this to Ishtarblaze? By the time we arrive, I will only be left with my legs. Seriously, wait. I said wait. You Jaya. Oriel. Oriel's cries of agony were disappearing in the horizon together with his figure. You Oriel. Left there, we at least gave our condolences to Oriel as we let out a sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338 to 340 Towards a New Era. 338, Towards a New Era. It had ended up in a result that I wouldn't have even thought. The behavior of Mantle, that we gods didn't have the ability to correct, was corrected by the human Saisi-chan. It was unbelievably impossible to manage with logic, but that's probably why she managed to change that Mantle. I may have been reminded of the greatness of humans. Well, leaving that aside, we all were left in the plains after Saisi-chan, Mantle, and Uriel left, and had no choice but to space out. In the end, we didn't do anything. Celestas. We just left Saisi to rampage as she wanted after all. She came like a storm and left like a storm. Mirak. Celestis and Mirak were definitely not characters of dim presence, and yet, Saisi-chan had completely taken the spotlight. Saisi-chan's fearsomeness gets even more fearsome the more I think about it. Let's return as well. Michael. Is what Michael said. As we go by in the fights with the humans, it feels as if we destroy one wall at a time. The Battle of Uriel also felt as if we had gone through another wall and had advanced a step forward. Michael. Right. Then, the next thing we should do is to progress onto what's after that broken wall. Gabriel. Gabriel says agreeing. Even if we are to learn from the humans and live together with them, we first have to check the thoughts of Lucifer-sama. And so, we will return to the castle. Michael. You have a place that's like the base of the demon lords? Haine. I pursue the subject. The big hand of Michael that felt like a shield stopped me. I can't tell you that. Just like how we abide to the moral code towards you people, we also have a moral code towards Lucifer-sama. Michael. If we were to let you people into Lucifer-sama's place when he is still in his sleep without his permission, we won't be able to regain his trust ever again. If you want to avoid battle, this outcome wouldn't be desirable, right? Michael. That's true. To think the demon lords would be reprimanding me for my manners. Let's leave things to Michael-san and the others. Karen. Looks like Karen also agrees with the demon lords. If we want to push the coexistence, we have to trust in the other party or nothing would begin. This is where we trust in the demon lords and wait. Just like how Seisi-chan did. Let's try to straightforwardly trust. Karen. I think the trust of Seisi-chi has pierced through being aggressive though. Celestus. The opinion of Celestus has a point, but Karen-san's opinion also has a point. Understood. Demon lords, Haine. I face the tall Michael. The next time we meet, it will not be as enemies, but as friends. Haine. Understood. Michael. The first time we saw each other, I didn't think things would turn out like this. What kind of conflicts occurred in my absence? As I see off Michael and Gabriel who were flying off, we couldn't help but feel happy at the future that was coming. After that, it was all taking care of the aftermath. The Muspelheim, Hydraville, and Ishtar Blaze incidents that were brought by the demon lords were all wrapped up as a series of events, but all of them ended with low damage, so the whole world sighed in relief. The aforementioned cities will need to clean up after those incidents, but what's important are the lives. The material damages can be fixed as much as required. It looks like all cities were in high motivation. Within all that, Karen-san, me, and the parties related to the Light Church decided on returning to Apollon City for now. Seisi-chan had dragged Uriel to Ishtar Blaze and Mirak had returned to Muspelheim to reorganize the Fire Militant Corps. Since Celestus was already at Hydraville, she had resumed helping on the jobs that had stagnated. The Light Church was the only one who didn't get a direct attack from the demon lords, so we asked if there was anything to help in, but they told us that we had helped plenty enough and kindly refused. We can't have the hero be absent for so long, so return to your homeland already, is what they told us. It is true that they are being considerate. At any rate, my flying machine had ran through Ishtar Blaze all the way to Hydraville without any brakes and at full speed, so it required a complete overhaul at its manufacturer. Doraha was finally in a state where she could stand from bed, but she wasn't in perfect shape yet, so we decided on having a slow return by ethereal train. Karen-san, Doraha, and I. The scenery that can be seen outside the window of the train was a different flavor from that of the flying machine. The regular method of transportation when moving from one country to another are these ethereal trains. It was finally possible for us to take it easy and use this regular method of transportation to return to the light capital. Doraha-san, it looks like they are selling a variety of things in the train, so how about buying something to eat? Karen. Karen-sama, this refrigerated orange thing has captured my heart. Also, this celebratory key holder is worth of notice. Doraha. No, as I said, something to eat. Karen. I thought Doraha was slightly colder before, but right now, she is strangely hype, maybe because she is not used to a train, or it might be because she had received some sort of change in the time she was in Muspelheim and Hydraville. Looks like all humans are showing growth in places the gods don't know of. Karen-san, Doraha, Mirak, Celestus, Seisi-chan, and even the demon lords. That's why humans are great, and that's why I went so far as to fight the other gods to protect that possibility. And then, even those gods had learned about the greatness of the humans with time without the need of teaching them, and the world was beginning to gather into one. This was brought by the strength of the humans, and they have grown to the point where they can overcome their problems by themselves. It has reached a point where it might be unnecessary for gods to help humans anymore. Isn't this fun, Haine-san? Karen. Karen-san offers me a refrigerated orange as she says this. It is nice to take it easy and be shook by the train like this. Karen. True. Haine. The fight with the demon lords that had the fate of humanity at stake feels as if it might end up peacefully if it continues like this. This factor made my heart even calmer. By the way, talking about fun, Karen. Haine. Your outing with Yorishiro-sama was fun as well? Karen. Where did the calming trip go? My mentality had gone from 0 to code red. No, well, you see, it is kind of like a top secret mission. It cannot be disclosed. Haine. It is something you can't even tell a hero? I am truly interested in that. Karen. Karen-san stands up from her seat and sits by my side, making a heavy sound as she does. The seats of the train were spacious enough for 2 people to sit in, and since I am at the window side and Karen-san is sitting by my side, I am now cornered? There's still a lot before reaching Apollon City. Let's enjoy the view from the train as we take our time talking. Karen. Karen-san. If you get so close to me, I will be crushed between Karen-san and the wall, or more like, your soft thigh and arm are pushing against me. At any rate, you are a bit too close for comfort. Haine. I had no choice but to do my best in fixing the mood of Karen-san that had been neglected for a long time. Karen-sama. I want to try out this thing called train boxed lunch. Doraha. Right. Let's try out the boxed lunch. Let's buy all the types and eat them. Haine-san, money. Karen. Haine. 339, the 2 of us alone. After bringing it close to the incident at Ishtar Blaze in Hydraville, we were in the middle of returning to Apollon City. I had met up with Karen-san due to various circumstances, fought together, and after overcoming that, we managed to return safely. And so, we are currently at the shaking ethereal-powered train and enjoying our way back, or at least, that's how it was supposed to be. And you see, Celestis-John was terrible, you know? Karen. I see, Haine. She said that I think with my womb, and I was also made to grab a slimy lizard and she didn't save me from that. Ah, but when she faced the god demon lord, Celestis-John was incredibly cool. I learned how incredible it was to love. Karen. I see, Haine. Mirik-chan was the first one to fight a demon lord-san, so it could be said that the one who opened up all possibilities was Mirik-chan. I could only be a spectator at the end of that battle, but the punching battle between her and Michael-san was truly awesome. Karen. I see. Haine. And so, that's how time passed with the non-stop talking of Karen-san. Since the time I left Apollon City to bring back Mantle, we have been apart. We haven't been separated this long since we met. It means that a lot has accumulated inside of Karen-san, huh? Because she couldn't be together with me? That's the reason why stress accumulated. Ah, if Haine-san were together with us, you could have witnessed it all personally. You could have witnessed these big events that would change history together with me. Karen. It really is not me being overconscious. Karen-san was clearly way too stressed after being separated from me. Karen-san, Haine. I said this while being incredibly careful. I am sorry. Haine. Why? Why are you apologizing? Haine-san was absent from Apollon City because you had important business that had to do with saving the world, right? Alone with Yorishiro-sama. Karen. Alone with Yorishiro-sama. Karen. No, to put it more accurately, it was with Shiva as well, so it wasn't as if I was alone with her, but saying that will only sound like a bad excuse and it might be like throwing oil to the fire. In the first place, if I were to tell her that I went with Yorishiro and Shiva to revive the Mother Earth god, I would have to reveal my identity as the incarnation of the dark god Entropy, so I can't just speak about everything. I still want to continue enjoying a normal human life, if that's what my current life can be called. What should I do to get her in a better mood? It is fine. Karen. Looking at me, Karen-san lets out a big sigh. If you make such a troubled face, I won't be able to force it onto you anymore. I love Haine-san a lot and I don't want to be hated by Haine-san after all. Karen. I see, Haine. Karen-san had become a girl that can say things clearly like this. I have known since way back that Haine-san is riddled in mysteries, so there's no point in pursuing it now. I love Haine-san, so I will trust in Haine-san even in the parts that I don't know of. That's all there is to it. Karen. The decisiveness in Karen-san's voice made even me feel overwhelmed by it. We have been separated for quite a bit lately. There's Mirak's fierce battle, the big love of Celestis, and the foolishness of Seisi-chan. Karen-san must have had some sort of influence in all of those. She herself has reached the god-hero form, and in the time I wasn't with her, she has grown remarkably. I could accept that open-heartedness of Karen-san. I am truly sorry, Karen-san. Haine. Geez. Karen. Those are not the words I want to hear from Haine-san. Please learn to pick up those kind of things. Karen. Is what Karen-san says as she puffs her cheeks. Rather than saying she is angry, it is more like she is sulking. Okay, let's say it. No matter what happens, I will never hate Karen-san. Haine. Passing grade. Karen. The expression of Karen-san has softened for a bit. No, she is blushing? I actually wanted you to clearly say that you loved me, but that modesty is also a charming point of Haine-san. Karen. Saying this, Karen-san moved closer to me, her body sticking to mine. Every soft part of hers was making contact with me, but... I have become surprisingly bolder than before. But it can't be helped. It is just the two of us here after all. Karen. Right. Until now, we have normally been together with Mirak or Yorishiro, so being just the two of us is pretty unusual. But Haine-san was alone with Yorishiro-sama just recently, so it would be unfair if I didn't have my quality time as well. It is a short while until we arrive at Apollon City, but I will be properly enjoying our alone time. Karen. Shiva was with us at that time though, or more like, whoa. Even her nice scent was close enough that I could pick it up. This is bad. My sanity will be melted away. Train traveling is pretty nice. Alone time in the train. Karen-sama, Haine-sama. No, we are not alone. Doraha was absent from her seat for a bit, but she had returned now. Welcome back, Doraha-sen. Was there any boxed lunch that seemed good? Karen. Maybe because a third party had arrived, Karen-san regained her sanity as well and a small space had opened between her and me. A really small space. Yes. Buying inside the train within the time limit of when the train is still running made me excited. I was scared of taking time in choosing, so in the end, I bought one of everything. Doraha. That price is coming directly from my pocket though. Haine. I am sending half of my pay to my family, so this is actually pretty painful, but... Train boxed lunches are pretty good, aren't they? The ones I ate before were incredibly delicious, so I want to eat more train boxed lunches. I want boxed lunches. Doraha. Right. You want boxed lunches, right? You rarely get the chance, so enjoy boxed lunches to your heart's content. Karen, Ekaban is a boxed lunch bought in trains, but it can also refer to a sex position. Stop it. I don't understand, but it feels as if you were saying a problematic statement there, so please stop. But Doraha-sen, for someone who bought all the types, you took quite a bit of time. It took so long that I thought you had gotten lost. Karen. The buying itself finished quickly, but I was called out by someone after that. It was apparently from a member of a branch light church at the previous train stop. Doraha. The train had already resumed movement and had left that train stop not that long ago. I received a message from that person. It is apparently an urgent order from Yurishiro-sama. Doraha. 340, train travel. Urgent order from Yurishiro? What in the world happened? Yurishiro is the light founder. She has plenty enough authority to order Karen-san and I who are affiliated to the light church. But at this time, she is giving us an urgent order? I don't know what situation would warrant being urgent. While I was confused, the one at my side. Doraha-san, to think you not only were able to do an errand on your own, but could also properly respond to a stranger that called out to you. I am moved. Karen. For some reason, Karen-san is getting emotional? It is true that Doraha-san's birthplace is special and, in the time she was brought back, she was basically a child mentally, but she is not that young, you know. Aren't you overblowing it with just shopping and responding to a stranger? Haine. Haine-san doesn't know, that's why you can say something like that. Karen. Wah? Haine. I was scolded? Do you know how serious her dislike of strangers was? I am relieved with just the simple fact that she hasn't high-kicked someone to the ceiling. It makes me sigh in relief. Karen. Is that so? Haine. In the first place, Haine-san, you are one of the people that found Doraha-san together with Yurishiro-sama and I. Your consideration is lacking. That's why you end up missing the small growths of Doraha-san. Doraha-san is also growing every day. Moreover, she is a girl, so you have to pay proper attention and praise her at the right times. Karen. I am sorry. Haine. For some reason, I have lately been getting scolded as if I were a father that doesn't know how to raise a child. Moreover, I a different girl every time. The conversation derailed. What about the urgent message of Yurishiro? Bring the train back in track. A person of the branch church had given me a telegram. Doraha. Is what Doraha says as she gives me a single piece of paper. I opened these folded paper and, even though the paper itself was rough, the beautiful writing that showed the grace of Yurishiro could be seen in it. The contents of it are: Karen-sama, Haine-sama. I have received notice of your achievements in the many nations. Having the name of two precious people of mine resonate through the nations is something that makes me incredibly proud. For a telegram, this is quite the leisure writing here. Haine. That's just how Yurishiro-sama is after all. Karen. True. The only one capable of crumbling that pace of hers would be someone like Karen-san. Let's continue reading. Taking into consideration that there's no delay in ethereal transmissions, according to the information from the other churches in a favorable relationship with the Light Church, from the 4 demon lords, 3 are positive at the prospect of coexisting with humans. It is a hard-to-believe report, but if it is made possible, it would be a truly joyous situation. We, the Light Church, are going to join this development and are on the intent of walking this path together. Well, this is indeed a development that would be hard to imagine when we first met the demon lords after all. Haine. This is all thanks to Mirik-chan, Celestis-chan, and Seisi-chan doing their best. Everyone not only protected the world, they also changed it. Karen. Is what Karen-san says in excitement. There were truly a series of events that were hard to believe. Now that I think about it, what is that Uriel doing right now? Did he safely go back? Let's just continue reading. Now then, the thing that's of concern now is the Wind Nation. Fumu. The Wind Nation, huh? From the 4 demon lords, the Water, Earth, and Fire demon lord have calmed their hostility towards humans, so the remaining one is the Wind demon lord. his name being Raphael. His whereabouts are currently unknown, and it is definitely not something we can take in a positive light. On top of that, Karen-san, Mirik-san, Celesta-san, and Seisi-san have achieved God Hero form, so the remaining one is the Wind Hero, Haya-san. If she manages to become a God Hero, the 5 God Heroes will be gathered. True. Since the Wind founder Shiva is cooperative, we didn't pay as much attention to it as other heroes. More so with Shiva being the incarnation of the Wind God Quasar. If he wanted to, he would be able to make Haya into a God Hero. Thinking in this way, we prioritized the fire, water, and earth that felt like they would be a lot more troublesome and left wind for later. I have a presentiment that the next incident will happen at the Wind Church. And so, Karen-san, Haine-san, and Dara, about your current return in train to Apollon City, please change your destination and head to Rudra's metropolis. So this is the actual matter at hand, huh? Haine. The details of the urgent order. Karen. Rudra's metropolis is a moving city, but the current location is accurately being notified to the other churches. Haine-san and the others should be able to arrive soon to their current location after exiting at the next stop and changing trains. We have received the permission of the Wind founder Shiva, so you will be staying for a while in Rudra's metropolis and get ready for any sort of abnormal situation. Best regards. Light founder, Yorishiro. I see. So that's why she sent a telegram at the previous stop, huh? But get ready for any sort of abnormal situation? That's quite the vague order. Haine-san, let's go. Karen. Karen-san was already resolute. The demon lords are all acting. After 3 of the 4 acted, I don't think the remaining one will not be doing anything. Karen. Meaning that the presentiment of Yorishiro might actually happen. Haine. I haven't met Haya-chan in a while, so there's still worth in going there to at least check how she is doing. Karen. So the next incident will occur in the Wind Nation, huh? It is true that this does feel possible. The Light Capital already has Yorishiro there, so there shouldn't be any problems in being absent for a bit more. In that case, let's go to the Wind Capital, Rudra's metropolis. P.S. HM? To Karen-san. I am truly sorry for separating you from Haine-san for so long. Please consider this mission as an apology. Leave Apollon City to me and, this time, you enjoy your alone time with Haine-san. I will also leave Doraha-san in your care. I am looking forward to your stories when you return. I will be waiting at our love nest. The moment I read that, Karen-san was shedding tears of gratitude. As expected of Yorishiro-sama. As expected of my founder. I will follow Yorishiro-sama for the rest of my life. Karen. Was this actually Yorishiro's main reason of changing our destination? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341 to 343, Spring Breeze, so to speak. And so, like this, we changed destinations and decided on heading to Rudra's metropolis. Rudra's metropolis is an unusual city that's riding on top of a giant ethereal transportation device. The trait of it is that it is always in motion. That's why it is extremely difficult to grasp its location, and it is normally referred to as the Mirage Land, an existence shrouded in mystery. But in the current times where the churches are having a good relationship, Rudra's metropolis has been sending wireless transmissions and telling the others of its location themselves, so it is decently possible to visit them now. Karen-san and I have arrived close to the city, and after traveling by foot for a day, we should be able to arrive. The Mirage Land was already at sight. Well, there's still an inspection of sorts before entering the city, but we have obtained permission from the highest authority of the Wind Church, so we can pass just by having our faces recognized. We could enter normally. The Wind City, how long has it been? The first time I arrived here was when the 5 Founders Conference was opened, and the next time was in the Heroes match. This would be the third visit. Moreover, it has changed a lot in atmosphere since the second visit. It felt festive. Welcome to Rudra's metropolis. That's the kind of welcoming we received the moment we entered. That's not all. The cityscape of Rudra's metropolis is the very definition of cheerful. The hanging boards decorating the buildings, the balloons rising here and there were flowers decorating the stores without exception, and all the girls that were at the streets were saying, "Are you going to be participating in the martial arts tournament?" which made us want to question it. What in the world is with this commotion? Karen-san and I were dumbstruck by the weird state of the city. From what I remember, Rudra's metropolis was a lot more calm. I remember it giving out a bloodthirsty atmosphere. Haine. My confusion didn't lose to hers. Maybe because Rudra's metropolis is standing on top of a moving object, the feeling of being artificial and cold was oozing out from the whole place, and I have memories of the people in this nation not showing themselves much. The Wind Church was thorough in their secretive policy for many centuries. As if showing off this stiffness, the first time I came to Rudra's metropolis, it felt like a cold gale of a city. And yet, now it feels like a spring breeze. Haine. The people are cheerful and warm, the cityscape is cheerful and showy. I can't think of this place as the same city I visited before. Just what in the world happened in the time between when we left Rudra's metropolis the last time until now? Haine-san, please look at that. Karen-san noticed something and points at it. When I follow the direction of her finger with my gaze, I saw a normal mercantile house. It was in a festive state like the other stores, but they were the same as the stores in the city, and there's nothing that really stands out. Well, having that thought itself makes it clear that the whole city itself is plain weird though. That's not it. What I want you to see is the sign. Karen. Sign? Haine. There's certainly a sign that seems to be hastily made at the store's front, and this is what was written in a congratulatory manner: celebratory sale in commemoration for Founder Sama's marriage. 90% off at most. 90% off? Haine. What a discount. No wait, don't get fooled. If they were to make such a big price reduction, the store would fall. It said 90% off at most, so the important part is the at most. In other words, if only one item at the store were to be sold at 10%, the 90% off at most would not be a lie. The other articles would be at 50% off? 30% off? Or maybe, they are actually selling at the established price and saying this is the lowest price we can go? By reducing the price on trash-like stuff that no one wants, they bring in the customers, and then, sell the actual goods they want to sell in their actual price. But if we search properly, we might be able to find something that's at a good price. Let's go inside and check. Haine-san. Haine-san. That's not the part you should be concentrating on. Karen. What? Do you understand what you are saying, Karen-san? What I want to see is what's on top of the price reduction. The commemoration of Founder Sama's wedding. Karen. Founder Sama's wedding? Haine. Meaning that they are selling cheap because of this? Founder? Who's founder? Haine. The one in this Rudra's metropolis. The Wind Church's founder. When they talk of founder, it is obviously the Wind Founder Sama. Karen. Ah. Torito Shiva ha. Now that I think about it, he did talk about marriage or something. In that case, this festive mood in the whole Wind capital is to celebrate that? Well, the founder is the top of the church after all. If it is such an auspicious event, it is natural for the whole church to celebrate, but, Haine. To think that the cold and iron-like people of the Wind Church would get so heated up. Is Shiva surprisingly liked by his subordinates? 342, changed to a homely person. We slipped through this festival, and finally, managed to get an audience with the person in question. I welcome you here from your long journey. Shiva. Wind founder, Tairaito Shiva. I have already heard the details from Yorishiro by wireless transmission. I am grateful for the consideration of the Light Church as the Wind founder. Shiva. Okay, Haine. The Wind Church will give you a warm reception in your stay at the Wind Capital. Think of it as your own homeland and stay for as long as you wish. Shiva. I ended up instinctively saying this. Gross. Haine. It is a totally out of bounds complaint to the number one authority of the place we are visiting, but I couldn't not say it. Because you know. That's not your personality at all. Haine. What's with that proper welcoming? The first time we met Shiva, he was more haughty and snappy, and it felt as if you could get cut with that edginess. And yet, what's with this mildness here? Haine-san. No matter what, that's way too rude. Towards the founder-sama of another church. Karen. It is obvious that Karen-san would reprimand me. It is fine, Light Hero. You can already consider Haine and I as friends of several years. Speaking in a slightly loose manner just means that we are that close. Shiva. However, this wind founder spits out words like those of a saint. Where is the sharpness of before, Shiva-san? How to say this? It is as if you and Rudra's metropolis have made a complete turnaround. Haine. Ah, so you have already witnessed thoroughly the state of the city before coming here, huh? Shiva. By here, he means the reception room of the Wind Church that we are currently in with Shiva. Quite the exaggerated reaction those guys have. A wedding is simply like a door that everyone has to pass through at least once. Just because it is the founder, the city is in a celebratory mood. Well, as the one being celebrated, I am quite happy though. Shiva. It was quite the adult way of dealing with it. I want you people to participate in my wedding as well. I will assure you your stay here until then, so it is fine to tour around or have some cultural exchange. Shiva. It really is gross. Shiva-kun, why did you become such a mild guy? Haine. If a human loses their edge, it is the end, you know? I may be persistent here, but where is the edginess Shiva had when I first met him? Haine, the single you might not understand yet, but once a man marries, their personality gets more depth. Shiva. Is that so, Haine? When I was an unmarried man, I let my youth take over me and felt as if I could do anything. After obtaining a woman I can love, feeling the need for a family, and gaining someone you wish to protect, you will naturally end up softening. Shiva. Women are kind and gentle at their roots. By being together with a woman, the wildness of the man will lay in rest. Meaning that it gives room for your personality to grow. Marriage has that kind of effect. Shiva. I feel like the conversation has turned into preaching? On top of that, by having a partner, you can perceive others more clearly, and acknowledge that there are people with other way of thinking than yours. From the very beginning, the body of men and women were made differently, so there's no way their ways of thinking are the same. By being together with the other gender, by clashing small opinions in trivial daily matters, you obtain knowledge. Shiva. Growth as a human. That's the meaning of marriage, Haine. Shiva. Like hell I care. Haine. Why is it taking a direction as if I'm being taught? It is splendid, Founder-sama. I have been moved by your words. Karen. And Karen-san is totally into it. So marriage had that kind of meaning. By being together with the person you love, your own personality grows. What splendid words. Karen. Light Hero, that's not what I meant. Shiva. Oi, Founder. Don't get all-knowing in here. You don't grow yourself, you grow together with the person you are tied together with. A man and a woman that have become one with the link that is a family, that is truly a single being. It is impossible for just one side to move forward. Shiva. It is even more splendid. I am feeling the need of marrying now. Karan. Stop it. While there was this charade going on, Doraha finally spoke. As a mentally young girl, she didn't have much to say in this kind of conversation, so she was silently drinking coffee until now, but this black drink is bitter and not tasty. Is there no tea? Doraha. Is what she said. Dorahaya. Haine. I shouted. That's because what she said was the number one phrase that would piss off the super coffee maniac Shiva. Even putting milk or sugar in your coffee in front of him is unforgivable, and yet, she even went and said to bring out tea instead, so Shiva will definitely snap. If it is that Shiva, he would definitely be pissed off. Is what I thought, but I see. The tongue of the young really can't stand the bitterness, huh? Oi. Shiva, I. Is what Shiva says as he calls the maid that was at standby at his side. Change it to a sweet cappuccino, please. With lots of milk and sugar. Shiva. He changed. This Shiva has completely turned. To think he could accept another person that has different tastes. Is the married Shiva totally unfazable? It is incredible, Haine-san. This must be the power of marriage. We must learn from this too. Karan. Not ready yet, so no. Haine. Also, sorry but, I also want a cappuccino. Karan. Humans don't stay with the same personality from birth to death. By experiencing many things and receiving influences from their environment, they can change their ways freely. That is also one of the great things of being a human. 343, in the face of right and wrong. But you people have come on a mission. Let's have a slightly serious talk. Shiva. Shiva was merry because of his marriage, but he returned a bit to his past atmosphere. Well, his face will definitely loosen again in a little while though. Battles occurring almost at the same time on different nations. That has reached my ears thanks to the wireless transmissions. To tell you the truth, I was absent for a while because of some business, you see. When I returned, a lot of reports came to me to the point it flustered me. Shiva. Shiva is currently keeping it a secret that he is incarnation of the wind god Quasar. He cooperated heavily in returning mantle. At that time, his brain didn't look like it was a flower bed like now though. Maybe it got rewritten temporarily because of his bad relationship with Yorishiro? From the 4 demon lords, 3 have already clashed with humanity. Moreover, the results were not a victory or a defeat, but a reconciliation. They were reports that made me doubt my ears. Shiva. Shiva giving out that impression is something reasonable. That's because he is one of the first people that encountered a demon lord after all. The first one to appear in front of humanity was the Wind Demon Lord, Raphael, and it was Shiva who fought him with weapon in hand. At that time, we both fought against him together and somehow managed to erase him, or at least that's what it looked like. The price for that was that a warrior like Shiva, who had both the jobs of a wind founder and hero, was unable to continue doing that. Receiving damage that rendered him impossible to return to his line of job as a hero. Giving his position of hero to his little sister, Hayu, he decided on concentrating on his founder position. Shiva, I want to ask you this. Do you think humans and demons can join hands? Haine. I want to hear his opinion as someone who fought against a demon lord to the point of breaking his body to an irreparable state. Rather than me, shouldn't you be asking the demon lords? Shiva. Shiva answered composed. Both sides suffered a great deal of damage in that fight. Raphael has the ability to change every single one of his cells into insects and regenerate himself, but your dark matter erased most of it and left just a few. Shiva. It is true that, even if he is a demon lord, that's not something you can regenerate from immediately. Haine. Because of that, I thought Raphael's actions were slightly dull compared to the other demon lords. Normally, there's no one who wouldn't hold a grudge after being done something like that. Shiva. That's just... Karen. Karen-san interjects as if she couldn't hold it. That's just unreasonable. When Raphael appeared, he was the one who attacked us first. We simply fought back. Getting angry for being greatly injured after that would be misguided blame. Karen. That logic is correct. But it is also true that the other party has their own view of things. Shiva. With his marriage, Shiva has now obtained the ability to see other people with their different ways of thinking. Moreover, the problematic thing is that, in reasoning, being right or wrong isn't that important. If we were to put it in an exaggerated way, you could get 100 people and those 100 people might be in the wrong. Once one person thinks they are in the right, it will become their way of acting. Shiva. Especially in battle. Haine. Of course, there's no way we would allow our destruction on reasons that are clearly wrong. If they are to attack, we will simply face them. That's all we can do. Shiva. That's all we can do. Those were words show the limit of Shiva. Are you saying that, against a wrong reasoning, there's no other way to stop them aside from fighting and defeating them? Haine. I don't know if we can join hands like the other demon lords in churches. That is something the other party has to decide. We don't have the choice. Shiva. The cool-headed decision-making of Shiva as a founder was shown. Their fight with the Wind Demon Lord had begun since long ago. This will probably be a totally different battle from the other demon lords that had begun their own fights recently. The sparks were already there and they will not disappear just like that. And so, I have ordered the military force of our Wind Church, the Kazama Shinobis and the Wind Hero, to be on alert. So that, even if the demon lord were to attack us, we will be able to react immediately. Shiva. I thought the inside of the city was a festival, but it looks like you are properly putting ground on the places where it is required. Haine. Of course. Or more like, because of the dangerous times, I was thinking of doing my wedding as simplistic as possible, but the guys below are not caring at all of the person in question and are going all festive. Shiva. Shiva makes a wry smile. He says all that, but it looks like he is still happy that everyone is celebrating them. That means the Wind Hero. Karen. Karen-san says while fidgeting. Is Hayo-chan also, Karen? Of course. Now that you are in Rudra's metropolis, I would like you to meet her as well. It looks like she has been worrying about you people every day. Shiva. Ah, yes. Karen. Karen-san's voice changed from timid to a springy one. For her, her other hero comrades are also important friends. She has already met Mirak, Celestis, and Seisi-chan, so the remaining one is Hayu, and she must be worried about her. It looks like she is also preparing a lot of things for the upcoming Demon Lord battle. I would like it if you were to give her advice as someone who has already experienced battling with Demon Lords. Shiva. Yes, then, I will go immediately. Karen. Karen-san quickly gets up from her seat and was intending to head to Haya's place right now. Even though she hasn't heard in what part of Rudra's metropolis she is yet. I will have someone of the church guide you. Work has piled up on me, so I can't go with you guys. Please give her my apologies when you see her. Shiva. It took us a lot of time to return Mantle after all. Of course work would pile up. Moreover, his wedding will be taking place soon, so it is a situation that's clearly busy for him. Sorry about that, Shiva-kun. Understood. Haine-san, Doraha-san, let's go as well. Haya-san may look like that, but she actually gets lonely easily. Karen. Understood, Karen-sama. Doraha. Doraha follows after Karen-san, who runs out of the room. After confirming that only Shiva and I remained in the room, I asked him in a whisper. And so, what about the god-hero matter? Haine. No problem. Inflation, Yurishiro has already embedded the component to become a god-hero inside of Hayu. What's required next is only to pour a part of a god inside of it. Shiva. Seriously, since when did she manage to do that, is what Shiva said questioningly. Just that, there is a part that bothers me aside from that. Shiva. Something that bothers you? Haine. For that sake, can you meet with Haya once? She is the wind hero, but at the same time, she is also the little sister of this Torito Shiva. I want her to have a fight that she can acknowledge. Shiva. 6 gods of creation, further divided into 4 base elements. Within that group, the wind god Quasar was the one who noticed the potential of humans the fastest, and in order to learn about humans and change it into power, he incarnated as a human. As that went on, he would have a new family, a new lover, and new emotions to interact with his important people. Quasar had reincarnated several times already. For the Torito Shiva that only exists once, Hayu is his only little sister. Understood. I will go check it out. Haine. I also stand from my seat and follow after Karen-san and Daraha, who had left the room before me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344 to 346, Reuniting with the Self. 344, Reuniting with the Self. And so, we asked where the location of Hayu is, and to our surprise, she wasn't inside the wind capital. She was standing right at the wasteland outside the moving city of Rudra's metropolis. Wind hero, Torito Hayu. Her long black hair tied in a ponytail and her gallant straight figure felt picturesque even from far away. There she is. Haya-cha-en. Karen. The first one to run towards her was Karen-san. It can't be helped that Karen-san would get excited for reuniting with her hero comrade after so long. Ah, Hayu. And it looks like Hayu also noticed Karen-san running towards her. I am truly sorry. Hayu. And she did a diving digiza. This not only shocked Karen-san but me as well. Why did she suddenly do the highest form of apology the moment we meet? It has been a long time to Gozaru. To tell you the truth, I knew in advance that Karen Dano would be coming. Hayu. Ah, yeah. It has been a while. Karen. Even so, I prioritized my training and didn't go welcome you. As the wind hero, and as a friend, this is the very definition of disgraceful. I can't face you like this, so I will be sticking it onto the ground. Hayu. Please don't scrape your face on the ground so much. Karen. Karen-san could only get flustered. Compared to Karen-san, I am not that much acquainted with Haya yet. I still haven't grasped her character yet, but there's no doubt that she is a special cookie just like the other heroes. You could say she is an extreme level of straight-laced? It is okay, Haya-chan. I am not bothered by that. I am the one at fault for suddenly coming to visit after all. If I were to interrupt your training, I would be the one who would be hurt. Karen. That's right. That's why, don't worry about it. Haine. I also follow up on her. With that, Haya finally raised her head from the ground. She was filled with dust. Karen Dano, Haine Dano, that big heart of you too that is as vast as the sky, I am truly humbled. Hayu. And once again, she gives us her deep gratitude. There, Daraha who came last said this. I haven't forgiven you though. Daraha. I am truly sorry. Hayu. Haya rubbed her face on the ground again. Back to 0. Haine. Daraha-san. You really are ruthless on people of other nations. Karen. To think that it wasn't only Haya but Daraha also that had a side of her like this. I see. Daraha is not only bad with other people, she is also crazy aggressive towards outside people. The reason she was able to receive the message at the train station was because it was someone of the light church and her sensor barely worked in favor there. Anyways. Haya-chan, you were training? That's why you are at the outside of Rudra's metropolis, right? Karen. That's right. My current training is slightly showy, so I asked Anu-sama to stay in this land where there's no people to Gozaru. Hayu. So he changed the destination of the moving city on the request of his little sister. Was Shiva unexpectedly a doting brother? I see. Hayo-chan is doing her best as the wind hero after all. Karen. I was appointed as hero recently, so in order to stand side by side with Karen Dano and the others, I have no other choice but to work harder than everyone. Hayu. That's not true. Hayo-chan is plenty strong. Karen. True. From within the 5 heroes, Haya utilizes a special divine tool called a long wind gun, which makes for an incredibly special type of fighting style. Made with a machine structure, it can shoot at long distances, moreover, it can hit accurately at its target and pierce through them. The range of attack is danger itself, and it could even shoot you death from a distance that you wouldn't even be able to notice and wouldn't be able to understand what happened. Since the time the 5 heroes were gathered to form a team, Hayo has been standing at the backlands, seeing the whole battlefield and quickly disposing of the front lines that approach, which is incredibly important. There's not a single person in the Hero Alliance who would look down on Hayo. When you say training, you mean sniping training, right? Are you shooting accurately at something that's far? Karen. No, that's not the case to Gozaru. Hayo. HM? I am currently in the planning of a new fighting style to Gozaru. With the long wind gun I have been using until now, I thought I wouldn't be able to face the demon lords. Hayu. But the sniping of Hayo-chan is super strong. If it is Hayo-chan, Mirik-chan, Celestis-chan, Seisi-chan, and I would have peace of mind in leaving our backs to you, you know? Karen. But with that, I would be leaving the front completely to everyone, and I wouldn't be able to fight without being protected. As long as I am a hero, I should be able to fight alone against monsters and be able to face demon lords. Hayu. Haya says with strength. I felt like she was a bit worked up there. Being nervous in the face of a big opponent like the demon lords is something that I have gotten used to seeing in the other heroes already, but this is a good chance. I want Karen Dano and Haine Dano to inspect my new power. It is still incomplete, so hearing the opinion of you two will serve as reference. Hayu. W what? Karen. The straight-laced people are, at times, strong at pushing. We ended up spectating Haya's training. Please look forward to it. This power will definitely be able to go against the demon lords. I have sold my soul to the devil for that sake. Hayu. Devil? Doesn't sound peaceful. Please treasure your life and soul. Let me introduce you. The devil that I sold my soul to. Hayu. Hi there. And so, it appeared. The proxy wind hero, Brastor Juo. 345, Whispering Ghost. Fei Yi. Karen-san and I jumped up while raising a scream. Because a ghost had appeared. A ghost, dot. The ghost of a woman that has her hair hanging down her face. Wait, this is Juo-san. Haine. The proxy wind hero, Brastor Juo-san. She works as a scientist in the research laboratory of the Wind Church, and because she was so concentrated on her research, she ignored her appearance and her skin care as well, and ended up with an outward appearance like that of a ghost. This exchange is repeated, all the time. You still don't learn. Juo. Can you please not stand silently at my side? Every time you do that, I am sure that 1 year is scraped off my life. Haine. Karen-san was clinging to my body and trembling. Footy, long time no see. Juo. Juo-san had her whole face hidden with hair that looked like seaweed. I feel as if I would be cursed if I were to answer carelessly, so I was hesitating on my answer. Also, first of all, congratulations on your marriage. Haine. Blush Juo. She is also one of the reasons of the crazy ruckus that's happening in Rudra's metropolis. The marriage of the Wind Founder. Juo-san is incredibly related to it. Because she is the one who will be marrying Shiva after all. TCH. Hayu. When I said that, Hayu at the side clicked her tongue in displeasure. She pointed her wind gun up in the sky and shot it. So she is still I like Shiva a lot and hate Juo a lot, huh? What a brocon. And so, here is the devil I sold my soul to. Hayu. Please don't call your sister-in-law a devil, Hayo-chan. Karen. Karen-san's proper retort flew. I see. Hayu is Shiva's little sister, so if Juo-san marries Shiva, Hayu and her would be sisters-in-law, huh? Haine. Woo. Ruwaya. Hayu. Hayu is going mad. This girl can't accept the marriage on an exaggerated level. That's something that doesn't matter right now to Gozaru. Hayu. She averted her eyes from reality. Haine. The problem is that this woman is the best scientist in the Wind Church. Combining the wind techniques and the ethereal techniques. In terms of poultry inventions, there's no one who can match this woman. Hayu. Footy, thanks for the compliment, Juo. Juo-san doesn't seem to be against it. It is true that, from the 5 grand churches, the one that has the most advanced ethereal research is the Wind Church. The churches were originally against the idea of the machine culture developing, so they were prohibiting it, but the only church who took the initiative to research it themselves was this Wind Church. That's why I lowered my head to this ghost woman I didn't want to lower my head to, in order to request something of her to Gozaru. The making of a new divine tool. Hayu. A new divine tool? That announcement made both Karen-san and I raise our voices. A divine tool is a weapon required to fight with divine power, and for the heroes that stand at top, it is completely necessary. Not only that, the heroes lend a unique divine tool just for them as tradition. The Holy Sword St. George of Karen-san is a divine tool that's uniquely for her use. The Wind Divine Tool of Hayu is one that came from the city with the most advanced ethereal technology, so there's even machine components in it. Hayu's long wind gun, Shiva's dual wind guns, Juo's wind rebellion guns, they are all weapons that you wouldn't be able to see in other churches at all. At first glance, one couldn't tell how they would be attacking their opponents. And yet, she is saying there's another new weapon now? But Hayo-chan, I said it before but, Hayo-chan's sniping is plenty strong, you know? There's no need to force yourself to change that battle style. Karen. There's no point if it doesn't work on Demon Lords to Gozaru. Right now my objective is only to defeat the Demon Lords. That's why I had Juo make it. Hayu. Just what in the world did she have Juo make? It was good timing that Karen Dano and Haine Dano came. Juo. We will be operating it for the first time now. This is the time to show my gun technique and your scientific ability. Hayu. It is the request of Kotom, so I can't say no. I will accompany you. Juo. Kotom is apparently her mother-in-law. Well then, switch on. Activate. Juo. Juo-san takes out something that looks like a control and pushes the button. At the same time, an earth-tremoring gaga-gogo sound reverberated. No, the earth is actually tremoring? What's going on? What's going to happen? Haine. An unexpected development. Doraha, who was playing around with the bugs in the area as if it wasn't of her business, was also surprised by it and clung onto Karen-san. Wah! Ah! Haine-san, that. Karen. What is it? Haine. The rock is. Karen. We are currently at a deserted wasteland far away from Rudra's metropolis, so there was only small grass as far as I could see, but there was a single towering boulder standing there. I thought it was a natural object in the environment, so I didn't pay it much mind, but it looks like that wasn't the case. It was not a natural boulder, but a gigantic artificially made something that was covered and camouflaged as a boulder. Now everyone, feast your eyes on it. Hayu. Haya takes off the cover all at once. And from inside, what appears is, What? Haine. What is that? Karen. Something that Karen-san and I couldn't understand. If I had to put it in words, it would be a metallic giant? It has the shape of a human and it is made of metal. It is moving on its own and making sounds like those of roars. What is this? Is it a golem? Karen. It is true that it does resemble it, but... Haine. That's not the case, right? Golems are earth element monsters, but I don't feel earth divine power from this metallic giant. What I feel from it is clearly wind divine power. This is the compilation of my research. Juo. Juo-san speaks proudly with a muttering voice. The result of combining all the wind guns made and making use of them in a smooth manner. A giant weapon that ended up being human-shaped in terms of machine structure. I call it a robot. Juo. A robot? A divine tool robot that moves on wind divine power. I call it the moving gun, Kokuroken. Juo. 346, Machine Beast. Wind moving gun, Kokuroken? Haine. It is apparently the name of the metallic giant. Even with that, my understanding is not keeping up at all. What's with this feeling? It is the feeling of being explained something that's right in front of you but not understanding at all. Haine. I remember having this feeling before. Right, it was the same feeling as when Karen-san showed me the flying machine for the first time. I couldn't understand at all what was in front of me, and even when it was explained to me, I couldn't understand the words itself at all. That's how it feels right now. What in the world is this? Karen. And Karen-san seems to be in the same boat this time. Isn't that right? There's no way this can be understood. When a human is in front of something you don't understand at all, they can't help being dumbfounded. Maybe it really is a golem? It is human-shaped and it is inorganic. Haine. From within our memories, what's closest to resembling this would be a golem. But golems are solely earth element monsters, and the one in front of us is a metallic robot? I feel like it is different in a fundamental level. This is a type of machine that Juo-san has made as an ethereal scientist. If I had to categorize it, I would have to put it in the same category as the flying machine. Juo, I want to make an operating experiment immediately. Is the data gathering ready? Hayu. It is completely ready. I have already set up several Wind Rebellion guns here and there for recording's sake. They have the latest camera recorders installed and we can check back on it as many times as we want. Juo. Okay. Hayu. After finishing a small talk, Hayu enters the metallic giant in question. Enters? The wind-moving gun is controlled in that way. Juo. Juo-san, who remained in place, explains briefly. After the encounter with the demon lords, Hayu made a direct request to me. The request was an equipment that can serve to go against the demon lords. Juo. Go against Haine. The demon lords? Karen. As expected, Haine was really single-mindedly thinking that there would be a battle against the demon lords Ha. It is true that the long-range gunmanship of Haine was fearsome. Because the battle stage of the heroes match was limited, I was in the advantage, but in a field where anything goes and there's no limit in distance, I would end up being one-sidedly shot. Juo. True. That's how dangerous Haine's prided sniping range is, and there's nothing scarier as an enemy. But the demon lord that she will be fighting against in the future, no matter how accurate and sharp of a snipe it is, she won't be able to kill it. Their defensive capabilities and endurance are on a whole different level. In order to defeat that, we would need destructive power that surpasses it, or we won't be able to certainly kill them. Juo. And so, Haine requested for that destructive power Haine. Just like she says, they possess an unbelievable amount of divine power, and most attacks would be blocked by their natural divine power barrier. On top of that, they all possess strong regenerative ability, and they won't die by simply cutting them to pieces. Raphael was the very definition of that. Even when I erased a great amount of his cells, I was unable to kill him. No matter how accurate of a snipe one manages, there won't be any point. Even if it is in the head or the heart. That's why she went for a destructive power that can erase everything. That's right. In order to fulfill the request, I aimed for the increase of firepower. Without aiming for a breakthrough, I simply added everything that was already present. Juo. The weapon she has made until now, the wind guns. The best scientist of the Wind Church, Juo-san, has certainly not only created the Wind Rebellion guns, but many other weapons as well. She added them all and aimed for something that can utilize them all. And that's what came out? Haine. I think it came out pretty well, even for my standards. Juo. Juo-san's breathing got rough. That's a prided work of hers? There's around 20 types of weapons installed in the wind-moving gun, Coacervate. Haine was able to control them all at once. It couldn't be helped that the weight had increased radically along with the firepower. With the infinite ethereal moving device added to it, it is possible to show mobility that can endure actual battle. In terms of specs, it would be able to wipe out the giant monsters that have appeared in the past. Truly a scientific wonder of the Rudra's metropolis. The scientific power of the Rudra's metropolis is number one of the 5 grand churches. Juo. Understood. I have understood plenty enough that it is incredible. Please calm down, Juo-san. Haine. It is difficult to deal with craftsmen that get fluent the moment it is about their craft. The first thing that's difficult is that they don't make any sense. Now then, let's begin the test drive. Don't mess up the recording, Juo. Haine. A metallic robot. I can hear the voice of Haine from inside it. As I said already, the preparations are already complete. Or rather, you are the one that has to begin soon, or I might get tired. Juo. So you have said it now. Then, wind-moving gun, Coacervate. Start. Haine. The metallic beast lets out a roar. This was the sound it made when it moved at high potency, but it was so strong that it made my eardrums tremble. Grrrrrrrr. Doraha. That piercing sound scared Doraha, and she was clinging onto the leg of Karen-san, or more like, isn't her wild nature getting stronger? Okay. Let's begin with the test firing of the strongest one first. Haine. Haine shouts energetically. Don't tell me, Haine. Wind main armament, Beethoven. Haine. A cylindrical object comes out from the metal giant with the shout of Haine, and ends up with a stanza being carried on its shoulder. That was truly a cannon. It looked like it was shouldering a cannon. And then, from its gunport, an overwhelming air heat was released. Boom. Star. The gun was pointing at a different direction and it was shot at a pretty far distance, and yet, a blast strong enough that it felt as if it was hitting my head directly had attacked me. Ah wah wah. Karen-san and Daraha had stumbled 2 to 3 steps back and ended up falling on their butts. And then, the actual air bullet had completely blown away a hill that was apparently the target. The wind main armament, Beethoven, is the wind gun that possesses the highest firepower within all the things I have made. It is a wind divine tool, so what is shot is a wind bullet. It doesn't change in basis, but the scale and destructive power are comparable to that of the Fire Church's Grand Melt. Ju-oh. The squall blew violently due to the sudden change of atmospheric pressure caused by the bombing. No wonder they went through the trouble of operating it outside of Rudra's metropolis. If this were shot in the city, it would turn into a big catastrophe. Because of how incredibly big and heavy it is, along with its heavy energy expenditure, I was troubled in whether it was actually operable by a human, but it looks like it is no problem for Kukurukan. With this, the Wind Church has obtained a new power. Ju-oh. Could it be that this person has created a crazy incredible thing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347 to 348, there's a problem. The wind cannon, Beethoven. Its power and accuracy has reached the desired levels. No visible burden on the machine. Results are great. Ju-oh. Looks like it went as expected and Juo-san's mood was on rise. I have created something good. As dawn of the mass production of Kukulkan, we will crush something like the Demon Lords. Ju-oh. Is it really okay to mass produce something like that? Won't it turn into the last war? Creating just that one machine blew away a whole year of the budget of our laboratory, so it won't be possible though. Ju-oh. Ain't that too much? Haine. How much is 1 year of budget? How much is that 1 year specifically? No wait, I don't want to hear it. For a super commoner like me who feels pain in his pocket when treating a cute girl to train lunchboxes, there's no doubt the number she would say would be able to stop my heart. Hiyo, looks like operating it is going smoothly. Next, I want to check the maneuverability and the chassis. Ju-oh. Hiyo? Ju-oh. Hiyo, who was inside Kukulkan, wasn't making a single sound. This is Haine. Isn't there something wrong? Karen. We obviously end up getting worried and run to the robot, forcefully opening up the hatch. When we did that, Hiya fell out from it with her eyes going around in circles. Hiyo? Haine. Hiyo-chan? Karen. Karen-san and I had released her together, but Hiya was completely unconscious. Looks like the drastic divine power consumption and the recoil gave her a double punch. I thought I solved the drying up of divine power with ethereal, but looks like the recoil was. Should I strengthen the shock absorber in the cockpit? Ju-oh. Don't just calmly analyze it and help her out. Isn't she your sister-in-law? Haine. Who is her sister-in-law? Hiyo. Whoa. Haine. Hiyo revived with a roar. To think she would react to the word sister-in-law even when she is unconscious. Does she really dislike it that much? Ha, ha. How disgraceful. I lost consciousness, huh? Beethoven is the strongest trump card of Kukulkan. If I faint every time I shoot it, it won't be of use in actual combat. Hiyo. We can solve the problem by increasing the defense of the cockpit. Let's leave the test operation here for today and return to the laboratory. Ju-oh. No, not yet, Hiyo. Hiya stands up, but it looks like her legs are unsteady. We simply tested shooting the main armament. The test firing of the other subweapons, and their effect on the chassis, and its endurance to continuous firing. We are going to test them in combat. There's way too many things we have to test. Ju-oh. That will be when the cockpit is improved, Juo. No. It is more efficient to bring out to light as many problems as possible to fix them all at once. For the sake of that, we have to continue testing. Hayu. No, wait. Haine. Unable to take it, I enter to stop her. Even if you are to do that, you should put a break in between, Hayu. The recoil of the bombing has caused more damage to you than expected. Haine. Even while I am doing this, who knows when the Demon Lord will attack? When that happens, we can't have Kukulkan be unfinished. We have to prepare for an attack as soon as possible. Hayu. Saying this, Haya tried to enter the cockpit again. As I thought, I could feel quite the hurry from her. The threat of the Demon Lords. The hero shoulders the duty of crushing them. The 5 heroes that protect the 5 nations were all struggling with this pressure. However, I felt severe hurry from Haya that was one step higher than that. A hand grabs the hurried Haya from the collar. And then, forcefully takes out Haya who is trying to ride Kukulkan. Awawawawa? What is the meaning of this? Karandano? Hayu. Being dragged out, Haya was confused and turns her head back. She realized that the one who grabbed her collar was Karen-san. What's the matter to Gozara-ka, Karandano? As you can see, I am currently busy. Hayu. Haya-chan, let's play. Karen. Hayu. Dot. Haya-chan, do you understand in what situation you are in? I have come here, you know? I am a guest, you know? Moreover, I am visiting here as the representative of the Light Church, the Light Hero. Isn't it a matter of course that a hero of the same rank should be entertaining me? Karen. No, but, as I said. Hayu. Fighting is not the only duty of a hero. That's why, Haya-chan, cancel your current plans, and play with me. Doraha-sen as well, let's go together. Karen. Yes, Karen-sama. Doraha. Doraha agreed and Karen-san grabbed the hand of both as she pulls them. Wait. Did you two hear what I said to Gozara-ka? I have an important duty to. Aya. Hayu. Being dragged away without a say in the matter, the echoes of Hayu's cries fade away in the distance along with her figure. That was Karen-san being considerate. Thanks. You were a great help. Juo. On the other hand, the ghost Juo had entered the metallic robot that remained. Hayo has been completely into the development of this lately that I thought she needed a break already. She is a serious girl after all. If someone doesn't force her, she won't take a break. Juo. Wouldn't it have been fine for you to be the one to tell her? Haine. It is not possible for me. She hates me, so she won't listen to what I say no matter what. Juo. Right. Hayo's hate for Juo is quite the thing after all. Must be her brocon acting up there. That's why I was surprised when Hayo requested me to make this. I thought she wouldn't ask me for anything ever. Juo. Juo-san seemed to be in deep thought. That's just how strong her resolve is. She is a hero and plans on protecting Rudra's metropolis at all costs. Haine. It would be nice if that were all there is, Juo. The meaningful mutter of Juo-san bothered me. But Juo-san smoothly activated the robot and prepared to return. I will be returning to the laboratory and improve this little one. This is probably the first and last time Haya will be relying on me after all. Gotta do my best. Juo. Please don't push yourself, okay? You are also busy, right? Haine. She is the bride of a wedding that is soon to come after all. There's no doubt she should be busy with the wedding preparations and all that. No worries. The preparations for the wedding are being done by other people. Juo. Oh oi. Haine. Shiva-sama is the same. We want to concentrate on our jobs. We are a couple that think the same way. Juo. Saying this, she operates the robot and leaves. As always, she is a person that is hard to grasp. Now then, let's go after Karen-san, Hayu, and Daraha. 348, Bug-Eating Relationship. The completion of Kukulkan, is getting further away. Hayu. It is okay, Hayo-chan. The Demon Lord Sans will wait while we are having a break and playing around. Karen. Hayo has been like this the whole time she had returned to Rudra's metropolis. And the city was also still in their festive mood over the marriage of their founder. Is this going to continue all the way until the wedding? Karen-san, Hayo, Daraha, and I were in the middle of walking through the tumult of people. That robot is currently being improved by Juo, so it is not as if progress has been stopped. Taking a break is also part of work. Hayu, you have been working all this time lately, right? Haine. In order to reduce the burden in Hayo's heart even if for a little bit, I decided on hurting my pocket again. If she eats something good, her heart should naturally gain some respite as well. Because there were a number of stalls taking advantage of the festival, I bought snacks for all of our group. I distribute this candy in a stick to all 4 of us. What, so good? Even ordinary candy can give the feeling of delicious when eaten at a festival. Karen. Karen-san licks the candy in a stick and turns it around to enjoy the taste. It is a popular product of Rudra's metropolis, the Lithosaurus candy and Gozaru. I also like it a lot de Gozaru yo. Hayu. Karen. The tongue of Karen-san that was licking on the candy had stopped. After cooking the freshly caught Lithosaurus from the water spots, they enclose them in candy de Gozaru. By the time your tongue gets tired of the sweetness of the candy, you can taste the saltiness of the insect de Gozaru. Hayu. Now that she mentions it, insect food is common in Rudra's metropolis. But this Lithosaurus candy isn't that good. Looks like they were stingy in the production cost and used Lithosaurus that's not fresh de Gozaru. That's why they made the candy non-transparent. They are making it so you can't confirm the state of the inside before buying it de Gozaru yo. Hayu. The ones selling have also thought it thorough. We are tourists that just bought it without noticing that. Well, I just bit on the candy normally and ended up crunching on the Lithosaurus that's inside though. It is true that there's a skeletal sensation to it. And there's also the squishy feeling that comes out after biting it all. As expected of the water bug that is said to be the strongest underwater, the stretchiness of its meat is nice. It is true that this serves as quite the nice stimulus when combined with the sweetness of the candy. Haine-san. If you want, you can have mine too, Karen. Karen-san slowly offers me her candy. If I remember correctly, Karen-san was always in tears when insect food came out, huh? No, but... is that okay? You know, Haine. What? Karen. Karen-san licked that candy quite a lot, so if I were to put it in my mouth, Haine. Karen-san must have reached to the conclusion of indirect kiss. Her face turned completely red. Never mind. I will take responsibility and lick it all. Karen. Is what Karen-san said as she brings the candy back to her mouth. Sweet. It is good. But when I finish licking this candy. Karen. It is okay to Gozaru yo, Karen Dano. I will eat it. Hayu. Haya says and bites on the Lithosaurus candy that Karen-san has in her hand. Looks like she already finished eating hers. Is that okay, Hayo-chan? Karen. Food differs from each nation after all. Forcing yourself to eat wouldn't be good for either side. Nom nom. Hayu. And so, the candy that Karen-san was licking is now inside the mouth of Haine. In the past, Haine had happily done her best to show the prided insect cooking of Rudra's metropolis to her new comrades. Maybe she has noticed the differences that come from being raised in different environments. Well, it can't be helped to Gozara yo. But the candy itself isn't that good either, Haine. Haine looks slightly dissatisfied as she bites onto the candy. Seeing this, Haine-chan. As I thought, I will be eating it. Karen-san pulls the candy out of Haine's mouth. Fee? Haine. This is the taste that Haine-chan likes, right? Hating on the food that a friend of mine likes is not something that a hero should do. More so, saying that I don't like it when I haven't even eaten it yet. Nom. Karen. Is what Karen-san declares as she bites on the candy that had gotten pretty small already from being inside of Haine's mouth. What, the sensation of something that's clearly not candy has come out? It is okay. I am the hero that was okay even when directly holding a lizard. Karen. Lizard? Just what in the world happened, Karen-san? Lizards remind me of newts, and those are poisonous, so I don't really want to eat them. Karen Dano, when the body of the Lethosaurus shows up, crunch on it without hesitation to Gozaru. Even if you lick it, it won't be taste of anything to Wagazaranzo. Haine. Understood. Karen. Gabu. Fee? What's with this sensation that I have never felt before? And this jelly-like meat that's coming out? Karen. That's the taste of the Lethosaurus de Gozaru yo. Since it is a fitting bite size, it has been established as a sweet in the stores de Gozaru. Haine. Incredible. Incredible. To think I would be able to meet a taste that I haven't experienced before, this is truly cultural exchange. Karen. I am happy to see you are happy to Gozaru. But as I said before, because this is not that good of a product, next time, I will be treating you to the best handmade Lethosaurus candy to Gozaru yo. Haine. Really? I am so happy. Karen. Karen-san is truly a genius in getting along with people. She broad-mindedly accepts the different values of other people, and puts love and effort in it. Karen-san is probably a big core for why the 5 churches that didn't get along at first are now joining as one, and even the demon lords are joining those ranks. By the way, Karen-san and Haine were exchanging that candy like crazy. Is it okay because they are girls? My heart was throbbing just from watching it though. By the way, Doraha didn't show much opposition to the Lethosaurus inside the candy and ate it completely with stick and all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349 to 351, The Insecure Hero. While we were walking around the city like this, the restless Haine had slowly regained her calm and had begun to enjoy her reunion with Karen-san and the others from the bottom of her heart. Wah! Haine-chan, what's this stall? Karen. This is a throwing weapon stall de Gozaru na. The signature weapon of the Kazama shinobis is the shuriken. You use those in this game de Gozaru. Haine. Oh. It is the type where you throw shurikens and hit the prizes, right? Karen. No, you have a match with the stall owner throwing those shurikens, and the one who gets stabbed first loses to Gozaru. Haine. What's that? That's scary. Karen. Even with that, Karen-san, Haine, and Doraha had challenged the shuriken stall and left the stall owner like a cactus. They splendidly obtained their prizes. Looks like the more shurikens you stab at the stall owner, the higher the prize rank. They obtained what's most likely the highest ranked prize, a big stuffed toy of the mascot character of Rudra's metropolis Windy Kuan Dash, and were chuckling. Everyone, thank you very much. Haine. After a while, Haine suddenly thanked us and that led to confusion. What's the matter? Were you that happy to get Windy Kuan? Karen. No, aside from that, you guys brought me away from the development of the divine tool and were considerate on me by giving me a change of pace. I want to give my thanks for that to Gozaru. Hayu. Oh. Hayu also noticed the consideration of Karen-san, huh? She is a good girl after all. Well, that goes for all the heroes though. Hayu-chan, there's no need to be in so much of a hurry. You are not fighting on your own. With Haine-san, Doraha-san, and I hear, even if a demon lord were to appear, we will be fighting together with you. Karen. Karen-san hits her own chest filled with confidence. When she did this, her fist bounced off and her breasts shook. You don't have to be pessimistic. The situation is tilting to a favorable direction for the humans. You have heard of the god heroes in the wireless transmissions, right? Karen. God hero. These words are not known only by a limited amount of people now, it is beginning to be known by the whole world. It is true that, I have heard about those reports from the messengers of their respective nations to Gozaru. Hayu. The gods of our churches are helping us out. Merrick-chan, Celestis-chan, Seisi-chan, and I have become god heroes. Hayu-chan can definitely become a god hero as well. Karen. Do you really think so to Gozaru-ka? Hayu. That's right. I heard this directly from the fire god-sama and the water god-sama after all. They said that the wind god Quasar-sama is especially in favor of the humans. Karen. That Nova and Coacervate, they had leaked those things out to the humans, huh? But more than that, the fact that they revealed their identities and made direct contact with the humans makes me want to hit those guys with a black hole. This might come as weird coming from the dark god that incarnated as a human, but the boundary between humans and gods should be clearly defined. You see. In the fights until now, we have directly met with the Fire God-sama, Water God-sama, and Mother Earth-sama directly, but they were all nice allies, you know. That's why the Wind God-sama must be an incredibly good ally as well, no doubt. Karen. So she says, Shiva-san. Those were words I would like the incarnated Quasar to hear and delight in his reaction. But, to think that Nova, Coacervate, and Mantle would be called good allies. Karen-san's saint-like personality must play a big factor in how she sees them though. But, leaving aside Nova and Mantle, Coacervate being a good ally, huh? That contaminated water bastard was called a good ally. It played a big part that he has been distilled and the filth of several centuries has been taken away. I skimmed through the newspaper that I had bought on the way here. These were the headlines that were going around. A miracle? A spring welling up from dry land. A river flood avoided urban areas, no casualties. Villages that were fighting over a water source have made up. A mysterious monster used his wisdom to divide it equally. Those are all his doing. Thinking that this guy will be accumulating filth and changing into a villain. Does he digest karma? Or maybe he accumulates it? That's why Hayu-chan can become a god hero when the demon Lord-san appears. With that, it will be solved. Karen. The conversation on the other side continued. Karen-san seemed to be in slightly high tension. Karen Dano. I think that's wrong. Hayu. It is true that the gods loving us and helping us is something to be happy about. But if humans take that for granted and stop bettering themselves, the blessings of the gods will only become poison that rots the inside of humans. Hayu. Haya speaks my mind out. It also doubles for the reason of why I wanted humans to not know about gods being in the surface world. Just knowing that fact alone can serve as a poison for the growth of humans, rotting their potential and possibilities. That's why I want to grow stronger with my own strength as much as I can to Gozaru. Before relying on gods, I should first become a hero that is acknowledged by the gods by my own strength. Hayu. Hayu began to get worked up again. All heroes lost their composure when the demon lords appeared, but I think Haine was the one that took it the hardest. Hey, Haine, why are you so worked up? Haine. It is true that it is important to be independent, but your current attitude feels as if you have to fight the demon lord on your own no matter what. What is the reason that's making you feel that way? Haine. When I asked that, Haine made a discouraged expression. And then, she painfully said, If I don't do that first, I won't be able to get balance. Haine. Balance? What does she mean? I became a hero recently. The achievements as a hero, the experience, I am lower than everyone in those aspects. Karen Dano, Merrick Dano, Celestis Dano, to stand at the side of the others, my efforts and ability are still lacking to Gozaru. Haine. That's not true. Haine-chan is doing plenty well as a hero. Karen. Karen-san's heartfelt feelings seem to not have been enough. That's why, I need achievements to Gozaru. A grand achievement that allows me to be acknowledged as a hero. I want to achieve this on my own without the help of anyone to Gozaru. Haine. Going against a demon lord alone for the sake of that is just. Haine. The achievement she is aiming for is on the max level. How about taking on a more gentle quest? Monsters are not limited to demon lords after all. Haine. For now, it would be better to cooperate with everyone in matters that affect the destiny of humanity as a whole. Personal achievements should be raised slowly with your daily efforts. No, that won't do. Haine. But Haine was more stubborn than I thought. I have never fought by myself before after all. Haine. 350, Guardian of the Backlands. You have never fought alone? Haine. That mutter of hers surprised Karen-san and I. Haine-chan? You say that, but I also haven't fought alone, you know? Karen. Well, of course. The fights between humans and monsters are group battles that have the survival of their race at stake. The heroes lead the respective soldiers of their affiliated church, and lately, the heroes have even cooperated in fighting together. Fighting alone wouldn't be done unless you are quite the peculiar character. And thinking about the many things that would be lost if you were to lose, that peculiar character would be a sinful one. No, that's not what I mean. My fighting style requires the support of someone else at all times, so. Haine. I see. Haine's long gun, and Noozuno, was made in mind for long-range snipes. With that kind of fighting style, there would be no way a proper 1 versus 1 can take place. It would be either a one-sided assassination without giving the chance for the other party to notice, or a group battle where you provide backup for the front lines. Watching the battlefield from the back and eliminating beforehand the dangers that the others haven't noticed. I said this before, but the importance of this is of the highest degree, and her participation in the Hero Alliance was incredibly reassuring. But when I think it again, it is true that Haine's battle style is not fitting as a hero that cuts through the enemy lines. Haine. Heroes are the symbol that protects humanity. How to say it? Shooting from a hidden location without standing out isn't that cool, or more like, not that hero-like. Haine-chan, why did you choose that Wind Long Gu NHGH, Karen? Wind Long Gun Technique. Karen-san, don't bite your tongue in such a cute way. Cough asterisk, why did you try to learn that? The Wind Divine Power users have a variety of styles, and they all have their special points, which makes them interesting. Karen. True. In the past, Shiva, who was a founder and hero at the same time, used the dual wind gun technique and showed terrifying close combat prowess. The proxy wind hero, Juo, had an even more unique fighting style called Wind Rebellion Guns. Both of them are suited to fight directly with the monsters at the front lines, and they are flashy and thrilling battle styles. I originally wanted to be of help to Anu-sama, Haine. I see. If Anu-sama will be fighting at the front lines, I will take the back and protect Anusama from danger. That's why I learned the wind long gun technique de Gozaru. Haine. The brother that advances forward, and the little sister that protects the back, she was training with that image in mind. To tell you the truth, I didn't think at all that I would become a hero to Gozaru. I simply wanted to be of help to Anusama. Becoming stronger in fighting, those were my only objectives to Gozada. Haine. Instead of defeating the enemy, she wanted to be a sniper that secures the safety of her allies. Her reason for choosing that position was, as expected, her brother Haine-chan, you really like your brother, Karen? Yes. I like him a lot de Gozaru. Haine. Haine agrees vehemently. Isn't that the part where you should get embarrassed cause you were seen through? And I want Juo to die to Gozaru. Haine. I didn't ask you to let so much of your true feelings out. Karen. Juo was taken out of her position as hero and Anusama took her position as replacement, which led to his body breaking, forcing him to retire. The baton was passed to Mita Gozada. Haine. Haine was once again showing a pained expression. I honestly didn't imagine that things would turn out like this to Gozaru. My strength was supposed to protect only Anusama. And yet, it isn't limited to protecting him anymore, but protect all the people of the Wind Church, no, all the people in the world. Is my current self enough to achieve that? Haine. This was the first time I heard the wavering of becoming a hero from the mouth of Haine. We witnessed the moment when she became a hero. A hero is a position that holds heavy responsibility, so it will of course come with uneasiness and doubts, but it looks like that uneasiness continued all the way until now. That's why you had a new divine tool made and thought of a different battle style. All in order to get the achievement of defeating a demon lord on your own? Haine. Even if that's the case, I think that robot strays way too far from that. Sorry. It was a verbal slip just now to Gozada. Please forget about it. Haine. When reaching certain positions, those people are not allowed to show weakness. A hero also falls into those positions. Haine noticed this and corrected her posture. No matter if I am worthy of that position or not, now that I am a hero, I have to fulfill that position to the best of my abilities to Gozaru. If I don't do that, it would be a disgrace for Anusama that had chosen me as a hero. Haine. Truly like you. Haine. And so, I plan on continuing my training without slackening. If possible, I would like Karen Dano and Haine Dano to assist me. Haine. Haine lowers her head deeply. Well, helping each other is important, and helping out in training isn't a bad thing. But at this rate, I feel like she will refuse any reinforcements when the actual battle with the Demon Lord happens. But, in the end, I still think you are fine as you are, Haine-chan. Karen. Karen-san says this with a tone as if soothing Haine. With how things are going, I feel like there won't be a battle with the Demon Lord sans. Karen. Haine. We have reached a compromise with Michael-san, Gabriel-san, and Uriel-san. Raphael will definitely. Karen. Before Karen-san could finish saying what she wanted to say, a shouting voice interrupted them. Hiro-sama. Wind Hero, Haine-sama. Looks like it was someone from the Wind Church. He is clearly agitated. I am so glad. So you were here. We searched everywhere for you. What's the matter? Haine. Even if she carries insecurities inside of her, if she were to show them to the outside, she would be a failure as a hero. In front of her brethren, she had to tidy up her voice and attitude. Please return to the headquarters at once. Something terrible has happened. 351, emergency. Something terrible? What in the world happened? Haine. Being urged by the member of the Wind Church, Haine hurriedly returns to the headquarters, and we had no choice but to follow. In the current state, the only terrible thing that could happen would be the arrival of the Demon Lord. Looks like the final Demon Lord battle will begin. That's what I thought, but when we stepped into the Wind Church, the one who received us was a maid-like person I see for the first time. Ah, Haine-sama. You have finally come. Fine-san, what's the matter? Haine. Haine seems to be acquainted with her as well, but she was also confused by this. Ah, everyone, this is Fine-san. She is a maid of our Torito household de Gozaru. She has been working under us for a long time and she is practically family de Gozaru. Haine. Oju-sama. Those words are wasted on me. Fine. Now that I think about it, Haine's family is one of the most influential households in the Wind Church. That's why the eldest son Shiva became the Wind Founder and ended up marrying Juo, who is from an influential family too. Fine-san is also one of the people preparing the wedding of Anu-sama to Gozaru. Since the two in question are busy. Haine. Yes. We are cooperating with the Braztor household to progress the preparations. Fine. When I look, the butler-like person at the side lowers his head. It is a wedding between influential families, so there must be a lot going on. But can you wait for a bit, Fine-san? There's apparently something terrible happening, so I returned to the headquarters just now. Haine. I was the one who asked to call for Haine-sama. Fine. Haine. Looks like things are moving to a different direction? I was the one who told them it was something terrible. It is terrible. Fine. Fine-san? What has happened? Haine. It is terrible. Fine. Spit out what is terrible already. The preparations for the wedding are not proceeding at all. Fine. What? That's all? Haine. I thought it was the arrival of the Demon Lord, so once things were revealed, it felt like cold water was thrown onto me. I ended up slipping out those words and the maid-san glared at me for that. What do you mean by that's all? Fine. Whoa. Haine. Shiva Abakama and Juo-sama's wedding is an event of utmost importance as it is the joining of the Wind Church's influential powerhouses, the Torito and Braztor family. As the person left in charge of it, for this maid of the Torito family, this is a job of top priority. Fine. What an incredibly threatening attitude. More so when Shiva Abakama is the current Wind Founder. This is a celebration that involves the whole Wind Church. If this were to fail, I would have to die to make amends. Fine. How exaggerated, is what I thought, but there might be that much of a punishment when influential families are involved. I tried directing my gaze to Haine just in case, and Haine shook her head to the sides with an exhausted expression. So it was only this maid-san being heavily delusional, huh? So, what do you mean by the preparations of the wedding not proceeding? If I remember correctly, the wedding will be, Haine. In 10 days. Fine. 10 days? Isn't that pretty close? With the day being this close, it is understandable that the city would be raising a festival though. No, raising a festival is still too soon even with 10 days. How much is not prepared? Haine. Everything. Fine. Everything? Everything, you say? Haine. What do you mean by everything? Karen. Not only Haine and I, even Karen-san was surprised and bit onto those words as well. Maybe the maid-san felt danger, her face turned blue. That's, Shiva Bakama and Juo-sama prioritized their work and didn't get involved at all in their wedding preparations, so? No, that part is fine. The two of them are important people of the Wind Church, and they are busy. That's why we took the job of proceeding with the preparations, but... Fine. Did a problem appear? Even with that, the two of them said they wanted to decide on the important things since it is their own wedding. The wedding dress, the interior design of the opening banquet, the menu, the guest seat orders, and the cake, there's nothing decided. Fine. There's only 10 days left, right? The ceremony itself has already been decided that it will be held in the Grand Wind Church, with him being the Wind founder, but Shiva-sama and Juo-sama said that they would be deciding on the priest as well, and that hasn't been decided either. The 5 candidates are still on hold. Fine. Shiva-sama had suddenly said that I will be meeting with the Light founder and went missing for several days, and when he finally returned, he holed up in his office room with the work that had accumulated. No matter how many times I called, there was no answer. Fine. Fine-san has a habit of nagging a lot, so Anya-sama ended up getting a habit of ignoring what she says. Hayu. Everything is for the sake of Bakama becoming a wonderful head of the Toroidal family. But now that it has come to this, the only other person aside from myself that can make Shiva Bakama listen is Hayo Ojasama. Fine. What about father and mother? Hayu. If Danasama and Okusama were to learn of this mess, my dignity as a maid would be. Fine. The maid-san has it tough in a lot of ways, huh? But, from what I hear, the reason why Shiva went missing in such a busy period is clearly because we dragged him to the nameless desert. I have a part of the responsibility in this. Was Juo the same? Haine. When I asked the butler that seems to be from the Brastor family, he simply nodded with a disheartened expression. I had her make Kukulkan, so I am partly to blame for that. Understood. Hayu. Haya turned to me. HM? Haine Dano, it seems like you are close to Anya-sama. Anya-sama was wise and brilliant, so he was unable to make close friends in the Kazama shinobis, so you two have an incredibly mysterious closeness. But that's exactly why he would hear what you say. Can you please bring Anya-sama here in my stead? Hayu. I am fine with that, but what about you, Hayo? Haine. I will be going to where Juo is. The time limit is already closing in. I want to take care of the troublesome stuff as soon as possible. Hui. Meaning that she will be dividing the job rather than just leaving it to one person, huh? Okay. Just like I said before, I hold part of the responsibility. This is slightly peaceful compared to a demon lord battle, but in order to protect the festive mood of Rudra's metropolis, I will be providing my best to assist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352 to 354. I heard about it from a neighboring housewife. Bam! I kick open the door without knocking. Hi! Shiva! And Shiva screamed in surprise from it. He stops his hands that were signing documents. What, so it was Haine? Ah, that surprised me. Did you check on Hayu already? I want to hear the details about it, but sadly to say, I still can't get my hands off this, you see. Shiva. Dark matter, set, Haine. You are? Shiva. I engulf Shiva in dark matter, no questions asked, and, just like that, leave the room carrying him on my shoulders. Kidnapping the founder, I don't care. I have the permission of the Wind Hero, so there's no problem. And in this way, I return shouldering my catch, and there, I could see Haya returning with the ghost Juo under her arms. Good. Hayu. Good. Haine. We were having an exchange with the minimum amount of words. Quick information transmission is an important part in succeeding at a crime. And so, like this, we gathered the bride and groom. We made them do a size side by side. Hayo? Just what in the world is going on? Shiva. Shiva was unable to understand what was happening at all and the fact that he was suddenly kidnapped. You would obviously want to hear the reason in all the confusion. There's no way you don't know, Anya-sama. I have already heard everything from Fine-san. Hayu. Shiva. Even when you are in face of your wedding that only happens once in your whole life, you have been too focused in your job that you haven't done the preparations. Anya-sama's wedding not only involves both of your families, but also the whole Wind Nation, and on top of that, it also gathers the attention of the other churches. Hayu. Truly the epitome of workaholic. If you were to show an unsightly wedding because of a lack of preparations, the embarrassment of the Wind Church could be transmitted to the whole world. I will have Anya-sama and the others concentrate on the wedding preparations. All other jobs will be temporarily put on hold. Hayu. But, if we were to do that, the management of the Wind Church would stagnate. Shiva. Just leave it to administration. If they can't progress with anything without inquiring with the founder, they are of no need. Hayu. No, but it was because of my long absence that work that only the founder can put a final word to has been accumulated heavily. Shiva. If you have been able to manage until today, you can manage to accumulate it for 10 days more. At any rate, please quickly decide the priest for the ceremony. Hayu. Hayu was going full throttle, no questions asked. I thought she was a straight-laced and moderate girl, but to think she had such a strong pushy side to her. Hayu has been like that since long ago. Fine-san, who is standing by my side, says this. She is polite and proper when in public, but with her relatives, especially Shivo Abakama and Juo-sama, she is, how to say it, incredibly strong. Fine. Even towards Juo? Haine. Meaning she sees Juo as a relative? Or more like, she sounds like the total opposite of our Daraha. Yes. I am serving the Teraito family from my father's side, so I know of Abakama since they were children. Hayu, who is normally obedient like a doll, would turn into a beast only at the times when Juo-sama came to play. Fine. I thought that was because she hated me. Juo. Hai? Juo suddenly appeared from nowhere, and Fine and I were about to have our heart stopped. Looks like her ghost looks aren't something that you get used to no matter how long you know that person for, as proved by Fine-san. I have been bitten by her in the time she was not even a year old. I thought that she simply couldn't stand me in a physiological level. Juo. That's not the case, Juo-sama. Hayu likes Juo-sama quite a lot. Fine. Really? Juo. Maid-san, I understand you wanting to smooth the relationship of your employer's family, but I think you shouldn't say those kind of things so lightly. That's true. When Juo-sama was a child, every time you came to play to our residence, Shiva Abakama would always meet you together with her, didn't she? Fine. Rather than calling it meeting me, it was more like she was waiting to hit me. Juo. I can imagine a little Haya going as she shouts, "Don't touch Anya-sama." Even when Juo-sama walked the path of a scientist and entered the academy, Hayu had Juo-sama in her mind. She held you in her mind as much as Shiva Abakama, who had entered training for the Kazama shinobis. Fine. It is more of a know thy enemy. Juo. The one who controls information controls the war after all. Well, I have tried asking about this to Hayu once. About what she thinks of Juo-sama. Fine. You overstepped your boundaries there, maid-san. Haine. This has already pushed me to blurt my thoughts out. Well, I brought that topic up in between casual talk though. Until that time, I honestly thought that Haya-sama didn't like the lady of the Brastor household. Fine. But Hayu apparently answered in this way. She said, it is the person that Anya-sama likes a lot, so it can't be helped. Fine. Fine-san plays out with a change of tone. Looks like rather than her own feelings, she had accepted the feelings that Shiva Abakama had towards Juosama and couldn't do anything about. She treasures her brother more than anything else after all. She understands that the help of Juosama is necessary for the sake of Shiva Abakama's happiness. Fine. Juo. There's no bigger happiness as a maid than being able to serve these siblings. Fine. That's how Fine-san wrapped this up. This might be the silver tongue of a maid that is trying to avoid problems within the family, but it also felt like there was a tint of truth in it. That must be how the heart of a human works. Fine-san. Fine-san. Hayu. And Hayu was currently unstoppable. The personal selection of the priest, the interior design of the banquet, the seating order of the attendees, all of those have been decided. What's left is for the staff to do their best. Hayu. Already? Hayo-san sure works fast. Thank you very much. With this, we will make it to the estimated day. Fine. What hasn't been decided yet is the bride's dress. Hayu. Hayu's gaze falls onto Juo. Let's go, Juo. This point alone can't be left to the groom. You have to choose for yourself the dress that you will be displaying. Hayu. Hayu. Juo. What? Hayu. Nice, sister-in-law. Juo. Stop with the nonsensical talk and hurry. I heard that the bride's dress is still only sewn in its initial stages. Hayu. Haya pulls the hand of Juo-san. This is the first time I see her going in such an energetic manner. I can already see the difference in treatment she has towards family. 353, Purification Equipment. Haya pulls Juo-san away. We can't just leave those girls alone, so Karen-san, Dara, and I go together with them. The place we arrived at was a luxurious clothing room. There were several tens of clothing that were worn by mannequins or hung and lined up. Moreover, they were all female clothes. On top of that, from what I see, each one of them looks so fancy that I think it would cost a whole month of my pay for a single one. They truly are the dresses. These are all the candidates for the wedding dress of Juo. Hayu. All of them? Haine. Isn't there way too many? There might actually be close to 100 dresses here. Are you saying we have to choose only one from all of this? Haine. What are you saying, Haine-san? In the weddings of these days, it is common sense to change dresses. Karen. Change dresses? Haine. Karen-san's was looking at me with eyes as if saying, does he not know? You change several times in the middle of the ceremony. And so, you dress in several different types of wedding dresses. Karen. I see, and in that way, it entertains the eyes of the guests. Haine. That's not it. Karen. It isn't? Haine. Isn't it obviously because the bride wants to dress in a variety of dresses? A wedding ceremony is something you only get once in a lifetime. That's why it is impossible to just go in one dress. Karen. Go in several different dresses for one's own sake? I can't understand well the desires of a woman. Well, adding to that, this is the Wind Founder's wedding, so it has the influence of the whole Wind Church on the table. There's the need to make the wedding as extravagant as possible, which will also lead to showing the other churches how big the Wind Church is. Hayu. Hayu explains as she checks the dresses. The era of confrontation is past, and peace is becoming the standard of the whole world, so there's nothing good in being seen lightly. The other churches will definitely send envoys to celebrate this occasion, so we have to make a grand wedding that will awe them. Hayu. Well, Karen-san and I are like the envoys of the Light Church in a sense. We only noticed at the moment we arrived though. If we are going to make it extravagant, changing the dresses once or twice won't be enough. 10 times, 20 times, no, we should change it 100 times, maybe 200 times. Haine. Wouldn't that make her change all the time in the wedding? But there's a problem with that, Haine. Haine's bitter gaze turns towards a certain direction and we follow it. At the place we focused our gazes in, there was a ghost that felt as if she had crawled from the depths of the netherworld. This ghost is without doubt the bride of the wedding. No matter how beautiful and luxurious of a dress we have her wear, Haine. If the person herself is like this, Haine, the guests will most likely be in awe for a different reason, mostly fear. It is practically a mystery why this point hasn't been addressed until now though. Haine. Well, the way of dealing with it had already been established, so it wasn't taken as a big problem. Haine. Right. In the past, there was a time when we tried to beautify this Juosan that looked like she had came right out of drowning in the sea, and the result was that she ended being an incredible beauty. It was as if a vengeful ghost had ascended to heaven. I have seen this purified Juosan once, but she was so dazzling and beautiful that I don't remember it well now. Haine-san? What are you remembering? Karen. Wa? Haine. Karen-san whispered at my back and I felt my spine shiver. Then, how about calling Celestis or Sarasa-san to beautify her by the time of the wedding? Haine. With the help of the water divine power that can affect the body, we can purify Juosan. By doing that, a heavenly bride will most definitely descend in the wedding. That's why this problem was not seen as a big one to Gozara-ga. But with this, it might be impossible to try on the wedding dresses to Gozara-na. For now, how about selecting the one she should wear just by glance? Haine. No problem. Juo. Is what the ghost bride added. I don't have any preference. I can't go troubling my friend Sarasa all the time. Juo. By that, you mean? Haine. I have made this. Juo. Saying this, she points at a certain something that's at the corner of the room. Looks like a metallic capsule that a whole human can enter? We again didn't notice such a strange thing so close by us. After receiving the help of Sarasa and the others, I tried making this. This is an ethereal device that replicates their techniques. Juo. Don't tell me, you are planning on using this too, Haine. It is pretty easy to replicate the effects that the water divine power has on the body by using ethereal. With this, I can transform again. Juo. Saying this, Juo-san presses the button on the capsule. Then, the capsule opens in two as if saying come in. Juo-san enters the capsule as if this was the obvious way, and then, presses a button inside the capsule, and the capsule closes. Right now, Juo-san was completely a Schrödinger Juo-san. I can only feel uneasiness in all this, but maybe because of Juo-san operating it from the inside, the machine began to slowly move. Asterisk Wowan, clank star. Beep, 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 beep. Asterisk Zugagagaga. Star. Doten, Baton. Asterisk Zudododododo. Star dot. Asterisk Star. Asterisk Star. Thank you very much. Awawawawa? From inside the capsule, sounds that are definitely not natural were coming out from it? Is the person inside okay? Or more like, what is happening in there? By the time our uneasiness changed to fear, the capsule that was making noises like crazy let out a groan as it stopped, and turned silent. And then, it opened slowly, and what appeared from inside it was Aloha dot. A heavenly descended, purified Juo-san. 354, dress selection. I just can't believe it. Seeing this heavenly descended being is the same person as that vengeful ghost is just Glossy black hair flowing down, skin that glows like a pearl, the two eyes of hers, that one couldn't see at all because of her previously weedy hair, were now visible and dazzling. This slightly drowsy expression of hers contrasted with the clear-headed expression of Haine. TCH. Haine. Haine-san, I have to question that habit of clicking your tongue every time you see her. If you can turn into that in an instant, you should just maintain that look in your everyday life. Haine. But that side is my natural form, so don't you think that's fine? Juo. Well, your current form gives more of a reassuring feeling, you know? Isn't it just fine to make the beautiful form into your actual form? Haine-san? Why are you getting all love-struck? Karen. Ouch 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 ouch. Haine. It hurts? Karen-san is pinching my butt for some reason. I am not love-struck or anything. I was simply admiring a beautiful woman. Haine Dano doesn't understand the heart of women de Gozaro na. Haine. Even Haya pitched in. And the Juo-san in question. Fuhi. Juo. Her inside was the same as before. Well, obviously. If her personality changed along with her appearance, I wouldn't be able to trust women anymore. Let's leave that aside. Now that you are in that appearance, we can actually resize the dresses. Let's begin trying them on. Haine. For now, let's reduce the candidates. Which one to wear at the wedding ceremony? It would be better if it were as flashy as possible. Juo. Right. There will be envoys of the other churches as guests, so this will also serve as a show of our change in policies from the time we were secretive. Let's make it a really flashy one. Haine. A plain one would give out the impression of still being secretive, Juo. Is what Haine and Juo-san said as they begin choosing the dresses. Don't. For some reason, the one that they chose was completely dirtbad. It is no good to Gozaro. Even if my head understands it, my instinct sends up choosing the plain ones to Gozaro. Haine. We of the Wind Nation try our best to not stand out, and our motto is to have an air-like presence. Even if asked to choose a flashy dress now, Juo. What a praiseworthy nature you have been born with, Wind people. They have been tasked with the duty of hiding since the time they were born. The very place they live in is always in motion, and it is the church that no one could put a finger on. Being unable to suddenly stand out might not be that much of a surprise. If you want. Karen. Karen-san raises her hand nervously. How about I check the dresses? Karen. Karen Dano will? Haine. The Wind people can't choose flashy designs. In that case, I as someone of the Light Nation, might be able to take a different perspective about it. Since I am already here, please let me help out. Karen. Karen Dano. Haine. Haine firmly took the hand of Karen-san. I am truly grateful. If Karen Dano of the Light Nation is to oversee this, I am sure we will be able to find a dazzlingly flashy dress in no time to Gozaro. Haine. Wait, Haine-chan? In what light do you see the Light Church? Karen. True. Do you think the Light Church that worships the Light Goddess Inflation would be a bunch of eccentric people? Wait, that might not be wrong? Fine. See? This is the one I have chosen. My favorite wedding dress. Karen. What Karen-san pulled out was a pure white dress that was way too loyal to the basics. In a sense, it looked like white like snow, and released a radiance that could dazzle the eye. Ooh. The white color easily shines and stands out. So the basics is the way to go, is that right to Gozaro? Haine. Good job, Light Hero. Juo. Looks like Haine and Juo-san were satisfied with Karen-san's suggestion. Well then, let's try it out at once, Juo. If there's an issue with the size, we have to resize it at once. We have short time to do that. Haine. Why yes, ma'am. Juo. Hayo and company were going at high pace. At that time. Wait, please. Karen. Karen-san stepped in again. I am sorry to stop you when you are in a hurry, but I have another proposal. Karen. A proposal? Hayu. What in the world would Karen-san propose? How about Hayo-san also tries out the dresses? Karen. Excuse me? Hayu. Hearing this, Hayo was greatly confused. What do you mean de Gozaru, Karen Dano? I am not the one getting married but this woman de Gozara Zo. There's no point in anyone other than her wearing a dress de Gozaran ka. Hayu. There is meaning. We will be comparing how it will look in differing heights. Karen. Clothes give off quite the different impression depending on the height of the person wearing it. There's designs that go better for plump people, as well as ones that look good on slender ones. We will be comparing to see which one it is for each dress. Karen. In other words, Juo and I? Hayu. Now that she mentions it, these two girls have quite the contrasting body build. Because of her work as a scientist, Juo-san's body is decently plump, and her breasts and butt have volume. On the other hand, Hayu has trained her body, so her body is well-toned, and looks like an herbivorous beast that's specialized in running. And the breasts to match that body. Bang! You. That was dangerous. Haine. Haya had silently shot her gun? I guarded myself with dark matter right before it hit me, but Haya really is quite radical in her reactions. Fuhi, tiny breast seal of approval. Juo. Shut up. Hayu. Friction was happening between Juo and Hayo. It is fine. Hayo-chan's small breasts are efficient small breasts. They are made in a way so they don't obstruct your job as a hero. Karen. Even if Karen Dano, a hero that has pretty big breasts, tells me, it doesn't sound convincing. Hayu. Calling them efficient small breasts made my heart throb for some reason. As proof of that, Hayo-chan's whole body is well balanced, and has a smoothness like that of a cat. It is a body build that is practically fated to have small breasts as the most beautiful part of it. Karen. I can't tell if you are complimenting me or picking a fight with me. Hayu. It is exactly because of Hayo-chan that we can compare it with Juo-san on the same dress. Now then, you two, change clothes. Karen. The ultimate pushiness of Karen-san had now activated. When Karen-san is like that, the only one who would be able to stop her is Yorishiro. I understand. I will do what Karen Dano says, so just. Hayu. Hayo's embarrassed expression is directed at me. Ah, well, of course. I will be waiting outside. Haine. There's no need for that. Karen. Holy light, *Nikodamashi*, Karen. It was in an instant. Karen-san, who had walked right in front of me, had both of her hands release an incredible amount of light, and dazzled my vision. My eyes. My EYEESS. Haine. I can't see anything. It was such a strong light that I felt as if my retinas had been burned. Once in the effect of this holy light, Nikodamashi, your vision won't return for a while. With this, there won't be any worries of being peeked at when changing. Karen. Was there a need to do that? Wouldn't it have been okay to just leave the place? Haine. Out of room doesn't mean out of means. Karen. That's a hell of a paranoia there. Damn it. My eyesight will properly return, right? I feel as if this will definitely leave some sort of lasting damage. At any rate, it doesn't feel right to stand still when I am unable to see anything, so I tried to fumble my way to the wall, but... *squish star. I touched something soft. Kaya-ia. Karen. And Karen-san lets out a cute scream. I would call this divine punishment. Now then, which part did I touch? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355 to 357, a love comedy of 3. And so, with my vision killed by the flash, I end up staying at the place where the maidens are changing. Wait a moment, Karen Dano. Do we have to change our underwear to the Gozaro ka? Hayu. Of course. Depending on the dress designs, your shoulders might be visible. If that's the case, the strings of the bra would be visible, right? And there are also dresses that come with bra. Karen. Fuhi hai. This panty is absurdly plentiful in laces. Juo. Is there a single person who would call underpants as panties in this era? You really don't know anything aside from your researching. Hayu. It is fine, just stay in place, Haya-chan. I am going to gather the meat at your sides to create cleavage. Karen. What are you saying, Karen Dano? There's no way my breasts can create a cleava, it was created? Hayu. There's no impossible for the boobs of a girl. Karen. Fuhi hai. I don't need to do anything to have cleavage though. Juo. I feel like dying. The density of pink in this place is suffocating me. Why am I in this place unable to leave and move? If I were to try fumbling my way to the exit in this state where I can't see, I might touch one of the girls accidentally. And there's no way I can join that conversation that is a 100% girls talk. That's why I stiffened my body like a statue and made my heart stone as well. Don't react to any erotic kayakyafufu they do. I had no choice but to endure this pink storm till it passes by. Haine-sama. This voice is Doraha. If you want, I can bring you outside. Doraha. That's great, it would help out a lot. To think there would be a saving line called Doraha in this pink hell. I was about to tell her, please, lead me outside, but... Excuse me. The door was opened. I heard the voice of a man. I heard about Juo and Haya being here. Do you have a bit of time? There's something I want to confirm about the ceremony. At the end felt as if he had frozen. The pink atmosphere that was in this room just a moment had frozen in an instant as well. Doraha. Haine. Yes? Doraha. Explain the situation. Haine. The wind founder has entered the room. Doraha. So it really was Shiva ha. And so, what's the state? Haine. The wind hero and the previous hero are in their underwear. They are pure white and have a lot of laces to go with the dress, so they are quite cute. Doraha. No need to explain in such detail. In other words, Shiva has stepped into his little sister and bride while they were dressing Moreover, the underwear is of high class. Karen-sama is the only one in regular clothes since she is the one helping them change, but the wind heroes are staring directly at the wind founder, and their faces are stiffened. And they are now steadily getting red. Doraha. The default route. Now then, what will you do, Shiva? Depending on your words, this will decide whether the situation will calm down or explode. Show me your ability to deal with unexpected situations. The wind founder is sweating bullets all over his face. And he is conspicuously averting his gaze. Doraha. Hearing the explanation of Doraha, I could tell that it was game over. Ah, you too. It fits you two pretty well. You look good. Shiva. And he has now placed the tombstone. Kaya Iya. A sudden gale had been created along with those cute screams, and it blew me away as well. As expected of the gale created by two wind heroes. It is nothing to look down on. I only took the aftershock of it and I couldn't breathe, so Shiva, who had taken a direct hit, must be in an incredible state right now. Because my vision was in temporary retirement, I was swept by the whirling wind freely, and it hurt when colliding with things like walls and other stuff. Haine-san, are you okay? I will save you. Karen. I heard the voice of Karen-san approaching me. What reliable help. I stretched my hand out towards the voice of Karen-san. Squish. I once again felt something soft from my hand. It was like a softness made in heaven. And Karen. A scream from Karen-san as well? And in this way, I was blown away by light divine power, and couldn't tell left from right anymore. It took more than several minutes for everything to calm down. No. It is true that it is my fault for entering the room without knocking. Knocking is the greatest culture of humanity after all. It is certainly true that I am at fault for neglecting it. Shiva, who definitely crashed into many things, had scratches all over his body. I had finally recovered my eyesight, so I was able to see that pitiful face of his. But you see, Juo and I are supposed to be married next week, you know? Isn't it okay to not get that frenzied over something like seeing her in underwear? And Hayo, I am his brother, you know? There's no brother who would feel anything at seeing his sister naked. Shiva. Bang bang. The terrifying sound of blows were heard from the shut door. Probably 2 hits at practically the same time. Shiva and I had long been thrown out of the dressing room, and we are now doing a dejiza at the corridor. I am sorry. Truly sorry. But there was no response from the other side of the door. This silence is frightening. Seriously, Shiva, you really serve no other purpose but to worsen everything. Can you even call yourself the founder-sama that leads the Wind Church? Haine. Oh, shut up. Or more like, I don't want to hear that from you. You brought upon the fury of the light hero after fondling her breasts twice, right? You really don't have good timings. Or was it intentional? Shiva. I will return those words right back at you. You are already in your late 20s, and yet, you still have the love comedy disposition? Are you really an adult? Haine. The dispute was about to explode, but the door was once again hit noisily, so we both returned to silence. Let's change the topic. Haine. Right. Shiva. Now that I think about it, what did you come here for, Shiva? You are here because you had some business, right? Haine. Of course. Since then, I stayed back to arrange the details of the ceremony, but there was something that couldn't be established without Juo and I, so I came to call her. Shiva. Just that? Haine. He could have just sent someone to call her. He is a founder-sama after all. That's true, but I was also slightly in an ecstatic mood, you know. I wanted to be together with the girl that will be my wife for as much as possible. Shiva. Getting all cherry-minded there. Just go explode. For some reason, the tense atmosphere at the other side of the door got denser while we were conversing. And then, the door opened. I was attacked by an optical illusion as if pure white light had leaked out from the open space. 356, Family Virgin Road. Virgin Road, Japanese for the brides walk down the aisle. Incredible. Haine. The heaven-descended Juo-san wearing a pure white dress felt even more heavenly now. And her originally pearl-like shining skin was amplifying the white of the dress without bringing either down. Her original plumminess was fitting into the dress well, and it created a neat and clean beauty. Shiva-sama, how is it? Juo. Juo-san asks with a downcast look. The idiot Shiva had frozen after seeing Juo-san, so I had to nudge him from the side to have him snap out of it. Gufu? Ah, it looks good, it looks good. It looks really good. You are incredibly beautiful. Shiva. The praise of Shiva that held no sense of individuality made Juo-san's face redden once again. How innocent. And now. Shiva-san, how about here? Karen. Pushed by Karen-san, the one who came out was Haine, dressed in a pure white dress as well. This was also no less beautiful. Haine was still a teenager, so she normally wouldn't be wearing a wedding dress though, but even when she is wearing the same dress design as Juo-san, the impression it gives was completely different. Her trained body, at glance, doesn't look like it would balance well with a heavily ornamented dress, but even with that, because Haine herself is a natural beauty, she was beautiful in whatever she wore. Rather, her incredibly slender body was increased in volume by the frills of the dress, and it increased that feminine charm. Seeing this, the brother Shiva said, "Why is Haine wearing it as well?" Shiva. A truly on-point opinion. I thought you would be saying that. That's why I told you, Karendano, that I didn't want to show Anya-sama. It was obvious that he would just be flabbergasted. And that's what happened. Haine. It is fine, it is fine. Shiva-sama, please give your impression. Tell her she looks beautiful. Karen. For some reason, he was overpowered by Karen-san, and Shiva nodded repeatedly. Yeah, of course, you look good. My little sister is a beauty to begin with after all. Shiva. Hearing this, Haine turned bright red. The two dressed as brides were bright red. It was a hard-to-describe atmosphere, so there was the need for someone to break this. Alright, Shiva, you came here because you had some business, right? Haine. That was my role. Right. Right. Juo, to tell you the truth, it is something that I can't do without you. Please come with me. Shiva. And so, the place we arrived at with Shiva as the lead was the grand church inside the headquarters. In the day of the wedding, Shiva and Juo-san will be standing in front of the altar to do their pledge in the presence of the wind god Quasar, leaving aside the fact that Quasar has incarnated as Shiva himself. In other words, this will be the true stage for the wedding. At the day of the wedding, Juo and I will be entering from different entrances, and we will be walking straight towards the altar. Shiva. It is a pattern that's normally seen in weddings. And so, in the words of the person in charge of the wedding proceedings, there will apparently be solemn music at the time of our entry, but once we arrive at the altar, he says he wants to stop the music at the same time as that happens. Shiva. That's why he wants to measure how long it will take for us to reach the altar? Juo. That's right. Shiva. The speed one walks at differs per person after all. I do think that's just being way too nitpicky, but this is the wedding of their founder, so they probably want this to go perfectly to the smallest of details. You are wearing your dress and all, so it would be nice to try and take the walk. For the sake of the actual day. Shiva. Understood. Juo. When the two move towards the entrances of the church, I hold the ethereal stopwatch. By the way, there's absolutely no one aside from us here. Haine. The church is not allowing unauthorized personnel for the sake of the wedding de Gozaru. The ones that want to, will have to go to the second church inside the headquarters to offer their prayers. Haine. I see. Well then, get ready, and go. Haine. That call didn't fall like the right one, but Shiva and Juo-san enter the church. And just like that, they arrive at the altar. The path leading up to there was truly the thing called Virgin Road, and it will definitely be their bridge at the time of the wedding, but there was an unexpected problem. Karen-san and I, who were looking from the side, raised voices of distress. The steps of the two are not matching. To put it more precisely, Shiva's walking speed was way too fast and Juo-san's was way too slow, so when the two link arms and walk, the distance from each other slowly grows wider. I felt like I was watching a bad three-legged pair. What are you two doing? Haine. I couldn't help grumbling. With this, measuring the time would be the further of the problems. It is great that they practiced first. Shiva. Walk a bit slower. In this case, it is easier for the faster one to match the pace, right? Haine. Yuomu, you are right. Shiva. But it looks like the problem fell on Juo-san as well. And as a girl who acts like a ghost in her daily life, she apparently had her own style and things. Shiva couldn't match that, and, no matter how many times they tried, they couldn't walk side by side. This is bad. To think we would be hitting a wall at a place like this. Haine. There's only 10 days for the actual wedding, right? Can we correct them by then? Karen-san and I were worrying, but there was someone who stepped forward a beat faster than us. What are you two doing? Hayu. It was Hayu. She approaches the about-to-marry couple with a strength that she doesn't show to us. Anyu-sama. Juo developed her own unique style when mastering her wind gun rebellion technique. It is obvious that you wouldn't be able to match her on normal means. Hayu. I see. Shiva. Juo as well. In your everyday life, walk normally. You are not that much of a slowpoke that you wouldn't be able to catch up to the large strides of Anyu-sama. Hayu. Sorry. Juo. Hayu was pulling the two of them. I thought Hayu, who loves her brother and hates Juo, would be against the wedding, but maybe that wasn't the case. It might be just as that maid-san said. I can understand. Karen-san sat at my side. Hayu-chan really loves the both of them. Karen-san speaks out the sentiments of her friend. Ah, geez. I can't just stand to watch this. Hayu went in the middle of the linked arms of the bride and groom, and placed her body in between. Hayu's right arm links with Shiva's arm, and her left arm with Juo's. With the three walking side by side, they once again entered in a new set. Listen well. The two of you match my pace. Hayu. Oh, okay. Understood. The original technique of Juo wind step is something that I have tested myself. I will adjust the pace in the middle, so you two match that. Hayu. Yes. And so, a strange entrance of the bride and groom began. The groom, bride, and the little sister. A virgin rode with the three in arms. Hayu was also in a wedding dress, so they really looked picturesque. Did you aim for this when you made Hayu wear a dress, is what I asked to Karen-san when I sent her my gaze, but she shook her head to the sides. Karen-san obviously didn't have such high planning skills. But the three of them are without doubt walking down the virgin road to becoming a wonderful family. Come on. 1, 2, 1, 2. Anyu-sama, drop the pace a bit. Juo, don't put divine power between the space of your feet and ground. Hayu. Why yes. Looks like the entrance practice will still be continuing. But I think that this is an incredibly important time for the three of them. 357, separation. This is something that happened at a different location at the same time. The demon lords were flying towards the castle. It is their base and also the cradle of the great demon lord Lucifer that has still not reached a proper birth yet. They temporarily called that place as castle. This is not something that the demon lords themselves prepared, but something that a human woman calling herself as Lucifer's priestess had guided them to. For the demon lords, that woman's identity is unknown and hard to comprehend. And after deepening their understanding by fighting against the humans, her shoddiness increased even more. To the point that they want to change their view of her from shady to dangerous. That's why Michael and Gabriel weren't in the mood of returning to what's supposed to be their home at all. On the contrary, they were nervous, as if they were charging towards enemy territory. They were planning on going back to the castle and have an audience with Lucifer, who might have awakened by now. Why do they have to fight the humans? What comes after the eradication of the humans? The future that Michael and the others saw after directly coming in contact with the humans, the even bigger something that they can obtain from there, is the direction that Lucifer points at leading to such a future? There's the need to speak with the great demon lord about this, is what the three demon lords with their prided wings thought as they flew through the sky in order to confirm this. Really, you saved me there. Auriel, who was flying at the furthest back, said this with true heartfelt relief. If you guys hadn't come to save me, I might have been made a deity that forever makes golems. Humans really surpass logic. With just their momentum, they completely sealed my chance to object. Auriel, who had been dragged to Ishtar Blaze by Sacy, had been held high up as the deity that replaces Grandma Wood. A personal altar for Auriel had been made in the blink of an eye. He was enshrined there, and young and old people regardless of gender were visiting him alternatively. In the time Auriel was overwhelmed by this and couldn't move, Michael and Gabriel appeared, and after doing some desperate convincing, they were allowed a temporary leave with the pretext of arranging personal matters. But I have to return at the fixed date. The threatening words of the hero, if you don't return, I will be searching for you, Dacio, don't leave my ears. Auriel. You are just weak to pressure, Auriel. Good grief, to think that the Earth Demon Lord had such a pathetic side to him. Gabriel says with a tone as if making fun of him. The more time it passes, the more our individuality grows. Michael speaks with him at the lead. Not only our abilities and outward appearance, but mostly our personalities. The experience and knowledge is changing each of us from the inside, and changing us more and more into different beings. Michael. That's culture. By clashing opinions between people of different thoughts, knowledge is spoke out loud and takes form, is what the people of the Water Church said. Gabriel says in an intoxicated manner. In that case, the demon lords will in time hold different ways of thinking, and might end up confronting each other. At first, the demon lords were cooperating to bring destruction to the humans, but now, even their biggest objective might be facing a downfall. At the time when their objectives change and they face in new directions, will the demon lords be able to maintain the same grouping? What's the matter, Michael? Reacting to their leader that had suddenly stopped in mid-air, Gabriel and Auriel also stop. I was thinking about meeting you. It is fortuitous that you are the one that came to meet us. Michael looked straight at an empty space, and then, from that one place, something appeared. Many small points took shape, and those points became uncountable in no time. Moreover, they were whirling like a storm. This is, ... That intensity made Gabriel and Auriel protect their eyes as they follow it with their gaze, but in the instant when their vision was obstructed by it, a new strangeness appeared. A steel armor that covers the whole body. From his back, colorful butterfly wings were spread. Raphael? Auriel. What, so it was you? Don't scare me. Gabriel. The last of the 4 demon lords that came together under the banner of human eradication. His whole body is covered in full body armor and doesn't show a single bit of skin, which makes his appearance a step more unique than that of the other demon lords that are unique to begin with. A suspicious look is directed at the dark gap in his helmet. Raphael, the 3 of us have found a new possible path for us monsters to walk in. Michael. The fire demon lord speaks with the wind one. Instead of fighting humans, we should walk together and better each other. I think that, in this way, we will be able to go even further without stopping because of wounds we have done to each other. I am beginning to feel like seeing what this path will bring about. Michael. Culture is the best. Culture is necessary in the development of monsters. Gabriel. I don't have that much freedom of choice as them, but I don't want to fight humans anymore. Especially with that super scary hero. Auriel. The other demon lords chime in on their approval to coexist with humans. It was as if a cold ditch had been made between Raphael and the other three. We are planning on going to Lucifer-sama to ask about his will once again. Ask him if fighting the humans is truly the only path. Raphael, I want you to accompany us as well. Michael. That's a great idea. We four are practically together all the time after all. Auriel. The four together is what makes us the four demon lords. Let's go, Raphael. Gabriel. The three demon lords invited him, but the wind one answered bluntly. I refuse. Raphael. This clear refusal surprised the three and confused them. You three really have been corrupted and have had your thoughts crooked. In order to climb to the summit of all living beings, we have to kick out the current ones at the summit. In other words, the humans. Raphael. And we are saying that, instead of having one side stand at the summit, we can coexist and. Michael. That can't happen. The summit is always one. Humans are enemies we must destroy. If you guys are not going to eradicate the humans, I will. That's all there is to it. Raphael. Explain yourself, Raphael. Michael. Even the leader Michael couldn't read the intense emotions that were hidden in the words of Raphael. That's because those three still don't know about that emotion. If you guys have lost the will to do so, I will be doing it myself. Slaughter the humans, prosperity to the monsters, those goals will be achieved by the Wind Demon Lord Raphael on his own. I simply came here today to announce this. Raphael. As if saying there's nothing more to speak of, Raphael turns around. The four demon lords are now disbanded. You three can go choose a new name for your group now. Raphael. Wait, Raphael. Gabriel. The bitter voice of Gabriel stopped her brethren who was leaving. Why are you saying something like that? Aren't we comrades that have acted together since the time we were born? Gabriel. Comrades? Don't go joking. Raphael. Raphael says coldly. There hasn't been a single time you guys have thought of me as a comrade. Did you think I hadn't noticed? Raphael. No one could refute those words immediately. Without giving the time to break that silence, Raphael once again rides a gale and disappears from sight. A storm's coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358 to 360, Celebrating with Friends. It has been 10 days since I, Koramiya Haine, have come to Rudra's metropolis. I am now here for a completely different reason than the time I arrived here. We had come here to prepare for battle, prepared for the possible arrival of the Demon Lord. We actually suffered from a hard battle, but it wasn't a battle with the Demon Lord, it was because of a battle called preparations for the wedding. In this time when there was only 10 days before the wedding, they understood that the preparations were not proceeding to an extent they didn't expect. The reason was because of the workaholic levels of Juo and the current head that is Shiva. Moreover, the people in question think that being buried in work is natural, so it was truly troublesome to drag them out and make them participate in the preparations of the wedding. Of course, the preparation itself is being done by specialists of the trade, but there will be things that only Shiva and Juo themselves can decide on, so they have to participate as well. Haine was the one who dragged Juo out, and I, an outsider, dragged Shiva out. Anyusama obediently hears what Haine Dano says after all. Haine said as if that were a matter of fact. And so, when we received requests of support from the ones in charge of the preparations, we would look for Shiva. It is not as if he is always shut in his office, there are times when he leaves to do inspections and visits, so it was common to search for him and drag him back. In the free time, Karen-san, Dara, and I enjoyed touring Rudra's metropolis, and in no time at all, the day came. Day of the wedding. The festive mood of Rudra's metropolis, that has been enveloping the whole city since 10 days back, was now at its highest peak. Everyone was already so high in excitement that I felt as if deaths might even appear from all that. Well, celebrations are kind of like that, so it should be okay as long as they are careful. And so, it is great to see you here. Can you please show me your invitation? Yes. Then, please head to the ceremony hall. This is the pamphlet. There's precautions you have to take written in it, so please read them before the ceremony begins. Haine. For some reason, I am doing receptionist work. It is not as if I am not thinking why, but I do understand that we are lacking in personnel, so it can't be helped. At the time of leaving, we will be giving out a commemorative present, so please do come to accept it. Well then, enjoy the ceremony. Haine. Even so, I have attended a good number of guests and am beginning to gain some leeway. Haine-san. Karen. And when I was doing this, Daraha and Karen-san approached me. The girls had dressed themselves to participate in the wedding ceremony and looked like high-class ladies. Do you want to go to where the bride is before the ceremony begins? Karen. Is what she said. It is apparently okay to leave my reception job, so I headed to the waiting room of the bride with Karen-san. And what about the groom, you ask? Who cares? When we arrived at the waiting room, there was already quite the density of people there. Juo. Congratulations on your marriage. I have come to celebrate. You can now make babies with your head held high up. Make sure to do it like crazy tonight. The ones surrounding the pure white Juo-san were women that were around their 20s. When looking only at that, it would be a simple group of friends having a pleasant talk, but when looking at it carefully, the members of it are quite the big deal. Previous fire hero, Abi Kyuka-san, previous water hero, Are Sarasa-san, previous earth hero, Iman Yaniko-san. And the bride Juo-san is basically the previous wind hero, so it would be a gathering of the previous hero team. Ah, so you girls were also invited to the wedding? Haine. When I asked, they made a cheerful expression befitting of this great day. Of course. We have to stand witness to the best day in the life of my friend, or it would bring to shame my name as a previous hero. Kuka. Kyuka-san declares. She had received a heavy wound from the fight with Michael, but it looks like she has completely recovered. We did receive a polite invitation after all. No matter the case, this is the wedding of the Wind Founder, so the other churches sending envoys to celebrate this is a matter of course. If I am the one to go, it would be 2 birds with 1 stone. Sarasa. Sarasa-san says with a big proud face. I have left Seisi-chan defend the fort. Those girls been leaving and having us defend the fort all the time lately, so this be the time for us to spread our wings. Yaniko. Yaniko-san says with a bright smile. Hearing this pained the ears of Karen-san as the previous light hero was still missing and, even with that, she was out in another nation. Ha, Haine. I could only make a bitter laugh. Well, even if we didn't have anyone to protect the fort in our absence, we would have still come here today. Yaniko. That's right. We have to celebrate the important day of our important friend after all. Sarasa. Juo-san is a comrade that fought in the same team as us. We have to share the happiness with everyone. Kuka. Is what the 3 said in goodwill. Everyone. Juo. Hearing this, Juo was teary. I am glad that I participated in the hero match. To think I would be able to meet such great friends as you all. I will treasure these connections the rest of my life. Juo. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Of course, second to your groom, that is. Kuka. No need to throw the bouquet at us. We are already married after all. Sarasa. I want everyone to have babies, so that my children can get more friends. Yaniko. Everyone speaks out their mind as they hug. What a sight. When they were first introduced, the previous heroes hated each other's guts so much, but now, none of that is left. I am surprised how humans can have such sudden changes, or more like, there's nothing difficult when humans get along with each other. As I thought. This is proof that the world is changing. Even humans and monsters are beginning to get along with each other. It is obvious that heroes would get along as well. Karen-san was incredibly moved. In this heartwarming view, something disturbing caught my eye. A gaze that was peeking from the small opening of the door. I can only see a part of it, but that face that can be seen from the opening, it is that of Haine. Haine, why are you doing that and not entering the room? In the end, Haine left just like that, leaving the young bride team and Karen-san. I left the room and chase after Haine. 359, one other stage. Haine. Chasing after her in a corridor where there's no one, I was finally able to confirm the figure of Haine. Seeing her outfit that I couldn't see from the door's opening, I was shocked. That appearance. Haine. Isn't that a battle costume? The kind that a hero wears to fight monsters. Clothes that prioritize movement and defense. It is an appearance I am used to seeing her in, but today was a day where it was abnormal. Today is a day to celebrate the wedding of Shiva and Juo. There should be a dress for such occasions. Even Karen-san has taken off her usual armor and has come in an evening dress that matches her age to attend the ceremony. If Haine, who has the biggest connection with the bride and groom, is looking like that, could it be? Haine, I won't be attending the wedding. Haine. She directly said that. And she did so without stopping her steps, so I hurriedly had to follow after her. Not attending? Why? Haine. I have already told Anu-sama. Even if this is a festive day, we can't neglect the defense of our nation. There's the need to station the minimum of security and someone to command them. Haine. And the one commanding them will be you, Haine? Haine. A hero is one that stands at the front of the military force. This is natural. Haine. That might be the case, but isn't there anyone else? Shiva and Juo-san would be happy if you were to attend the wedding though. Haine. From the series of conversations I have had since coming to Rudra's metropolis, I have grown certain of something. Shiva, Juo-san, and Haine get along incredibly well. Haine may show unbecoming jealousy as a sister and would look like she hates Juo at a glance, but Haine and Juo actually acknowledge and respect each other. That's why this decision is probably not from negative emotions like not wanting to congratulate the two or things like not wanting to make the mood bad. I also don't think this is because of a sense of duty like Haine had said just now. To use a reason like that to not attend the wedding of his actual brother, there's no way Haine was such an unsociable person. As I thought, I can't escape from Haine. Haine. Looks like we have arrived at the destination as we did this exchange. We were continuously walking as we went on after all. I was simply following Haine, but isn't this the laboratory of Juo? And the thing in front of us is the divine tool robot that she made together with Juo, the wind mobile gun, Kukulkan. We made time in between the preparations of the wedding and finished it to Gozaru. The wind mobile gun, Kukulkan. Haine. But why today of all days did you come here? Haine. Because it is needed to Gozaru. I have to bring out the full potential of this guy when fighting. Haine. Haine swiftly enters Kukulkan, activates it, and flies away from the storage. Yua. Haine. Wait. Haine. I was flustered for a moment, but the exit of the storage was linked directly to the outside of Rudra's metropolis. If I were to report this to Shiva or someone to that effect, there's the possibility I will lose sight of Haine. I have no time to be hesitating. Kook. Dark matter, set. Haine. I used the repulsion of the dark matter to fly, leaving the laboratory to chase after Haine. Kukulkan easily surpassed the mobility of a normal ethereal car and quickly advanced through the barren wasteland. Even so, this wasn't a speed that I couldn't keep up with, so I followed her from her back, and in time, she stopped. Haine Dano. To think you would be able to follow me all the way here, as expected of the ally that Anya-sama acknowledged. Haine. No, it isn't such a big deal though. We were quite a few ways away from Rudra's metropolis. It is at a distance that one can see the moving city whole. With this much of a distance, no matter how much of a ruckus is made, they wouldn't notice. What are you planning on doing all the way here, Haine? Haine. Weren't you supposed to be taking command of the security of the city? Now that we have come this far, I can't hide it from Haine Dano anymore. If possible, I want you to not interfere. This was my agreement with that person. Haine. That person? Haine. That person said that they would be keeping the agreement. That's why I want to keep my part of the agreement too. Haine. That's a good attitude. Suddenly, a whirlwind occurred in front of us. It rose up a cloud of dust and completely blocked my vision for an instant. Ugh! What is going on? Haine. The whirlwind soon subsided and there was one abnormality floating at that same place. Colorful butterfly wings and full body armor covering his whole body. Wind Demon Lord. Raphael? Haine. To think he would appear at the day of the wedding. It has been a while, Koramiya Haine. Whenever I appear in front of humans, you would almost always be there. You and I may have quite the annoying fate tying us. Raphael. Is what the full-armored demon lord said with a sarcastic tone. The first demon lord I met was also the moment humanity first encountered a demon lord. At that time, he had a different kind of fantastical look. He had the look of a child with butterfly wings. The reason why he is wearing that full-body armor is because he was about to be killed by me, so he is now in that armor to compensate for it. Now that I think about it, it was my mistake to be convinced that I had given you the finishing blow there. Haine. Now that the enemy has shown himself, I have to seal my agitation and concentrate on the matter at hand. If you are planning on making a mess of Shiva's wedding, if you haven't forgotten your animosity towards humans, I have no choice but to erase you without leaving a single remain of you. Haine. Just what I want. Koramiya Haine, you are the biggest threat in eradicating the humans. Overcoming that is basically the same as achieving our objective. Fighting you now and fighting you later would be the same thing. Raphael. As I thought, this guy doesn't plan on stopping his battle with humans. I thought that if Michael, Uriel, and Gabriel had joined the side of coexistence, he might have had a change of heart seeing those comrades of his, but it looks like that was just a hopeless dream. Please stop, Haine Dano. Haine. I was about to take a step forward, but Kukulkan's giant hand blocked my way. I asked you just now to Gozaru. To not interfere at all. That's the agreement we had to Gozaru. Haine. 360, duel. Agreement. What agreement are you speaking of? Haine. An agreement between Haine and Raphael that a third party can't intrude in had already been sealed. Koramiya Haine, you know of my power already, right? The power I inherited from my mother, Beelzebub. The ability to divide my cells into insects. Raphael. That's exactly the ability that made it so I couldn't kill you after all. Moreover, the insects he is divided into are the size of cells, so there's no way for a human to notice that one of them has flown off. Ah. I have already had several of myself infiltrated in the city. In order to gather information for the most appropriate time to attack. Raphael. How unscrupulous. Haine. My bugs should have been able to infiltrate without being noticed by anyone. But that didn't happen. Raphael. There was someone who noticed my supposedly unseeable selves. That wind hero over there. Raphael. Haine could. You underestimate me way too much. My sharp senses that were trained with the wind long gun technique can easily catch that presence of yours that I already know too well of. Haine. Because of that, I had a better opinion of her and got motivated to do my move. That's why I had an agreement with her. Raphael. He used the fact that he was detected in his infiltration to his advantage and made contact with Haine, exchanging this agreement. I challenged Raphael to a one-on-one duel. Haine. So she told me to come today to do exactly that. Raphael. A formally issued duel? Haine. Why did you do that? Confronting a demon lord on your own is not a sane thing to do. Haine. Killing Raphael for certain is not something easy to Gozara knew. And in reality, not even Haine managed to completely kill him, and the root of evil has lasted till today. Haine. Ugh. Can't say anything against that. In order to defeat him, there's the need for proper preparation to Gozaru. Thus, it was necessary to have a fixed date for the battle. Haine. Meaning, you have a plan? Raphael. Raphael adds in with a provoking tone. Are you telling me the trump card is Koramiya Haine himself? It is certainly true that if he were to have another chance, he might be able to kill me for sure. You could even call it the most effective of moves. But I wouldn't say this abides to the agreement of a one-on-one duel. Raphael. Don't misunderstand. Haine is an unexpected intruder. An unwanted third party to Gozaru. Haine. How rude. What a terrible way of putting it. The one who will be killing you is none other than me. It is the duty of the wind hero, to right Haine. Defeating the demon lord is the job of the hero. Haine. Haine makes the engine of Kukulkan roar. I will have Haine act as the witness of this duel. I once again ask of you, do not interfere. Haine. But, Haine. If you are to participate, please do so after I have been defeated and die. That's my stand as a hero to Gozaru. Haine. I could tell from her expression that there was unbending will. The kind that, if I were to not listen to her request here, she would never forgive me. Of course, I have no obligation of accepting her request. Even if the other demon lords have become friends, the demon lords themselves are still a threat to humanity. In order to avoid the danger for sure, we should crush them with our all when there's the chance. Then, it would be best to have the two of us fight Raphael. But? Understood. Haine. I couldn't answer with anything else faced with such resolve. I am in your debt. Haine. Haine gives me a short sign of gratitude. She was already locked onto Raphael, not allowing him to escape. Sorry for the wait. Then, just as agreed, let's have a one-on-one. Haine. It won't change anything though. I will be killing all the humans in that city. This simply means you will be the first one. And so? What's with that over-exaggerated outfit you have? Raphael. Raphael says with a scoffing tone as he looks at Haine. Looking at the metallic robot that Haine is riding in. It is ugly and exaggerated. You thought that if you were to cover your whole body with such a thick shell, you would be able to protect yourself from me? You look like a turtle who has withdrawn its limbs. Raphael. Don't misunderstand. This wind mobile gun, Kukulkan, is not something made for the sake of allowing me to survive, it is something that was made to kill you. Humans' tenacity, humans' wisdom, learn that with your body as you travel to the realm of the dead. Haine. The signal to start was a gunshot. Gunfire that the wind mobile gun of Haine spewed out. Wind gun, Gatling. Haine. The several gun barrels in a ring-shaped bundle, equipped at the right arm of Kukulkan, began to revolve. Wind bullets were scattered at terrifying speed, matching the revolutions. What was shot from the wind divine tool were all compressed wind bullets. That's why there's no moment where it would run out of bullets, and in theory, it is possible to shoot infinitely. But how stupid. You think something like that will work on me? Raphael. It is just as Raphael says. The demon lords are the summit of monsters born from the 4 base elements, and the strength of the divine power they possess is one that wouldn't lack at all with their title. It is on a level that would completely overwhelm humans. As proof, the tornado that Raphael created with a single flap of his wings had repelled all the bullets of the Gatling gun and was now heading towards Haine. Guff. Haine. Haine was hit by the tornado, but she somehow managed to resist it. Kukulkan. The armor of the robot she is riding is not just for show, and because of its weight, it wasn't sent flying by the tornado. Noah. Haine. On the other hand, she used both arms to rip the tornado apart. Oh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361 to 364, Turbulence. It really started. Haine versus Raphael. A one-on-one between the Wind Hero and the Demon Lord. But as expected, Raphael has been on an overwhelming advantage since the beginning. Calamity Storm. Raphael. The tornado that Raphael created with one flap of his butterfly wings was tormenting Haine, who was driving Kukulkan. Haine. She is able to resist as of now because of the thick and heavy armor of Kukulkan, but if she were to receive that in the flesh, it would be over in one hit. The divine power of a demon lord is truly out of norms. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Is the only trait of that big thing its weight? Raphael. Keep barking. Fine, bear witness to the power of the wind mobile gun, Kukulkan. Haine. The left arm of Kukulkan is directed at Raphael. This left arm has a big gun port equipped to it. Wind rippling gun, Nobel. Haine. At that instant, the air between Haine and Raphael exploded. It didn't shoot a bullet of wind, but made the air itself exploded in the area between them to deal damage to the target. This is a technique that resembled the one Shiva used in his time as a wind hero, the wind dual gun technique. It is an attack that explodes the air and the target's surrounding with no time lag, making it impossible to avoid or defend. But Vacuum Blade, Raphael. Raphael had nullified it as if nothing. Haine. What a stupid technique. You can easily block this attack by cutting off the air in the surroundings. Raphael. And then, Raphael made a sudden descent from the sky, at close range to where Haine is, to where Kukulkan is. By the way, I have already found the weakness of that big thing. Raphael. Raphael stands at the feet of the robot. Kukulkan's size is enough to have one human inside, so its body is pretty big, and it had to look down at Raphael, but it covers its whole body with thick metal to protect itself, and has several types of wind guns installed to it. As a result, it has this big of a body. But it is exactly because of its big frame that you can't do anything when approached like this. Raphael. It is as Raphael says. In the first place, the arms of Kukulkan are not made as dexterous as a human's arm, and it takes its all to use it as a battery. If he were to enter into the inside range of those arms, Haine would lose all means of attack. Haine. Haine revved the mobility engine of Kukulkan and was thinking of retreating at high speed, in order to create distance. But there's no way the Demon Lord would allow this. Too slow. Raphael. From each of the 5 fingers of the gauntlet of Raphael, tightly compressed air claws were shot. Kamaitachi, Raphael. Their sharpness made it hard to believe that it was air, and it easily cut the metallic armor of Kukulkan. Gwaza. Hayu. Haya took a defensive stance, and thanks to that, both of the arms of Kukulkan had been cleanly cut. With that, there's no way she will be able to use the weapons installed in them, and won't be able to defend herself with that same move anymore. If he were to do the same attack, it would be the end. Didn't even think of the possibility of me fighting you in close range? Well, the first time we fought, I did leave all the job to the size of my divine power and was attacking crudely after all. Raphael. Gu, Hayu. It just means I have also grown. Even if you guys were to try struggling with your schemes, I will always be walking ahead of you humans. One of the proofs that monsters are superior to humans. Raphael. It is true that Kukulkan wasn't made with plans of fighting a demon lord in close combat. In the first place, the wind techniques themselves are not suited for close combat. That's the territory of the earth techniques. That's why, Kukulkan not being suited for close combat is not the fault of Juo-san and the driver Hayu. Now then, let's leave the playing around. How about fighting seriously now? Show your trump card. Raphael. W, what? Hayu. Haya dragged the feet of Kukulkan and took a fighting stance. Are you playing dumb? Did you think I didn't know? Raphael. What are you talking about? Hayu. God hero. God hero. Raphael. Those words made not only Haya gulp her breath but me as well. This guy. Is it something to be so surprised about? Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel were defeated by the god heroes, right? There's no way I wouldn't know. Raphael. That's true, but that's not the problem here. It means that, in the end, humans have received power from the gods and have finally managed to be equal to demon lords. Now, go ahead and turn into a god hero as well. No need to hold back. In your case, you would be the wind god hero, right? Raphael. Haya kept silent inside Kukulkan. You guys finally managed to fight equally with us after becoming god heroes. If I don't crush you in that state, there would be no point in this fight. In order to have you taste true defeat, turn into a god hero. Raphael. I refuse. Hayu. What came out from Haya was clear refusal. Haya refused turning into the wind god hero. I have decided. This fight is one that I will overcome with my own strength. By defeating you with my own strength, I will be able to become a true hero. Hayu. What? Raphael. Line up, Demon Lord Raphael. I will be the one to defeat you. No god hero, or anyone else, it will be this wind hero, Teraito Hayu. Hayu. 362, point of no return. Why are you so stuck in fighting alone, Hayu? A demon lord is originally not an opponent that a single human can do something about. In the fight of Michael and Merrick, the confrontation of Celestis and Gabriel, the overwhelming of Uriel by Seisi-chan, it is not as if they overcame those difficulties by themselves. Humans and gods, humans and humans, and even humans and demons, with those many connections, they changed it into strength and managed to overcome those things that strength alone wouldn't be enough. That's supposed to be a strength of the humans. Why are you throwing that strength away and challenging the demon lord? What? So you won't be turning into a god hero, huh? Raphael. Raphael was showing a truly bored expression. In that case, I have no further business with you. I will kill you quickly and go after the next prey. Raphael. His gaze is directed at me. First, it will be you, Koramiya Haine. Since you are already close by, I will be having my revenge for the first time we fought. Raphael. Being directed clear hostility, I got on guard. The next would be that man called Shiva. I will never forget the humiliation this demon Lord Raphael received from you and him. Once I settle that, I will be beginning the humanity eradication plan at full. Raphael. Fine then. Before fighting, tell me something. Haine. Dark matter was already being released minutely from both of my arms. If Haine won't turn into a god hero, I am the only one here who can defeat him. Do we really have to fight each other? Haine. Ho. Raphael. I thought at first that there was no other way but having only one side survive. That there was no way but to fight and decide by the erasure of the other. That's how I thought. Haine. But the ones who taught me that this was a flawed way of thinking were the humans that look weak at a glance. They placed their all in their fight and made the impossible possible. What brought this about was the strength that's deep inside the heart of humans, the ability to believe. This surpassed races and even reached the Lord of Monsters. They changed them. The coexistence of humans and demons that even gods didn't believe in, the humans were trying to make it true. Your comrade, Michael, said that he accepted walking alongside humans. Gabriel and Uriel as well. Haine. Not a future where you step on someone else to gain glory, but a future where everyone shares the glory. Raphael, can't you also walk alongside us? Haine. If he does that, there's no need for us to fight here. Every single one of you people, wasting time with such stupid things. Raphael. But my expectations were betrayed by those simple words. It is true that Michael said something like that too. That instead of eradicating humans, we should walk alongside them. Raphael. So Michael is really trying to fulfill his promise with us. And Raphael is trying to go the completely opposite path. Why? Why can't you walk the same path? Even when you are a demon lord like Michael and the others. Haine. Right. If I had to say a difference, it would be Raphael. I could feel a deep dark gaze from the opening of the helmet that covers the whole face of Raphael. That we have already begun our battle. Raphael. What does he mean by that? My fight with you people has already begun. Thus, it won't be stopped until it reaches a conclusion. And that conclusion will be either me dying or you guys dying. Those are the only two possible conclusions. Raphael. I don't understand what you mean. Michael and the others overcame their battles with the humans and reached an understanding with them. Haine. Those can't be called battles. They didn't fight humans at all. The only one who has experienced a battle between humans and demons is me, this Raphael. Raphael. Explain yourself clearly. Haine. Don't you understand? We demon lords were born from our mothers, the mother monsters, almost at the same time, but the only one who had to fight immediately after being born was me. Even now, I can still remember it. You guys were there when I broke out from the demonic green imperial egg my mother Beelzebub gave birth to. Raphael. Yeah. Haine. And so, we fought. At that time, you said this: if we can't coexist, we have no choice but to fight until one side is gone. I clearly remember this. My fight with you humans was exactly that kind of fight. Raphael. Even now, I still couldn't see clearly what Raphael was trying to say. Just what is it Raphael is looking for in our fight? It is exactly as you say, Demon Lord Raphael. And there, a voice resonates. It was Haine. I remember it too. The day you first appeared in front of us. Haine. Good grief. You still want to fight? I am not interested in you who can't turn into a god hero though. Raphael. It is true that it was impossible to ask for further battle with Kukulkan missing both arms. It is just like that time. You didn't see me as a threat at all and completely put me out of your peripheric. While Haine, Dano and Anu were fighting with their all, I couldn't do anything. Haine. In the first battle with Raphael, Shiva and I cooperated to try and erase all the cells of Raphael without leaving a single one behind. Haine was indeed there as well. And she was almost completely on the receiving end. I don't want to taste that feeling of worthlessness anymore. This time, I will surely defeat you with my own hands. As a hero. In the name of this title of Wind Hero that I succeeded from Anu-sama. Haine. Your spirit is nice, but if it isn't accompanied with power, it just looks unsightly. If you are not going to turn in a god hero, elaborate in how you plan on defeating me with that piece of scrap that's close to breaking. Raphael. And as I said, you underestimate us too much. Just like in the past. Haine. Wah. Raphael. You haven't seen all the wind guns equipped in Kukulkan yet. Haine. At some point in time, a large amount of spheres were surrounding Raphael. Black spheres that had a propeller-looking thing coming out from their top that was rotating. They were flying in the air with that. With a glance, I could tell that there were 10s of them. They were flying around as if surrounding Raphael. Wind Gun Rebellion, Kome. This is the first piece that will be driving you to checkmate. Haine. 363, Ultimate Blow. Wind Gun Rebellion, Kome. This is supposed to be the wind divine tool of the proxy wind hero, Juo-san. It is a specially unique one even within the many divine tools. By having these things that are apparently called bits fly in the air at every direction desired, you attack with the small wind guns equipped in them. Moreover, it is not only one, there are several. It is a weapon that can attack from all directions and instills fear in not knowing from which direction it will be coming next. But obviously, Juo-san is not here. Then, the one controlling those wind guns is... Haine, is it you? Haine. The Wind Gun Rebellion, Kome, is a divine tool that requires a grasp on the space and high processing ability which the genius Juo possessed, making this divine tool impossible to master by anyone else. It is normally not something I can master to Gozaru. But, Haine. The robot she is riding makes a low growl. With the assistance of Kukulkan, I can somehow utilize it as well. All 30 bits. Right now, they are all my Imperial Guards to Gozaru. Haine. And what of it? Raphael. Even when surrounded, Raphael was calm. Don't tell me you seriously think that with 10 or 20 of these pebbles, you will be able to defeat me. If that's really the case, I might have to re-evaluate my view of you. To that of an idiot that surpasses my wildest of imaginations. Raphael. No matter what you say, this is my trump card. If you couldn't notice that, then you are the one that's an idiot. Haine. Interesting. Then test it out. Test if these pebbles can really injure me. Raphael. No, I won't be doing that. Haine. Raphael tilts his head in puzzlement. The Wind Gun Rebellion is only an encirclement to stop your movements. Haine. Wah. Kook, what? Raphael. Raphael's voice suddenly began to show unrest. But it was only his voice, his body didn't budge a bit. When agitated, your limbs would normally move to show it as well. It looked as if Raphael couldn't move even if he wanted to. What did you do to me? Why is my body not moving? Raphael. Can you really not move, Raphael? The ones flying around are not wind guns used for normal attacks. They are speakers that emit a special sound wave to Gozaru. Haine. A stiffening sound wave that Juo discovered in her researches. By mixing in sound and divine power, it hardens the wind divine power, and makes it possible to stop movement. Haine. Impossible. Even if there's logic to it, there's no way an idea of humans would be able to stop me, a demon lord. Me who has several tens of times more divine power than you people. Raphael. That's exactly why, de Gozaro. Haine. Haine showed a ferocious smile that felt as if fangs could show. This stiffening sound wave only works on wind divine power. The bigger the divine power, the stronger the restraint de Gozaro. And more so since monsters are pure masses of divine power. The demon lords that stand at the summit are giant masses of divine power themselves. Truly a trump card exclusive for the Wind Demon Lord. Haine. And with your movements sealed, there's no better moment to hit you with this. Haine. The gun barrel that's installed at the back of Kukulkan came out and is placed on its shoulder. That's Haine. What I saw at its test drive. If I remember correctly, the wind main cannon, Beethoven. The strongest wind gun that's installed in Kukulkan. With this, I will blow every single cell of yours. This will seal the battle. Demon Lord Raphael. Haine. You bastard. Raphael. Dune. Without a single bit of hesitation, the huge cannon roared. The one shooting it is Haine, so there's no way it would be missing. The cannon that's hailed to have the strongest firepower had impacted accurately where Raphael was. It created a giant explosion of wind in the area of impact and mowed down everything in the place. Even I had a hard time staying on my feet from this distance. Just the blast of when the wind shell was shot had created a massive gale that raised stones and dust in the area, making it hard to even see. But once the actual explosion came, it created such a strong wind that just keeping my eyes open was painful. I had to cover myself with both arms and a thin veil of dark matter. Firepower that could blow off a mountain. Raphael had his movements sealed with the special sound waves, so he shouldn't have been able to evade or defend. It is certain that it hit him directly. And the result is... there's nothing? Haine. At the place where Raphael was supposed to be restrained, there was not a single fragment left behind. It was completely empty. Was he really blown off? Without leaving a single cell behind? Haine. Raphael can escape by changing his cells into insects, so if it weren't for that special sound wave, it would have been impossible to catch him. To think she would have such an effective trump card. Ha! Ha! Haine. And that Haine was breathing in a fashion that seemed as if every breath she took was painful. The spheres flying around have all fallen to the ground as if saying they had run out of energy. Haine, are you okay? Haine. As I thought, the recoil of using the wind cannon is rough to Gozaro na. Juo said that she increased the resistance around the cockpit, but it is far from perfect. Haine. Even with that, it is a lot better than the test drive where she was knocked out by it. But you really managed to defeat Raphael. Haine. Indeed. With this, we can enjoy Anyasama's wedding without worries, Haine. The voice of Haine, even when exhausted, was filled with a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, I thought this. What will Michael and the others think when they learn about this? To think I would be worrying about something like this. I already can't tell what's right or wrong anymore. Without worries, huh? Then, how about I help out in making that wedding even grander? What's that voice just now? I will make it so bright red flowers sprout in the whole city. This voice is from Raphael? He is alive? Did he escape from that restraint or somehow manage to endure the attack? Haine Dano. Look at that de Gozaro. Haine. Haine was also at her wit's end. The ground. Haine. Ground? When I look at the surroundings as pointed out, at this wasteland where the grass was growing here and there were metal glints. Metal. Armor. Haine. The full body armor of Raphael. It had been dismantled and dispersed here and there. 364, Unprepared Demon Lord. Raphael, in order to compensate for his body that was mostly destroyed in the battle before, had covered his body in full body armor. The kind that covers his whole body without leaving openings. That has now disassembled and was scattered far apart on the ground. I can tell that the inside is empty when straining my eyes. There's nothing inside. What is the meaning of this? Then where did Raphael go? If it is me, I am here. Raphael. And then, an abnormality occurred. The armor parts that were scattered on the ground had flown up into the sky all at once. They flew in the sky as if they were living beings, as if they had a will of their own. Wah! What is happening to Gozaru? Hayu. The flying armor parts were dancing in the sky as they piece each other like parts of a puzzle. The forearm and upper arm join together, and the hard thighs join as well. Furthermore, they assemble together with the trunk area, and in the end, the head settles at the topmost part. Then, colorful butterfly wings spread from the back, and the demon lord had completely regained his previous form. Wah! Wah! I couldn't understand what was happening. At the time when the armor was in pieces, I couldn't see anything inside of it, in other words, it was hollow. Does that mean that even when it has reconstructed itself to its previous form, the inside is empty? I see. So that's how it was. Hayu. Looks like Haya had noticed something. Remember to Gozaru, Haine Dano. That armor is supposedly to compensate for the lacking state he was in after being almost completely erased by Haine Dano. But Hayu. But he couldn't restore enough cells to the point of reconstructing his body. The most he would be able to manage is to form those butterfly wings at his back. Even so, Raphael wanted to look the part of a demon lord, so he desired a humanoid appearance. That's why he utilized that armor. Is that how it is? That armor was actually empty, and it was simply being controlled with wind divine power to Gozaru. In other words, it was a papier-mâché puppet to Gozaru Yo. Hayu. That's right. I will at least give you that. Raphael. Raphael answers calmly. But that presence he gave off was exuding silent anger. It was truly a troublesome thing, you know. Koramiya Haine, because you erased most of my body, I ran late compared to the other three and felt as if I was being looked down on. In order to escape from that humiliation, I wanted a body no matter what. That's when I met this guy. Raphael. Raphael hits his metallic armor. No, I don't even know if I can call that the main body of Raphael anymore. I found this guy at the ruins of a residence. Maybe because the owner was missing for several decades, the residence had lots of dust accumulated in it and lots of weed growing in it too. What was abandoned in it was this guy here. Raphael. Must have been a decoration from a prosperous noble. It is human-shaped and has at least enough space for the joints to move. And so, the few insect cells remaining took residence inside the armor like a hermit crab. Well, the attack just now was truly dangerous. We monsters are beings of pure divine power, so I didn't have any techniques to escape from that sound wave. If I was purely in my monster body, that is. Raphael. But right now, Raphael is in his temporary shelter that is the armor. Even if Haya were to mix divine power in the air to release stiffening sound waves, it wouldn't have any effect on it. I hurriedly withdrew my cells inside the armor and tried lowering my divine power to its utmost limit. Thanks to that, I was able to escape the restraint, and the gravity brought the armor down to the ground. The shockwave of the shot helped in dispersing the armor outside the blast range. It was a close one. Raphael. He managed to pull off something like that? If I was in my normal state, it would have been impossible to do. If I were to hold back too much of my divine power, I wouldn't be able to retain myself, and I would vanish. By maintaining my existence in the shell that was this armor, I was able to keep my divine power to almost zero without vanishing, and managed to protect myself. How ironic, don't you think? It is exactly because I ended up in this pathetic look that I was able to avoid your attack. Raphael. Ku. Hayu. Haya grinds her teeth hearing Raphael's triumphant voice. That move was her sure kill plan to defeat the demon lord after all. She definitely took a lot of time making plan after plan and making sure it would take form. And to think that all of it would be broken in such a way. It looks like you exhausted a heavy amount of divine power by shooting that wind cannon. A mere human wouldn't be able to shoot twice of those in a row. In other words, your plan has completely misfired, and it is impossible to do the same thing twice. Raphael. Ugh. Hayu. By the way, I have thought of a new technique thanks to what happened just now. I will show it to you now, so enjoy it to your heart's content. Raphael. Right after he finished speaking, Raphael's body scattered as if it had exploded. Wah! In reality, each part of the armor disassembled. Each part of the armor was flying sharply like a swallow. They flew around Hayo and I. Ha 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 ha. See that? I grasped the ability to completely control each part just now. It means that I have managed to change trouble into a chance for growth. Raphael. So fast. Haine. The speed in which the armor parts were flying around in was more than expected, and I could tell that this was bad. That's because it wasn't just one armor part after all. If I were to concentrate on the movements of one part, the others would attack in that opening. Moreover, it is metallic, so it might even lead to fatal injuries if they hit parts like the cranium. Hayu. Sorry, but I will be assisting here. Haine. Hayo has poured all her divine power in her plan, so she can't resume battle anymore. Now that it has come to this, I will be fighting Raphael. Danta Gozaru. Hayu. Wah! Haine. I was suddenly blown away by a strong power. The broken arm of Kukulkan had pushed me away. Because of that, I rolled to quite the distance away from Hayu, and Hayu was left alone in the middle of the flying pieces of Raphael. Hayu. Why do you go to such lengths to fight alone? Haine. I couldn't understand. What is she getting so hung up over? Why is she so stubbornly trying to be alone? Even if you were to fight alone. Even if you were to win alone. There's no pride as a hero in that. A hero's duty is to protect the people. Mixing in pointless stubbornness, that in itself would make you a failure as a hero. Haine. I am fully aware of that, de Gozaru. But, I just can't not be stubborn about it, de Gozaru. Hayu. Hayo answers with lack of breath. There's no doubt that she is practically out of stamina. I can feel it, de Gozaru. Raphael, that's the same for you as well. You are the same kind as me, de Gozaru. Hayu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365 to 366, lacking in ability. Ha 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 ha. Die. Raphael. The battle was already in its climax. It is safe to say that Haya has already used all her cards. The metallic robot she appeared in, Kukulkan, had both of its arms broken and in the state of barely working. Gatling, Nobel, Kome, Beethoven, all of them are destroyed, or lacking in energy, so the only one that remains is the small machine gun that was equipped at its waist. Even with that, she continuously shot as long as she could, creating distance with the enemy, and showed tremendous resilience. Because the engine in its chest is still running, she could continue running around and didn't allow her opponent to target her properly. But all of these only served to endure, and she simply can't wish for any more results than that. In other words, she doesn't have the strength to push that status quo and make it into a victory. What's the matter? You can't win against me by just running around, you know? Raphael. The armor parts that had disassembled were chasing the running wind mobile gun at high speeds. Raphael was in a good mood after obtaining a new technique. But this is nice. Struggle more. Writhe pitifully. That pathetic look of yours is truly pleasant. Show me even more amusing looks and entertain me. Raphael. Cuff. Hayu. Haya rotated Kukulkan herself as she spread wind bullets around with her machine gun, but she didn't have the leeway to accurately aim, and she couldn't hit the parts of Raphael which were flying around violently. Is that even an attack? This is what an attack is. Raphael. High-pressure whirlwinds were shot from each flying armor part of Raphael. UAAA? Hayu. This attack that felt as if it were the holy light line of Karan-san but in wind version had been shot from the many armor parts at different directions, attacking Haya like a volley of bullets. The whirlwinds hit Kukulkan directly, and the steel armor was being cut with the fierce stream of wind. Suffer more. Raise more screams. That's your role. Suffer, cry, and soothe my heart like so. Raphael. The whirlwinds that were released from the armor parts were more than 10 in total. They were attacking Kukulkan from all directions, and finally, the last weapon that is her machine gun and her lifeline that is her engine had been destroyed as well. Gua? Hayu. This time for sure, it is the end. Raphael. Maybe he was now sure that his victory was assured. Raphael combines the parts again and returns to a humanoid shape. With this, I have destroyed all the abilities of that big guy. Can't attack or move anymore. That thing is now just a metallic coffin. Raphael. With this, you have finally understood, right? Humans can't win against demon lords. The strength of our existences is on a different plane. That's why the monsters that are ruled by demon lords are the most suited to be the next superior race. Raphael. You humans are a race that must be eradicated. Seeds that must be destroyed by the demon lords. Accept this and disappear as you struggle pitifully. Raphael. GUH. I can't take it anymore. I can't silently watch over it. I have to save Hayu. I can't just let her die like that. I don't know why she is so stuck in fighting alone, but she has already fought plenty enough. She should pass the baton to me already. Don't come, Haine Dano. Hayu. I tried to run to her, but Haya stopped me. If you get any closer, I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you for eternity. Hayu. Hayu. Haine. Why are you going so far for this? Listen well, you can't win against me anymore. You have no other way of survival but to ask for the help of Koramiya Haine, you know? Raphael. You sure? Hayu. Haya speaks within Kukulkan that now has less use than even a coffin. It is true that a mere human confronting a demon lord is foolhardy. A human alone would never be able to defeat a demon lord. Hayu. That's what I have been telling you. You are a woman that doesn't learn. Raphael. A human would never be able to defeat a demon lord. That is, the other demon lords aside from you. Hayu. At that moment, the air froze. That frozen air was created by Raphael. Being hit right in the nail, his heart alongside the place around him had frozen. You have weakened. You are a lot weaker than the time when you first appeared before us. Hayu. What are you saying? What nonsense do you speak? Raphael. I did have a vague feeling, but it changed into certainty when I saw that. That moment when you used such an unsightly method to escape from my wind cannon. Hayu. Raphael has gotten weaker? A lot more than when we first met? Most of your body had been destroyed by Haine Dano. But because a few of your cells remained, you managed to escape complete erasure. However, that brought heavy damage. It was impossible for you to completely recover. Haine. And in reality, you were unable to return your cells to their previous numbers, and had no choice but to don such an armor. It is impossible to recover the damage you have taken. And your strength decreased along with the damage you received. Haine. The direct attacks that Raphael made against Haine. The tornadoes, wind fangs, and the whirlwinds that were shot from the divided armor parts, all of them were strong enough to overwhelm Haine. They were indeed strong, but all of them were enough to overwhelm me, a single human. However, the power of a demon lord should be even more incredible than that. And in fact, the first time you appeared, you had strength that felt as if you could destroy Rudra's metropolis with a single finger. Haine. Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel all had strength that surpassed the imagination of humans. Compared to that, the strength of the current Raphael is definitely strong, but it is not one that surpasses imagination. He looks inferior compared to the other demon lords? That's why I was able to hang on until now without becoming a god hero, in my normal state. The because reason for that is because you are weak. You became weak. Isn't that right? Haine. That's right. It is exactly as you say. Raphael. Raphael answers. That voice of his was shaking little by little with anger. I am already in a state where I can't recover anymore. After most of my body was erased by Haine, I am unable to completely recover to my previous state. My body doesn't remember how to return to its original shape, Raphael. Before he was erased by me, his figure looked like that of a child. Time has passed since then, so if he were in a regular state, he would have grown by now, just like the other demon lords. But his body had been erased before that happened and he doesn't know how his grown body looks like. My ability as well. It looks like my regeneration had its limits. When divided to a certain extent, I can't increase any more than that. With such a small amount of cells, I can't use as much power as Michael and the others. Entrusting my existence to this armor is the most I can do in order to maintain looks. Raphael. The more Raphael speaks, the more his voice shakes in anger. Anger that's filled with humiliation and hatred. Do you understand? The first time the demon lords gathered, they were clearly looking down on me. A loser that was defeated by humans the very moment he was born. A weakling that isn't worth the title of demon lord. The resentment of my heart when I was bathed by that shame. The sorrow. Could you understand that? Raphael. Haine didn't react at all. This prided demon lord Raphael, the honorable wind demon lord. I will never forgive the humans that drove me to this unfinished state. The humans themselves, and Haine who was the direct perpetrator. Especially that guy called Shiva. And also you. Raphael. The armor finger of Raphael points at the unmoving steel giant at Haine who is inside it. You who has seen through a secret that can't be known. You can't be forgiven either. Pointlessly touching into my humiliation, and making me remember my pain, I will have you regretted plenty for doing that. Raphael. Raphael once again divides in parts, flies, and charges towards Kukulkan. They went at high speeds akin to those of shooting stars, and they all hit Kukulkan's body, driving into its armor. You won't be coming out from that hard shelter anyways, right? In that case, you will be killed in due time. I will pierce through you as a coward that is shut into her shell. Raphael. I wonder about that. Haine. At the same time she says that, the cockpit cover flies out with an explosive sound. Emergency escape. I was waiting for this moment. Haine. And then, without leaving a single second in between, Haine herself flies out from Kukulkan. Not only have you gotten weaker, your intelligence is also lacking. Didn't you notice I was provoking you? Haine. Provoking? Raphael. You have been provoked successfully and ended up attacking Kukulkan directly. The last weapon left of Kukulkan, tasted with that body of yours. Haine. Raphael had sunk into Kukulkan with the intention of piercing through Haine, who was inside, so he couldn't come out immediately. The divine ore that is installed inside of Kukulkan, if sent into an overload state with the assistance of the ethereal power. Haine. Self-destruction? 366, tying to hatred. An overwhelming explosion occurred in front of me. My face was unable to withstand the heat of the gale hitting my cheeks, and I had to cover my face with my arms. That was the last attack of Kukulkan, turning itself into a bomb and perishing with the enemy. Haine was aiming for this. By pathetically running around, she made her opponent think he was in the advantage and lower his guard plenty enough. On top of that, she stabbed onto the trauma of her opponent and made him lose his ability to make calm decisions. By doing that, she induced him into a sloppy attack, and when she had made her opponent close enough to a point he can't escape in time, she would activate her last trump card. Wah! Haine. Haine managed to escape before the explosion, but because of the gales, Haine was flying in the sky. Even if she had drawn him in plenty enough, in order to not give enough time for him to avoid it, she made it explode before she herself could escape to a safe distance. I felt fearsome tenacity for victory in that action of hers. Haine. I obviously couldn't just silently watch that and, by calculating her drop point, I safely catch her, dampening the impact of the fall with dark matter. I managed to avoid her splatting onto the ground. Seriously, what a reckless thing to do. If you were to fail by a step, you would have been caught in the explosion. Haine. I am in your debt. But I had to go that far. In the end, Raphael is still a fearsome opponent. After all, see there. Haine. Haine moves her gaze. I follow that gaze of her, and inside of the burning hellfire, I was able to confirm two shining eyes. Raphael had combined his armor again and appeared from within the hellfire? That guy still didn't die even after being hit by that explosion? Haine. Even if he is broken, he is still a demon lord, it seems to Gozaru. However, it looks like he didn't escape unscathed. If that weren't the case, the sacrifice of Kukulkan would have been in vain. Haine. Haine lowered herself from my arms and heads towards her opponent. Those steps of hers were unsteady, and I could visibly tell that she had no strength left. And there's Raphael. It looks like the damage he received from the explosion of Kukulkan was serious. The armor that was his shelter had been crooked by the heat and impact of the explosion, and there were even cracks here and there. His right arm was gone. It was most likely at the center of the explosion and was blown into pieces. You are a mess. How was it? The feeling of being ripped a new one by a mere human. Haine. Don't get conceited, human. It is true that I was injured, but I can still fight. The damage you have should be far higher than mine. Raphael. That's exactly right. Even if Haine has received the attacks of Raphael within the thick armor of Kukulkan, she is by no means unscathed. On top of that, because of the wind cannon Beethoven and the self-destruction, her divine power must be expended to its limits. She should be lacking in energy by a lot compared to Raphael. I also have something to tell you. Haine. Even with that, the fighting spirit of Haine didn't waver. She takes a stance with her wind-long gun, and no Ozuno, which she probably already had by the time she entered Kukulkan. Do you think you are the only one who was left unable to cure? Anya-sama was also, the wind founder Shiva had also received wounds that will never disappear. He now has a body that can't fight. Haine. Right. Shiva is the wind founder and was even a wind hero at the same time in the past. The first demon lord to appear in front of humanity, Raphael, was the reason why he had to retire as a hero. Shiva released divine power that surpassed his limits in order to restrain the overwhelming divine power of Raphael, to the point that it would injure his own body, and in the end, he ended up receiving damage that was impossible to recover from. That's why he had to step back from the front lines and give that position to Haine. That Anusama that was said to be strongest out of everyone since the beginnings of the Wind Church has ended up with a pitiful body that can't even fight. You know, I learned wind techniques in order to help Anusama. I gained strength. And yet, the back of Anusama I pledged to protect is not there anymore. Haine. She said herself before that the reason she learned long gun techniques, that are originally made to assist from the backlands, was because she wanted to help out Shiva, who had entered the path of battle within the Kazama shinobis. For her, battling and Shiva were her everything. Assisting Shiva was her reason for battle. I can't fight together with my brother anymore. It is because of you, Raphael. You broke Anusama. Haine. Raging fighting spirit and words of resentment gush out from Haine. Those were emotions. Emotions of hatred that were difficult to hold back. I won't forgive you. Defeating you with these hands of mine is the duty that I have been entrusted upon when I was given the title of hero by Anusama. I won't let anyone have this. Haine. Don't joke around. Who cares about breaking a single human? I am planning on destroying all humans. And yet, you guys. Raphael. From the beaten-up body of Raphael, from the openings of the cracks around the whole armor, an aura of hatred was gushing out, pushing me down to such a pathetic look. Someone like you wouldn't be able to understand the humiliation I felt. The pain of being the only loser within the demon lords, and be looked down upon by the others. I will never forgive you humans who made me pass such a bitter experience. Raphael. Haine hates Raphael. Raphael hates humans. Due to that circle of hate, the exhausted bodies of the two were moved forcefully with strength. Haine. Raphael. Will never forgive you. Haine plus Raphael. After all this, I have finally understood the meaning of this fight. In this moment when humans and monsters as a whole were about to enter a phase of reconciliation, these two wanted to fight no matter what. The reason for that is hatred. Disregarding things like race, the two simply fought because of their own personal hatred, and were unable to throw away the option of fighting. Without putting an end to it, without settling things, it wasn't possible for Haine and Raphael to join hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367 to 369. Once something has already been broken. 3 winged people descend at my surroundings. What's happening? Fire Demon Lord, Michael. And there's also Gabriel and Uriel. The Demon Lords have all gathered here. The one fighting is Raphael? Gabriel. Why? Isn't it already unnecessary to fight humans? Uriel. The battle still continued to unfold in front of us. After losing Kukulkan, Haine had no choice but to rely on no Ozuno, and Raphael had disassembled his body again to fly around and attack. But the battle was already at its climax. Both sides are completely exhausted and their speeds are already quite lower than at the beginning. But the wind-long gun techniques that Haine had trained for long years are still sharp, and she managed to accurately shoot down the armor parts. Raphael. That idiot. Isn't he getting beaten up? Uriel. If both sides have run out of divine power and it turns into a battle of wills, the humans who have overcome many difficulties are in the advantage. Raphael doesn't understand that. Michael. It is because he underestimates humans that things have turned out like this. We are stopping this before they can deal the finishing blow. Geez, that broken demon lord really causes trouble at every step. Gabriel. Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel try to jump into the middle of that maelstrom in order to stop the battle. There's no doubt that if these three world-class powers were to go there, they would be able to restrain those two that are lacking in breath. But I lifted my arm and stopped the demon lords. Koramiya Haine. Why are you stopping us? Michael. Michael was confused, but I asked. Why did you guys come here? How did you guys notice something like this was happening? Haine. We demon lords have a kind of instinct that allows us to sense the other demon lords. Thanks to that, we were able to sense that Raphael was in some sort of danger. Michael. I see. We gods have a similar kind of thing between us, so I could accept it pretty easily. In that case, these guys are the only ones who noticed. I don't have to worry about whether Shiva and Karan-san have also noticed at Rudra's metropolis. Don't interfere. Haine. What? Michael. You can't get involved in that fight. That fight is a fight for only Haine and Raphael. No other people can get involved. Haine. The demon lords looked like they couldn't accept my words. The same as me a few moments ago. What are you saying? We demon lords have already decided not to fight humans. Gabriel. Since this has been decided, there's no point in fighting anymore. Pointless things should be stopped at once. Michael. No, there's meaning. It is too late already. Raphael is different from you guys. He already began his confrontation with humans. Once something has begun, it can't be stopped midway. There's no choice but to do it till the end. Haine. What are you saying? Michael, Uriel, and I have also fought the humans at first. But at the end, we understood each other, isn't that right? Gabriel. I said the same thing as them. But now, I can tell that it is different. Something that one can't go back from. Because something like that happened, you can say that the battle had truly begun. Raphael was the first demon lord to meet humans and fight them. And in all that, he broke a human and drove him into an unrecoverable state. Haine. It cannot be taken back. And Raphael himself as well. Most of his body was erased by me, and it is now in a state where he can't regenerate completely. Even if he is a demon lord, there was apparently a limit. Haine. It cannot be taken back. When there's things that can't be taken back, hatred is the only choice to fill that space that has been lost. There's no other way to fill that space than to hate the one that stole it, that broke it. That's why those two have to fight. Until the hatred that seeps into the cracks of the heart are withered without leaving a single bit behind. Haine. That is what I have understood as a spectator. That's why the two wanted to fight on their own. Haine, and most likely Raphael as well, are fighting on their own and have rejected assistance. That's probably because they don't want their hatred to leak to the outside. Haine. Hatred to the outside? Michael. It is true that there are times when fighting can allow the parties involved to understand each other. In order to win, they analyze their opponent, and they learn about their strengths and weaknesses that go beyond friendship, and that changes into a connection. Haine. But in the end, by fighting, there will always be hatred rising up as well. After hurting and breaking each other, it is a matter of fact that they would end up hating each other. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, if you guys were to participate in that fight as well, you would definitely end up hating humans. Haine. Impossible. Something like that is just, Michael. Hate can transmit to others. Haine. When a loved one is hurt, hatred is born. Just like how Haine could not feel hate when her brother Shiva had been gravely injured. There's only one way to be unrelated to that. To not participate in the battle. Those two most likely understand this instinctively. Now that there's hatred in their hearts, they can't simply not fight. They can't let that hatred leak to the outside, that's why they are fighting on their own. Haine. That must be the reason why they chose this day for their fight. In order for Shiva to not notice, she thought that there was no other day than in the day of his wedding. This is to settle things. Something that only they can end. For the sake of ending the circle of hate, they have to fight by themselves. Haine. Even by going to the lengths of refusing the help of gods, refusing the power of a god hero. If they understand that much, then why don't they stop fighting? If they are intelligent, why don't they think of a different way? Uriel. Uriel says this as if he were raising a scream. True, he does have a point. Even with that, they just can't not fight. They most likely have a reason that is estranged from matters of intelligence or foolishness. Haine. Re-Iowa. Kaiee. The two fought in order to spit out the emotions they couldn't do anything about. Flying armor, and wind bullets shooting them down. It was truly a battle akin to a storm, lacking all sense of order or anything else. As spectators, we had no choice but to silently watch over it. In time, there were the sounds of a bell ringing at the direction of Rudra's metropolis, and big loud cheers that reached all the way here echoed. The wedding of Shiva and Juo-san must have started. Hatred with hatred, happiness with happiness, they were being divided as if being two completely unrelated matters. 368, friend of mine. Then, the battle finished. It wasn't a clear thing like one winning against the other. It was just that both of them ran out of strength. Their stamina had long ran out, and there's a limit to how long one can fight with willpower alone. They continued fighting even when that limit was reached, and the two ceased fighting at the same time. The power of the two is wind. The surroundings have turned into a mess because of the windstorms that raged in the fight of these two, and they were in the center of that. Even with that, there was proof of who was victorious. The wind-long gun of Haine. A sharp wind blade extended from the tip of the gun, and piercing Raphael with it was what decided the end of the battle. The gun was still stabbed in the torso of Raphael. Haine. Haine. Raphael. Michael. Unable to stand it any longer, we all run to their sides. I went to Haine, and the demon lords went to Raphael, each side separated them and pulled some distance. First, how's Haine? I am in your debt, Haine. She is quite exhausted, but it looks like she is okay. There doesn't seem to be any danger to her life. On the other hand, Raphael was. Raphael. Get a hold of yourself, Raphael. Michael. The agitation of Michael was not normal. The wind gun pierced in Raphael had already been taken out, and the hole that was at the trunk of the armor was hollow. But that shouldn't be related at all to the life or death of Raphael. That's only the shell that Raphael uses as shelter after all. The few remaining cell insects simply reside within it. No matter how much the armor is destroyed, Raphael himself should be safe and he can just move to another shelter. That's how it is supposed to be, but why? Why is the divine power of Raphael thinning? If it thins even more than this. Gabriel. Oi, get a hold of yourself. Concentrate and stop the dying out divine power. If you don't. Michael. Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel were unable to say the words that came after. Death. Demon lords can die. All living beings in this world are destined to die at some point in time. All things that have a beginning also have an end, this is how the world works. But these guys that have just been born are not prepared to accept that natural thing. It is fine. I will die. Raphael. Raphael easily says. He was accepting the fate that was approaching him. I understood this since a while ago. Looks like there really was a minimum amount of cells required in order to maintain my existence. I passed that limit after my body was erased, so even if I didn't disappear immediately, I would disappear slowly as time went on. Raphael. Because of me? Haine. I ask him while holding Haya's body. That's right, Koramiya Haine. You defeated this demon Lord Raphael and saved many of your people. That's something to be proud of. Isn't that right? Raphael. If we can't coexist, there's no choice but to fight until one side or the other disappears. Those were the words you spoke. That wasn't wrong. Raphael. The shine of the armor covering Raphael was rapidly losing luster, as if his life was escaping from it. Hayu. Wind hero, Hayu. Raphael. Isn't this the first time Raphael has said the name of Hayu? What? Hayu. You said it, right? That we are the same. It is true that we both held hatred within, and we had to fight in order to put an end to it. However, there was a part that was slightly different. Raphael. And that is? Hayu. In the end, I could only hate you guys for my own wounds. But yours wasn't for yourself. You felt anger for the sake of another, and directed that hatred. Raphael. Get angry, not for yourself but for someone else, and hate someone for it. That's most likely the foolishness of a human, and also a strength of them. Raphael. In the remaining time of Raphael that felt as if it would end anytime soon. But Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, if you guys are to walk together with humans, make sure not to be engulfed by hatred. Don't be like me. That idealistic idea of coexistence cannot be spoken about without overcoming hatred. Raphael. That's a lie. There's no way you would die. You are the most stubborn out of all the 4 demon lords. Gabriel. You disappearing is some kind of joke, right? Uriel. The demon lords were crying. Being in the face of an unimaginable farewell from a comrade, their hearts were breaking to pieces. Even if you guys are sad, you must not change that into hatred. The empty space that is created after losing something, it should be possible to fill it up with something that's not hatred. I was unable to do that, but if it is you guys who aim to coexist with humans, you must learn how to. Raphael. Raphael's gaze connects with Michael's. My friend. Raphael. Yeah, we are friends. We are without doubt friends. Michael. I am satisfied. Even if my heart was imprisoned by hatred, I could to put an end to it. Thanks to that aggressive hero over there. Raphael. Raphael's gaze was directed over here now, more precisely, not me but Haya who was in my arms. Wind hero, Haya, I have one last request to make you. Raphael. 369, returning on dry wind. The ceremony continued without any problems, and the figure of a man and woman appear from the main gate of the Wind Church headquarters. One was the Wind founder that was wearing the formal outfit of founders, Teraito Shiva. The other one is Braztor Juosen in her pure white dress. No, from today on, she will be Teraito Juo, the wife of the founder. The wedding has ended and they are now officially married, so, in order to have everyone in the Wind capital know, there's plans of having them ride a convertible ethereal car to have a parade in Rudra's metropolis. Congratulations, Dot. Congratulations on your wedding. Let there be good blessings for the husband and wife. May you both have a happy married life. The people that were surrounding them from the sides of the parade course were sending them their blessings and applauses without holding back. The confetti was dancing in the sky, and Rudra's metropolis, that normally gives out an impression of having a heavy atmosphere, was now lively as if they had been reborn. Everyone was smiling. Everyone was in joy. The new married couple were waving their hands from the convertible ethereal car. Every time they do that, cheers rose up. Today is without doubt a day of celebration. How is it? Can you see it? Yeah, Dot. Haine and Raphael were at the roof of a building in Rudra's metropolis that was far away from the parade. I can't show up at the parade with this beat-up look, so this is as close as we can get. Forgive me. Haine. It is fine. I can see it plenty well. Raphael. With the wind long gun technique of Haine, she is able to bend the wind and amplify objects to see clearer from afar. Even in a distance where you would normally only see specks, they were able to clearly see the joyful smiles of the people. Why are they making such a content expression? Even though his body was destroyed to a point of not being able to recover, just like me. Raphael. Anya-sama has a treasure that surpasses that. That's why. Haine. Haine was also looking at her happy brother and the woman that was at her side. The two that will be walking together forever from now on. In order to protect that, Anya-sama threw away his body. Even if he were to break, if what's truly important for him is safe, he wouldn't feel remorse. Haine. I see. So that's the difference between him and me, huh, Raphael? Raphael already only had the head of the armor left. It would have been impossible for the exhausted Haine to carry the whole armor to Rudra's metropolis and move it all the way to where they are. Haine refused to have someone take her place in carrying him, saying that this is a duty that only her as the person that fought Raphael is allowed to do. It is because he has things that are more important than himself that he doesn't worry about he himself breaking. I didn't have any other thing aside from me that was important. Raphael. That's why, when he broke, he was caught by hatred. When seeing it from that perspective, that guy was the winner and I was the loser. Raphael. That's right, Haine. I want to see the state of Shiva, that was Raphael's last wish. And Haine fulfilled that wish. You have my thanks, Wind Hero Haine. You were the most fitting opponent for my last fight. More than Shiva, and more than Koramiya Haine. Raphael. The end of Raphael was already arriving. He had already lost his remaining strength, and the helmet that served as his head had lost its shine and was rotting. You accepted my heart that was trapped in hatred. By fighting you, this ending of mine, well, it won't be that bad. Raphael. I feel the same. I also brought out everything that was lurking inside of me and struck you with it. If I hadn't brought all of that out, I wouldn't be able to become a true hero. Haine. In order to separate from her past self, that was simply chasing after the back of her brother, into a hero that walks forward on her own in order to protect the people. There was no other way than settling the anger and hatred that I felt when I couldn't save Anya-sama at that time, by fighting you. Haine. And so, did you manage to do that? Raphael. Yeah, if it is now, I can say this without any worries in my heart. Haine. Haine says this to her two important people that are far away. Anya-sama, Juo, congratulations on your wedding. Haine. Congratulations on your wedding. Raphael. The helmet that Haine held said the same thing. Haine asks while making a wry smile. Why are you saying it as well? Haine. Who knows? I simply felt like saying it. Maybe because, thanks to my fight with you, I was able to settle my anger and hatred as well. Raphael. His heart was empty now. That's why any kind of emotion can come out. You accepted my hatred by fighting me. You allowed me to take out the pathetic sides of my heart. Raphael. It goes both ways. Haine. As I thought, I am glad you were my last opponent. I admit it. Raphael. The light of life dimmed and disappeared. You are a true wind hero, Raphael. Death arrived for the demon lord. This is a natural thing for all living beings. Heroes are the ones to defeat the demon lords, Raphael. Within the arms of the hero, the wind demon lord made his last breath. I left the matter of Raphael to Haine and Haine stayed at the place where the battle took place. I cannot leave these guys alone after all. Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel were broken by their first experience of losing a comrade. Lies. This is a lie. There's no way Raphael would die. The most stubborn within us. Gabriel. Why? Why couldn't I be more kind to him? I couldn't notice the pain he held. If I had encouraged him, this wouldn't have. Uriel. Their hearts were currently in a state they couldn't do anything about. I can't leave them on their lonesome, and it is also in case they go out of control. I end up thinking stupid things. Michael. Michael was trying to comfort his comrades together with me, but even so, he couldn't hold back his own feelings. At that time, if I had been more attentive to Raphael's state of mind, if I had used better words when interacting with Raphael, would things have ended up in a different manner? Truly foolish. Even though I can't change the past no matter how much I think about those kind of things. Michael. Everyone is like that. Haine. I stand by his side. Everyone lives by while shouldering those regrets. There's not a single living person that has died without experiencing this at least once. Haine. Regret. Death, Michael. Michael raises his head as if he noticed something. Of course, his expression was not cheerful. It means that gaining a heart comes with having to face such scary things, huh? Raphael has taught us that. And Raphael himself faced that straight on. Michael. That's right. That's exactly right. In that case, we also have to face what's in front of us. Haine, the reason why we were late here was because we were heading to the castle. At the cocoon castle where the great demon Lord Lucifer sleeps in. Michael. He did say something like that when we separated last time. Raphael disappeared and, unless he releases a big stream of emotions, we had no means to find him. Thus, we prioritized the audience with Lucifer-sama. I do feel some regret in whether that was actually the right choice, but we are in the present now. Anyways, we returned to the castle of Lucifer. However, we saw something unbelievable. Michael. Unbelievable? There was nothing. Gabriel. Gabriel exclaimed, still unable to stop her overflowing tears. Uriel as well. At the place where Lucifer-sama's castle was, there was nothing, and only a leveled ground remained. Everything disappeared like smoke. Lucifer-sama, the castle around Lucifer-sama, and obviously, that woman as well. Uriel. That woman, dot. They did say that before in between lines, but just who in the world are they referring to? Does that mean there are other monsters that have obtained a will of their own aside from the demon lords? Or maybe. She said that she was a proxy to relay the will of Lucifer-sama. That she was Lucifer-sama's priestess. She took the side of the monsters even though she was a human, and offered to help in eradicating humans. If I remember correctly, her name is Uriel. When I heard that name, I was shocked. Is that even possible? Calling herself as Lucifer's priestess and approaching the demon lords. Sunny Soul Atesh. The previous light hero. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, only 4. TCH, useless pieces of trash. Sunny Soul Atesh was biting my nail in anger. Every single one of them doesn't move in the way I want. The great demon Lord Lucifer should have been in his perfected form by now. All the puzzle pieces are inside my hands, and I thought what was left was only to put those pieces together. But this part was moving slowly. To think the idiot Michael, the dullard Gabriel, and the coward Uriel would reconcile with humans without fulfilling their duty. I didn't expect this to happen. In the end, the only one who brought out results was Raphael. He was the only one who fought till the end with the humans, died, and became a puzzle piece on his own to be placed in its correct place. But it was only one. With just one, it is just not enough at all. 6 pair of wings, 12 in total, all of them combined are what makes the great demon lord. Pitiful child of mine. To think that the parts have moved on their own whim and you haven't been able to reach completion yet. Tesh. I look up at the shining towering figure. Those useless demon lords were showing signs of returning, so I hurriedly changed locations. Thanks to that, I have no choice but to forcefully activate Lucifer that I was thinking of having it sleep until it was perfected. How pitiful my child is. To think I would have to awaken you in such a crooked figure before reaching beautiful perfection. I am the half of the light goddess inflation, as well as the human sunny soul Atesh. The light demon lord Lucifer that I have created will be the first and only light element monster in the world. But I was planning on making it not only that, but a completely invincible and unique monster. Because of that, I sought everything. Lucifer had to have not only light but all of them. That's why I deceived the demon lords of each element and set them to fight the humans. The demon lords were supposed to have a fierce battle with the humans. With the sacrifice of several millions of humans, the demon lords would fall, and the residual 4 base element divine powers will lose their owner and float in the sky. I was planning on having Lucifer use that. The demon lords born from lower gods like Nova, Coacervate, Mantle, and Quasar would at most serve as puzzle pieces to perfect my Lucifer. But the results of inferior gods would obviously be inferior. They were all idiots that couldn't even properly move in the rails I had prepared. Raphael was the only one who died according to my plans, and yet, he couldn't even bring down a single human along with him. A pathetic death. Well, fine. It is a whole lot better than the other 3 idiots that couldn't even die. The Demon Lord class wind divine power that separated from Raphael had safely arrived to Lucifer as planned and became part of it. Currently, there's now colorful butterfly wings at the back of Lucifer along with its light wings. A total of 4 wings. With this, there's 4. Only 4. Lucifer should have had 12 wings when it was completed. This is all the fault of Michael and those idiots for not dying. It would be one thing if they were way too weak to kill the humans, but to think they would reconcile and stop the fighting. On top of that, they didn't kill humans. Why is it that every single pawn of mine doesn't move as I want them to and are all brain dead? Now that it has come to this, there's no other choice. Tesh. If they won't move as I want, I just have to move directly. Lucifer is currently incomplete, but it has plenty enough power after obtaining wind. It should still be able to easily crush those 3 even if they were to fight Lucifer together. There's no need to hide its presence in case something happens. Idiots that don't have the will to fight are basically trash. I will have the Light Demon Lord dispose of that trash, and change them into wings that will decorate its back. Light Demon Lord, Lucifer, you are currently not the great Demon Lord yet. When you obtain all the elements, all the powers, you will truly be the great Demon Lord. Tesh. Sorry for waking you up before that. But it looks like, in order to reach the perfect strength, you will have to obtain it with your own hands. Now go, Lucifer. In order to become perfect, and with that perfected strength, destroy this unsightly world. Tesh. The mountain moved. That itself is the figure of my creation, Lucifer. A big build that doesn't fall short to the mother monsters that the 4 base elements created. I provided a human-like upper half to this child, and a snake-like lower half. What will be destroying the humans is the foolishness of the humans themselves. This design is a metaphor of this. The unsightly and disgusting snake lower half is the selfishness that lies deep inside all humans, and their cruelty given shape. At its back, there's only the shining light wings and the still new butterfly wings. Adding to that, there will be the fire wings, transparent wings, and the tree wings. And then, the last ones will be. Go, Lucifer. Tesh. This is the time to sound the trumpet of the end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371 to 373. Looking back. I might be the most evil god of all. Shiva. Torito Shiva said. From the 4 base elements, no, from the 6 gods of creation. Shiva. He was speaking as his other soul that resides in himself, the wind god Quasar. This god that rules over wind had trained in order to climb up to being the top of all gods. For the sake of that, he got involved with humans and learned from them. He wondered if by having a god taken the potential of humans, that god would be able to become the top of the gods, the way to get closer to the dark god. To achieve that, he incarnated as a human. Moreover, he repeated that several times as he experienced life. As a result, the wind god incarnation, Torito Shiva, now exists. But as I repeated that, I ended up being charmed by the humans. Shiva. Shiva speaks with a grave expression. That brave standing of the humans. Living their lives modestly. The simple smiles that come out from them at incidental things. The many small happenings that one would think are pointless. I began thinking that maybe that's where the greatness of the humans lies in. Shiva. Even when he is a god, he aimed to surpass gods, and in a sense, Quasar was the more serious one out of them all. How ironic. Even though I got closer to humans seeking for strength, the humans taught me that the pointless is the strongest. And so, even as of today, I am residing in the body of a human, and enjoying the life of a human. Shiva. Being born, growing, falling in love, have children, and raise them. Shiva had a wedding the other day, and has reached the very definition of the pinnacle in human life. But, was that truly the correct thing to do? Shiva. Shiva says while looking down at the helmet he was holding. The beaten up and hollow helmet. There's obviously no signs of life in it. The wind demon Lord Raphael is the compilation of the wind element monsters that I as a god had created. Just like the other base element gods, even if they were created at first as tools for the gods, they should have been able to find their own reason to live. Shiva. But he couldn't. Raphael is already completely gone. Only the helmet remained as if leaving a corpse. I enjoyed my life as a human so much, got so absorbed in my own enjoyment, that I might have neglected my duty as a god. Maybe I should have accepted the existence of the demon lords just like Nova, Coacervate, and Mantle did. Shiva. But the wind god had the duty of protecting his brethren from the demon lords as the human Shiva. And he even went so far as to destroy his own body to achieve this when he fought stubbornly against the demon lord. Before he himself could be threatened by them, he threatened the demon lords. That's why I might be the weakest within the 6 gods of creation. I got so absorbed in my own enjoyment that I forgot my side as a god, Shiva. You said duty of a god before. But that duty is, Haine. Ikoramiya Haine spoke. I was the only one allowed to visit the sick room, as a brethren of his, the dark god. To create worlds. Create a world, create life, and that's where the job of the gods is over. Haine. That's why, at the moment when the world creation is over, the gods are no longer needed. From there on, it is a matter of each god's pride. How will you maintain your stance as a god? In what way will you act towards the living beings that you have created? All of those would just be the self-satisfaction of us gods. Haine. But Shiva. There's no duty for us gods to love the lives that we created ourselves. And within that, you win God loved the humans more than anyone else. That's why I respect you from the bottom of my heart. Haine. And this love of his is reaching out to monsters as well. I think that loving more than 2 at the same time is incredibly difficult, you know? Especially when you are not only a god right now but a human as well. Haine. Torito Shiva has a family, a wife, and comrades that he loves deeply. Because of that, he couldn't avoid a battle with the demon lords as his human self. The decision you took at that time was correct. If you continue worrying like that, it would mean that you are also complaining about this girl's fight, you know? Haine. Both Shiva and I looked down at the bed in front of us. Sick room. The one currently residing in this sick room is Haine. She was lying in the bed to rest her exhausted body and treat the wounds after a hard fight. She is currently in a deep sleep as if to heal her wounds as fast as possible. To think she would fight without telling me. Shiva. Founder and hero, and also brother and sister. In order to settle matters with the Wind Demon Lord, she didn't attend the wedding of Shiva that happened right around the same time. That was her resolve. Haine and Raphael fought by themselves so that the hatred that comes out from the battle won't leak out. Haine. Shiva learned of this after everything planned in the wedding was over already. Shiva, surprised by the fight that occurred against the demon lord and his death which Shiva himself was unaware of, made him run to the place in question while still in his groom outfit. Even though I was prepared to make her a god hero anytime, she even refused that. Shiva. That's what resolve is about. The resolve from Haine, and also from Raphael. Haine. That's right, resolve. The only way to cut off the cycle of hatred that stretches infinitely. The need to cut the emotions that rose up without limit. That's what it means to put an end to things. Haine thought of her own way to put an end to it, and acted on it. This is something that only she could do, because, Haine. The Haine lying here is. She is the wind hero after all. Haine. Right. Haine is a true wind hero. Shiva. Shiva's words felt as if he were also telling himself that. I thought she would stay as my cute little sister forever, but she has become quite the reliable one without my knowing. There's already no need for Juo or Iha, Shiva. Not only Haine. That's how it is for all humans. Haine. Humans are strong. They are not so weak that they would need the help of gods for everything. On the contrary, there are times when humans have helped us gods, and have made us learn and understand new things. Don't get so worked up as a human, and as a god. Haine. To think you would encourage me in such a way. I wouldn't have been able to imagine that 1,600 years ago. Shiva. Time changes everything. Humans, gods, monsters, and all other things. Now that I think about it, what happened to those guys? Shiva. Haine asked about them as if he had just remembered. Ah, Haine. He is referring to the 3 demon lords that came to Rudra's metropolis chasing after Raphael. 372, within disappointment. Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel. In the past, gods created monsters to trouble humans, but after the long time of a century, they evolved. They obtained a heart and a will. As a result, the Lord of Monsters was born, the Demon Lords. That's the same for the 3 here, and the now gone Raphael. And Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel were simply silent. Even when we moved to the Wind Church headquarters and had them sit at the reception room, they had their heads down without saying a single word. The atmosphere was incredibly heavy. It felt as if I had all-nighters for a whole week. Ah, Haine-san. Karen. When I entered the room, the one who noticed me immediately was Karen-san. She kept the Demon Lord's company while I was together with Shiva, but it looks like her expression was already showing exhaustion. This is not good. I can't do anything about this atmosphere. Karen. Looks like that's the case. Haine. The atmosphere tormenting Karen-san was all coming from the Demon Lords. It is heavy, gloomy, and damp. It is the kind of atmosphere that could crush you if you were to try fixing it. That's definitely something that was created from the sadness, regret, and loss of the Demon Lords. I should have, Uriel. The first one to speak was Uriel. I should have paid more attention to Raphael. I was the one that hung out the most with Raphael within our group. And yet, I couldn't notice the worries of Raphael. Or Riel. Those words were filled with self-condemnation and regret. I as well, you know. Gabriel. The next one to speak was Gabriel. I was going all culture this culture that. I was unable to see the ones closest to me. I can't even notice the state of mind of my comrade. There's no way I have the qualifications to talk about culture. Gabriel. As expected, she was also filled with self-condemnation. The leader of the demon lords, Michael. And the last one is Michael. There was no higher or lower within us demon lords. That's why I thought that it was presumptuous to be called the leader. But if I had taken that role more seriously, and had acted as the one who put order within the group, Raphael might not have ended up like that. Michael. They were always filled with vigor, but now, they are weakened to a pitiful state. It was basically as if I had let Raphael die. Michael. No, if I had been more level-headed. Gabriel. No, it was I that. Oriel. And then, the three demon lords returned to silence. It has been a repeat of this for a while now. Karen. Karen-san said with a disheartened expression. They fall silent, say self-deprecating words every now and then, let out sighs, and fall silent again. It is a complete negative spiral. Karen. It is true that anyone caught in this atmosphere would be dragged down as well with its heaviness. But to think they would be this discouraged. Looks like the demon lordsans truly thought of each other as comrades and important existences. Karen. It is true that it is unexpected. At first, the demon lords were born from different elements, making them clashing existences. I could tell that they were only in a temporary cooperation in order to eradicate humans. But camaraderie must have been born towards the partners they grouped with for the first time. Haine. It happened so naturally that even they didn't notice. That's why, when they lost one in their group, they noticed the camaraderie, and must have gotten even more hurt by it. Noticing the importance of that something after losing it is sad, but it happens often. When thinking of it in that way, the demon lords are truly pitiful. I don't know what to say to them, Karen. Karen-san is easy to get influenced by nature, so she was on the verge of tears right now. She also learned of everything after it was already over. Until then, she was in the wedding of Shiva and Juo-san, and she apparently had bloodshot eyes trying to catch the bouquet. At that time, they got the report of Hayo and Raphael having a duel, and made strenuous efforts to clean up. Karen-san was obviously really worried about her friend Hayo, but it was better for her relative Shiva-san to see her, and she herself would be caring for the demon lords. Now that I think about it, where's Juo-san? Haine. Where's the recently married Juo-san? She went to the battle's location to retrieve the robot, and while at it, gather the armor parts, Karen. Well, she is a scientist, so she might be thinking something that we regular people can't understand. We should put our all in the problem in front of us. In other words, how to make the broken demon lords stand up. Well, looks like it will be impossible for us. Haine. Haine-san? Please don't give up all of a sudden. Karen. Even if you tell me that, healing the heart of someone requires quite the experience and technique. And I only know one person who has reached that professional level. No other choice but to leave it to that person. Haine. Is what I mutter when a new person enters the room. Haine-sama, Karen-sama. Do-raha. The girl that came together with us from the Light Church. Reporting. The objective is at sight. Do-raha. Karen. Karen-san was confused by the report. But the place we are currently in is Rudra's metropolis. A moving city that has the most advanced ethereal technology. Even when we were standing by here, the city as a whole was heading towards a certain place. This was a request from me to Shiva. So we finally arrived. Haine. A nostalgic place. Apollon City. 373, Dear Light Capital. Apollon City. The city where one of the 5 grand churches, the Light Church, is using as their base. I am technically affiliated with the Light Church, so it is also my base as well, but since I have been quite absent from it lately, I felt pretty nostalgic about it. This is as far as we can bring you. Shiva. After arriving at a place quite close to Apollon City, Shiva told us this. This was an agreement within the 5 grand churches. Our Rudra's metropolis can't get more close to the other cities than necessary. I will bring out an ethereal car to send you guys there. Shiva. Sorry for the trouble. Haine. Even so, we plan on staying around here for a while, so if something happens, we will come help immediately. Shiva. No, giving us a ride all the way here is plenty enough. Haine. Giving our farewells, Shiva and I exchange a strong handshake. What about Hayo-chan? Karen-san was still worrying about her friend Hayo. She is still sleeping, but there's nothing threatening her life. I will have her greet you when she recovers. Shiva. Ah, yes. Karen. And so, we left the Wind Capital in this way. We rode the car, but the ones who were inside first, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, were keeping their silence. Because we are inside a pretty cramped space, the heaviness increased by a lot. Haine. Oh, Karen. Karen-san and I were at a loss for words. We have to endure this atmosphere until we arrive at Apollon City? And there's another one in the Light Church team, Doraha. You guys are depressing. Doraha. Stop it. Doraha, stop it. Haine. Right now, a straight ball is way too dangerous. Karen. As expected, Doraha can't read the mood. And so, we finally returned to Apollon City. How many days have I been absent? I don't think it is more than half a month, but for some reason, it feels as if I haven't returned for years. Even though it hasn't been a year since I moved from my hometown to Apollon City, I already feel like this is my second home. Oh, Haine. So you finally returned. When we arrived at the Light Church's headquarters, the first one to instantly welcome us was the Aurora Light Corps General, Grade-san. He is a strong man that climbed his way to general, and his head lacking a single strand of hair was shining conspicuously. General Grades, I am truly sorry for being absent so long. Haine. It is fine. Your job is to get special designated work and go around here and there after all. Grades. Ah. So that's really how I was being seen as. Well, can't be helped. I really have been leaving the Light Capital almost all the time without even notifying after all. But you know, Haine, even I had it tough this time. Grades. General Grades says as he places his arm around my shoulders. Is this the preliminary preparations for preaching and complaints? The outside is dangerous with how the world is and the demon lords, right? In that sense, we had not only the Hiro-sama, we also had you and Doraha-shan, so our layers of protection were pretty tough. If they were to attack us, we would have peace of mind with you guys here, Grades. Sorry. Haine. Normally, the current and previous heroes are the ones commanding the military force of each church. The retired previous heroes were brought back to duty temporarily for this emergency state, for the sake of dealing with situations that might occur. But you know, the previous hero Atesh is missing, and you and the founder-sama were missing together as well. Not only that, Karen-sama, Dora, and you went to assist another city, so you guys didn't return for a good while. Grades. Ah. The voice of General Grades is gradually growing more nasal. By the time I noticed, I was the one with the highest standing. The responsibility was crazy high. Just thinking about what would happen if a demon lord were to attack us in this state, I couldn't sleep at all. Even so, I couldn't show fear in front of my subordinates. Grades. Looks like, in the time we were gone, the stress he was under was incredible. I am already bald, so there's no hair that can be lost, but if I had hair, I would have certainly lost a hell lot from the stress. My pillow would be filled with hair. You can understand, right? Right? I was in a middle-class position not that long ago, but I suddenly had the fate of the city resting on my shoulders. Grades. But, I heard that Grade-san was the one who had Daraha accompany Karen-san. Haine. I was moved when I heard from hearsay of the decisiveness of General Grades when saying if we are going to send reinforcements, we will be reinforcing with our all. That's 'cause I had no choice but to do that at that time. I actually didn't want her to go. I wanted someone I could share the responsibility with. Grades. As if releasing all the stress inside of him, Grade-san cries on my shoulder. Sorry. Taking all the fighting force when we don't know when a demon lord would attack. There's no helping that you would be worried. Where did you go? Don't leave me alone. Grades. Yeah, good work, good work. Haine. I soothe Grade-san, who has regressed to an infant after being released from his responsibilities. With this, I am finally released from my daily worries. If the demon lords attack us, we can have you guys confront them as well. Grades. Speaking of that, I want to introduce you to some people. Haine. Grades. The demon lords that came along with us on the way. Haine. Close to my back, Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel line up. Jaya. Grades. If I had hair, I would have lost them all at that instant, is what the bald General Grades said after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374 to 375, Support of the Heart. And well, after scraping away the lifespan of General Grades in that way, we moved to achieve our biggest objective. Haine-san. Karen. Yes? Haine. Why did you bring the demon lords to Apollon City in the first place? Karen. A valid question from the accompanying Karen-san. Karen-san, the demon lords are currently hurt by the shock of experiencing the loss of a comrade for the first time. They may have strong divine power, but they were born recently. They don't know how to take the sadness. Haine. I see, Karen. It is because they are in that delicate of a state that there's the need for fitting skill, or it will be impossible to heal them. We need a specialist in handling the heart. Haine. And from the people I know of, the one who is the best at this is this person, the Light Founder, Yorishiro. The three demon lords and her were having an audience at the altar of the Light Church. Wait. Karen. Karen-san was conspicuously agitated by this. She closes in on me, who is spectating this together with her. What's going on? Why are you having Yorishiro-sama face the demon lords? Karen. Didn't I tell you already? We need someone to treat the heart of the demon lords. Haine. The one most fit to do this is Yorishiro. A specialist in evaluating the heart, diagnosing the wound, and has the best technique for it. Don't you think that's basically Yorishiro, Karen-san? Haine. Well, yeah, Karen. After all, religion is specialized in filling the openings of the heart. And Yorishiro, who rules over the Light Church, is the best heart controller. Mind control is a necessary skill in religion after all. Haine. This is not a cult. Karen. But I have already brought them before her. Now then, Yorishiro, heal the wounded hearts of the demon lords with that silver tongue of yours that brought you all the way to the top of the light church at a young age. I have a rough idea of things thanks to Haine-san. Yorishiro. Yorishiro speaks in an austere stance. A voice that could pull even us in. And for the spiritually wounded demon lords, this had great effect. You, Michael. What's with this voice? I feel as if I am being drawn in. Gabriel. The divinity is Auriel. The demon lords were all ears now. The first taste of separation. It must have been painful to even describe in words. Saying I understand your feelings here would be hypocritical. Your pain is yours only after all. Yorishiro. Ugh. The demon lords endured the words of Yorishiro that felt, at a glance, as if she were pushing them away. The death won't resurrect. What's lost cannot return. Even if you were to say if I had done those things at that time, it might not have turned out this way, time will still not rewind. No one can change what has happened in the already gone past. Yorishiro. We already know that. Gabriel. Gabriel rebutted as if she couldn't endure it any longer. But that's all we can do. We can't stop thinking about how there might have been a chance to save Raphael. Gabriel. And what if there had been a chance? Yorishiro. Yorishiro asks cool-headed. We would only be carving that uselessness of us for letting that chance escape. Michael. That's right. Yorishiro. Michael mutters heavily. We are incompetent. No matter how much divine power we are overflowing with, or how big it is, we couldn't even save one comrade. We are useless people that are only flung around by our own strength. Michael. That's right, but, Yorishiro. Yorishiro stops her words for a moment and says. That's how everyone is. Yorishiro. Auriel raises his head. Like a sinner that had noticed the existence of God in the middle of their prayer. The longer one lives, the more regrets one will surely shoulder. They painfully think if I had done this while regretting a past that they can't do anything about. This is something that everyone who has made decisions would experience. Yorishiro. Yorishiro spreads out her arms as if accepting their faults. Like you people right now. Yorishiro. The demon lords gulp their breath. The ones that don't have regrets, the ones that haven't failed, are people that without exception have not fought, have not struggled, at all. The ones who don't fight, ridicule the people that do. Yorishiro. That's why, the people that fight, don't laugh at other people that fight as well. They know the pain of fighting, and they also know the grief of fighting as well. That's why I won't ridicule you people. Yorishiro. Yorishiro brings back the spread-out arms of hers to her chest. That simple action of hers felt as if it were bringing everyone before her into her embrace. Even from where I was, I could feel a warmth inside of me. Everyone that knows that same pain. As people that know that same pain, we can understand each other as well. You can make decisions that won't make you repeat that same pain. We call that wisdom. Yorishiro. Because that's the only thing that serves as comfort in our loss after all. Yorishiro. What has been lost won't return. In that case, if at the very least you can use that unbearable pain as a lesson for the future, that pain would have had meaning, and you can comfort yourself with that. I see, Michael. That's right. For the sake of Raphael as well, we can't just stand idly. Gabriel. Founder Sama. Auriel. The three demon lords kneeled. As if the chain of pain had been released. Please don't kneel. From now on, we will be having an equal standing as comrades after all. Yorishiro. And Yorishiro properly strengthened the connection. She doesn't let a chance escape. Haine-san, it is true that Yorishiro-sama has managed to bring back the spirit of the demon lords, but Karen-san was showing slight signs of escapism. Aren't we taking advantage of the opening in their hearts? Karen. I also felt that way. Maybe leaving it to Yorishiro was a mistake? I began feeling regret as well. 375, the identity of the one acting in the shadows. And in this way, the demon lords managed to at least get back on their feet after the loss of their comrade. Hey! Now that I look closely, this building has quite the dignified style. The walls and pillars are filled with carvings. I feel a lot of culture in it. Gabriel. But doesn't it instead make it suffocating with that many decorations? It surpasses the Muhya feeling and ends up being overwhelming instead. Oriel. Gabriel is in high tension with the city that's brimming with culture. Oriel has increased his skills as a connoisseur. Apollon City is also called as the City of Scholars. It is the city that has the most developed ideology culture. Yorishiro. Yorishiro acts as the representative and explains it. History, philosophy, literature, psychology, those kind of things are what this city specializes in studying and polishing. The biggest library of the world, natural history facilities, academic conferences, documents of the world's mysteries, this city is filled with those kind of things daily. Yorishiro. So the study of how to better yourself, huh? How hot-blooded. Michael. Michael mutters with his arms crossed. It is the kind of knowledge we need the most. What are we? We have to properly decipher this first. We have to move forward for the sake of Raphael, who has departed before us as well. Michael. That's right, Michael. Gabriel. We can't stay idle looking back. Walking forward is the path to repay Raphael's friendship. Oriel. The three demon lords held hands. Wow. These guys get along well. But before that, there's a problem we have to solve. Haine. Is what I add in. The great demon lord Lucifer is still thinking of eradicating humans, right? Haine. That's right. I didn't bring these guys to Apollon City only to have them stand back up. I want them to tell us something important. The demon lord that is still shrouded in mystery and threatens the world as a whole. Lucifer. And also the one behind that. And about the other person, Haine. I was told about her by Michael and the others. But before I could ask in more detail, the sadness of losing Raphael had sunk into them, and they were not in a state where I could ask them about it. That's why I wanted them to get back on their feet, even if I had to use the silver tongue of Yorishiro that was borderline brainwashing. Sunny Soul Atesh. Haine. In order to ask in more detail about this woman that is deeply connected with Lucifer. The priestess of Lucifer. That's how she called herself. Michael. Michael answers me. She told us that she is the one who will speak the will in the stead of the still unawakened Lucifer-sama. The representative that will hear out the words of Lucifer-sama for the sake of accomplishing Lucifer-sama's objective. That's how she explained herself. Michael. And in reality, her ability to take action was good. She managed to find our hiding without any difficulty, and brought us to the castle where Lucifer-sama was sleeping. Gabriel. When I actually saw Lucifer-sama sleeping, I was flabbergasted. At that time, we were still looking down on humans from the bottom of our heart, but it was because we saw that we were able to accept that woman. Oriel. The testimonies of the demon lords were coming out one after the other. The more they say, the more agitated I got. She is definitely not a woman we don't know of. That's because she was the previous light hero. But just before the fight against the demon lords, she was defeated by Yorishiro, and fled from the light church. After that, her whereabouts were unknown. We didn't know where she was, but no one imagined that she would be at the side of the demon lords. I can't believe that. Karen. Karen-san shouts as if speaking out the feelings of everyone. It is true that Atish-sama, no, Atish is a person that possesses something that we can't gauge. That she would be perpetrating something that we wouldn't be able to predict. Karen. True. I was unconscious at that time, so I wasn't present personally, but Atish apparently acted in a way that would make one doubt their eyes in the battle that would trigger her escape. Using a lost art of the light divine users, swinging a divine tool that governs over the shadow divine power. Not only that, she had a level of light divine power that rivaled that of Yurishiro without the need of a divine tool. They finally managed to defeat Atish by having Karen-san become a god hero, but that in itself makes her abnormal among abnormals within the humans. But even with that, to think that she was the one pulling the strings in the Demon Lord battle is just way too abnormal. It surpasses the limit of what a human would be able to scheme. Karen. It is just as Karen-san says. No matter how good of a schemer Atish is, managing to control the demon lords to destroy the world is just not on the level that a single human can manage in terms of method and objective. What if she is not just a mere human? Those muttered words gathered the attention of everyone. Yurishiro was the one who said this. Yurishiro. Haine. Atish-san was a person that gave out an abnormal aura since before she left us. Resourcefulness that can't normally be seen in humans, divine power impossible for a human to possess, it is as if she was something that surpassed humans. Yurishiro. What would that be? Karen. Karen-san couldn't help but question. Are you saying Atish is not a human? Then what? A monster? A demon lord? Karen. Karen-san, I have heard that in your fight with the demon lords, you have met people that were the same as her. Yurishiro. Wait. In Muspelheim, Thalorus is the incarnation of the fire god Nova, at Hygraville, the water god Coacervate, and Mother Earth Mantle that became one with Seisi-san. Didn't you speak directly with them? Yurishiro. That's Karen. The gods that were far away and were the object of worship in the 5 grand churches. They have all been approaching humans one after the other. And the personage that we light devotees worship might have been right close by. Yurishiro. Oi, wait, Yurishiro. What are you trying to tell her? That's right. Sunny Soul Atish is the incarnation of the light goddess, inflation. Yurishiro. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376 to 377, Whereabouts of Goddess. TLN, woo, a really weird timing for a sponsored chapter. But you know, Suki took all the Sunday. No worries, I will manage to release the next batch of WR in Thursday. Thanks to the donators. Sponsored chapters. The conversation had been temporarily stopped and the demon lords, the hero, and I had separated. Because of the many shocking revelations, there was the need for a break in order to arrange the information in our heads. The demon lords had gone to the room prepared by the Light Church, and Karen-san went on her way to manage the work that has accumulated after being absent for a long time. The ones remaining were Doraha, I'm glad to see you back. Yurishiro. In that group, Yurishiro showed happiness at the return of Doraha, who wasn't in the light capital for a good while. This welcoming of Yurishiro's treasured Doraha had been postponed till now because, the moment we returned, we immediately had to heal the mental state of the demon lords, and we were in a hurry to obtain information regarding Lucifer. Yurishiro hugs tightly the small body of Doraha. I was a little bit lonely with you away from my side for this long, but I am incredibly happy to feel your growth. Yurishiro. I am Yurishiro-sama's shadow. From now on and ever, I will follow you. Doraha. In this journey, Doraha has understood that she is an extreme case of xenophobic. As expected, Doraha is thoroughly courteous towards the person she acknowledges as her master, Yurishiro, and shows deep affection. After hugging like mother and child, and rubbing their cheeks together, she then turned her gaze towards me. Sorry for the wait. It looks like you still have something to say to me, desu wa ni? Yorishiro. Now that I think about it, Yorishiro and I haven't seen each other since the time we brought back Mantle at the Nameless Desert. It wasn't that long of a space compared to Karen-san, but right now, I can't understand Yorishiro's thoughts to the point that I feel as if that space of time was several centuries. Why did you say something like that? Haine. Wait, please. A voice reverberates directly in my head. This is a voice that comes from the waves of the soul. Words that can only be transmitted towards only a selected few souls that share a characteristic. Doraha is still here. It would be better to keep what we are going to be talking here between ourselves, right? Yorishiro. Fine. Haine. Yorishiro does have a point, so I accepted. Maybe the hug of Yorishiro is quite comfortable. Doraha had fallen asleep within her arms. After thinking she really is a child in this kind of moments, I continue the conversation. Why did you say something like that? Haine. What do you refer to by something like that? Yorishiro. This woman, playing the fool at this point. The conversation won't progress if you go making pointless remarks. The nonsense about Atash being the incarnation of the light goddess inflation. Haine. Why do you think it is nonsense? Yorishiro. Obviously because, If Atash-san's identity is the light goddess, all the pieces will fit. More so, with the existence of the light demon Lord Lucifer. Yorishiro. Ugh. Haine. How was it created? Monsters were created by gods. Or the other possibility is that a god gave that function to what's known as a mother monster, but a light mother monster doesn't exist. Yorishiro. She is hitting me with logic. In that case, there's no other possibility than her being the light goddess who created the light demon Lord Lucifer with her own hands. Yorishiro. Are you saying Atash was the one who created Lucifer? Haine. Yes. Yorishiro. It is true that this is really convincing reasoning. I don't know why, but Atash is planning on eradicating humanity, and her specific method to do that is the creation of Lucifer. And then, she shared that plan with the 4 demon lords that were born at around that time. Even if Atash had that kind of conspiracy in mind, it is hard to connect it with the evolution of the monsters into demon lords, but the theory itself does indeed make sense. But there is a bigger problem than that. Haine. What is it? Yorishiro. There's no way Atash is the incarnation of inflation. No way. Because Yorishiro, you are the incarnation of the light goddess, aren't you? Haine. Yeah, that's why we are able to do soul transmission with each other. I am the incarnation of the dark god Entropy, so we are able to establish this communication method between gods. You are the very goddess herself, so you should know better than anyone that Atash is not inflation. And yet, you went and said that nonsense yourself. Haine. Hearing that Atash, who was scheming on eradicating humanity, was the light goddess, you should understand how Karen-san felt at that moment. Karen-san is the light hero. A member of the light church, and that's why she worships inflation deeply. Haine. Why can you so easily tell a lie like that that betrays the belief of Karen-san? Karen-san wasn't that shocked about it. Yorishiro. Yorishiro says as if a matter of fact. She has already been personally acquainted with the polluted Coacervate and the unrelenting Mantle after all. She has learned that gods are not as perfect as humans think, and has overcome it. Karen-san is stronger than you think. Yorishiro. Even so, Haine. Also, I didn't lie. Atash-san is without doubt the light goddess inflation. Yorishiro. She is my half. Yorishiro. That's Haine. You have seen how Coacervate was divided after being distilled, right? Gods are intangible beings that are not tied by a body. They can freely change into anything. They can also change from 1 to 2. Yorishiro. Then, is inflation saying that she herself had something like that happening to her? Entropy, at one point in time, I truly hated humans. The humans that had taken you away from me. Yorishiro. At the Battle of Gods 1,600 years ago, the other 5 gods and I were fighting over the treatment of the humans. I wanted to protect the freedom of the humans, and the other gods wanted to enslave them. I was defeated in that fight and was sealed till this era. You went as far as going against me to protect the humans. You took the side of humans rather than mine. I couldn't forgive that. But in the time I incarnated as the human Izanami, and lived my life with the people of the underworld country, I should have forgotten that anger and hatred. I thought that I had learned about the greatness of the humans and my unsightly emotions had disappeared. Yorishiro. Yorishiro grabs her chest tightly in pain, biting her lips as she transmits the voice of her soul to me. The hatred of the light goddess has changed form and still exists. That's the other inflation. It has incarnated in the form of Atesh. My sister. Yorishiro. Is that even possible? The loving emotions and the hating emotions towards humans within the light goddess had rebelled, and finally, separated to become individual existences. The loving emotions became Yorishiro. The hating emotions became Atesh. And pushed by that hatred, Atesh created Lucifer to destroy the humans? The pieces fall so in place that I could only agree with it. You knew about that from the very beginning? Haine. No, I learned about it pretty recently. Right before Atesh-san left, she revealed her own identity. She must have intended it as a challenge. Yorishiro. She herself didn't even notice until then that she had divided in 2. Atesh-san is my very sin. And that sin is trying to turn its fangs towards humanity, Yorishiro. And that was hurting the light goddess herself. Yorishiro has been hanging her head down this whole time she was revealing this. It must have taken a lot of courage to break this out. Thank you, Yorishiro. For telling me. Haine. Those words rang out from my soul. Yorishiro apparently learned of this when Atesh escaped. She had many chances to tell us, but the reason it took her this long to actually tell me was most likely because she didn't have the resolve yet. I really am no good. Even though, not that long ago, I spoke about how ifs won't change the past, Yorishiro. I sit by the side of Yorishiro. Isn't that fine? That just means you have learned from humans and have grown as well. In my eyes, your radiance is greater than 1,600 years ago. Haine. Yorishiro most likely heard me, but she just continued to brush the head of the sleeping Doraha with a wry smile and a flushed face. Is that because I am basically a distilled inflation? Yorishiro. Let's search for a better comparison. Haine. Yorishiro and I laughed lightly. It felt as if something in the room had gotten slightly lighter. I finally have a picture of the core of this battle. 377, exchange between human and demons. After that, I left the room and walked aimlessly around the headquarters. Sunny Soul Atesh is the half of the light goddess that had divided due to hatred. That soul had incarnated into a human. Being hit by that shocking truth, I was unable to say anything and had no choice but to fall in contemplation. I can understand why Yorishiro couldn't speak about it until now. From what Yorishiro said, Atesh is basically the stains of inflation, the ugly side that you wouldn't want others to see. Revealing that side to others without any fear is not something that even a god can do readily. Humans are still being dragged into the troubles created by gods, Haine. When thinking about it, this battle with the demon lords is practically the compilation of all the troubles that the gods have caused to the humans. But in hindsight, it is because of the demon lord's battle that the gods have closed the distance quite a lot between them and the humans. Just when I thought that humans, gods, and demons wouldn't fight anymore, the existence of an evil light goddess has been made clear. The world hasn't escaped danger yet. That feeling got heavier. Haine, why? While I was spacing out thinking this, I heard a voice calling me from afar. What are you pondering about at a place like this? It doesn't suit you, you know? A man must charge forward with their youth. You are drunk, aren't you, General Grades? Haine. As proof, his bald head was bright red. Drinking alcohol when it is still daytime, maybe I should report you for misconduct, Knight General. What's so bad about drinking? I am off duty today. Grades. Really? Haine. I finally got a break after you guys came back, you know. Before that, I would have to be on full attention for the demon lords that who knows when they would attack, so I didn't have a single moment to rest. I couldn't sleep at all with you guys gone, you know? Grades. Now that he mentions it, Grades-san was truly having an endurance battle while we were gone. I changed my mind. He is finally free from the tension, so it should be fine to drink. How many tens of bottles have I drunk already? At any rate, the taste of beer is proportionate to how long you work. Isn't that right, Uriel? Grades. Really? Alcohol tastes the best after a hardship. Uriel. Why are you here? Uriel, weren't you supposed to be at the specially designated room at the church's headquarters? Haine. 'Cause you know, even if you tell me to take a break, I was bored. And then, I encountered this bald guy by coincidence, and ended up getting along with him quite well. Uriel. Wait. Oof, I thought that the demon lords were all scary guys, but they are unexpectedly nice. Anyone that understands the taste of beer can become friends. Grades. Even General Grades. He is one of the guys that made you go through a hell of stress not that long ago, you know? Alcohol is truly a nice thing. It tastes good, and the more you drink, the more you feel as if the worries and stress you have inside you melts. Uriel. Good. Right, demon lords should also have things piled inside them. Okay. This old man will hear you out today, so spill your heart out. Grades. There's the matter with Raphael, but there's also the scary Earth hero that catches me and doesn't let go. She is smiling, but it is scary. Uriel. In that case, I will teach you how to deal with scary female superiors. You know, in this light church, there's a lot of scary women as well. Grades. The drunks are bonding. I wanted to retort about what the hell they are doing, but before I could, I heard the sounds of an uproar from another place. Sealstan. That's culture. Oi. Captain Visage and Gabriel. Haine. Even without confirming their figures, I could tell with what they said. Oh, Assistant Haine. I was in the middle of teaching this lady demon lord about culture. Visage. The idol otaku Captain Visage said. This idiot is a big fan of the hero and idol Celestis. And to think that Celestis-chan's popularity would transmit in this way. This must be a type of culture. Postcards, trading cards, hugging pillows. All of these is culture I have never seen before. Gabriel. There's Gabriel elated in trying to greedily absorb the culture of humans. Don't go transmitting bad culture towards other races as well. Haine. What are you saying? The only bad culture is the gacha. Visage, amen. Gacha? Umu. It is a mobile phone business that's trending in idol shops lately. Well, it is like a lottery of sorts. Visage. I only get bad vibes from it. For a set price, you get the right to pull the lot, and if you manage to hit jackpot, you can get a super rare good of seal's tan. Visage. And what are the chances of getting that jackpot? Haine. Visage didn't say anything. Just how much did you spend in that? Haine. Answer. Damn it. You were finally promoted and got a raise, and yet, you can only use your money in such useless things? Haine. I grabbed the shoulders of Visage and shake him, and Gabriel, who was looking at the side, was once again pleased. Incredible. This must be the joys and sorrows of the economy. This must be part of culture, isn't it? Gabriel. This woman connects way too many things with culture. Or more like, aren't Ariel and Gabriel getting too used to humans? What in the world is going on here? We are trying to learn from humans. This time, Michael was the one who appeared. The feelings of humans, their thoughts, their emotions, they are things that we demons must take in and absorb. That's the path we should take from now on. Michael. Haine. We don't think about eradicating humans anymore. If humans permit it, we want to walk the path of mutual prosperity with them. Michael. From what I heard after, Michael had been participating in the training drills of the Aurora Night Corps, apparently to learn about the training that humans do. He supposedly carried a mountain of Aurora Knights as if it were nothing. Training with the strongest of monsters in a drill that is for the sake of fighting monsters. This is already in a state where I can't put my head around anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378 to 379, Wicked Snake Fiend. Sponsored chapters. And so, in this way, the exchange between demon lords and humans deepened gradually to the point that made me question what the hell is this, and finally, we faced a big change. There were few things we could do to approach the matter. The most direct way to solve the problem would be to find Atesh and capture her, but we don't know where she is at all. We could make her a world-wanted person, but if we are going against a god incarnation, it definitely won't be easy to find her location. It was the same when the demon lords hid to avoid me after all. What we can do would be to harden our defenses with our respective heroes, and make it so we are not hit in any opening. Hiro-sama. Assistant. We were thinking about passing the day hanging out with the demon lords, but a light knight came flying to report to us. Emergency call. Emergency call? In this era, we can exchange information with other nations in an instant thanks to the ethereal wireless technology. Even if one of our places gets attacked, we can immediately fly to their aid, and we will be able to provide fast assistance with the use of the flying machines. Emergency call from Rudra's metropolis. Rudra's metropolis. That's pretty close. Haine. The moving city of Rudra's metropolis is currently at standby in a place close by to Apollon City in case of any unexpected events. Karen-san and I ran to the communication room and faced the mic. This is Koramiya Haine speaking. Wind Church member, can you hear me? Haine. Is that Haine? This voice. Isn't it Shiva? For the founder himself to make a call, moreover, from how he is speaking, I can tell he is in pain. What's the matter? What happened? Explain the situation. Haine. That monster. We weren't even in its sight. It treated us as pebbles at the roadside. A whole city. The speaker was relaying the voice of Shiva that was far away, and it was reproducing the pained voice of his. Oi! Is Rudra's metropolis okay? What about the damage? Haine. Don't worry. There's not much damage on our side. It didn't give us any attention, so the damage was kept at a minimum. How laughable. Shiva. His voice was filled with regret and self-derision. It was so sudden that we didn't have the time to bring out the hero or the Kazama shinobis. That guy only shot one divine power attack. However, that one attack blew away Rudra's metropolis and made it bounce 3 times. Shiva. Bounce? The whole Rudra's metropolis? It may be the smallest out of the 5 great cities, but the city is basically a moving fortress, and yet, with one attack? The reason we didn't flip upside down was thanks to the balancer that Juo invented. But because of that, Rudra's metropolis moving engine has completely stopped. Many buildings inside have been destroyed. We can't head out to provide assistance. We have our hands full in the rescuing inside the city. Shiva. What? What are you talking about? We are the ones who should be going to help. We will send Aurora Knight Corps with relief goods, so. Haine. Don't. Shiva. The agitated shout of Shiva made me gulp my breath. To think Shiva would lose his wits to this extent. There's no need to send help to us. You guys should strengthen the defenses of the city. That's why we called you. Shiva. That thing's objective is you guys. The place where you guys are, Apollon City? Our Rudra's metropolis was only coincidentally in the way, so it pushed us to the side. Shiva. Just what in the world? I will be the one sending reinforcements. When the situation has stabilized, I will immediately send Hayu as well. That's why, resist until then, please. Listen well, survive. Shiva. Asterisk. With the call of Shiva that left no opening to speak back ending, I immediately left from the light grand church. And then, I look at the direction where Rudra's metropolis is. What is happening, Haine-san? Karen-san seemed to be uneasy as well. I don't know either. I don't know, but I can clearly tell it is something incredibly bad. A mountain range. Haine. Was there a mountain range at that direction? No, there's no way. The moving city of Rudra's metropolis cannot traverse properly through mountainous terrain, so it would always choose flat ground. That's why, there's no way there would be a mountain range at the direction of Rudra's metropolis. Another mystery occurs. That mountain range began to swerve. The mountain is moving? Haine. That's not it, Haine-san. That's not a mountain. Karen. The other members of the Light Church began to come out after hearing the uproar and were equally flustered. It is not a mountain, but a snake. An incredibly big snake is slithering. Karen. It is exactly as Karen-san says. A giant snake that can be mistaken for a mountain was slithering towards us. That's what blew away Rudra's metropolis. Haine. Where is the head and tail end of that snake? The body of the snake is so big that it was impossible to find it. No, I found it. The giant upper body of the beast that was slithering its way towards us. The head of the snake is actually a human body? Haine. Upper body is human, lower half is snake, moreover, its whole body is as big as a mountain. Could it be, this is the strongest and last demon lord? The demon lord that reigns over light, the great demon lord Lucifer? 379, Leader Inauguration. This is the great demon lord Lucifer? A giant beast that one could mistake for a mountain, and instead of a snake head, it has a human upper half. Truly strange looking. To the point that would make me have goosebumps. Its rough reptilian skin brought about a feeling of disgust in a physiological level. I don't know the reason, but it is probably an instinctive ability that snakes scatter through species that are several times smaller than it. Moreover, a part of it looks exactly like a human. That upper half of a robust man combined what a human is used to seeing with that of a beast, making the picture even more grotesque. Akakakakakakaka. The roar that pierced the air and cut apart the eardrums further increased the disgustingness. It is a mass of repulsiveness. That's the last threat of the Demon Lord battle. Lucifer. What in the world is going on? People came out one after the other from the Light Grand Church where one can see the abnormality that is the new Demon Lord. And within that group, there's Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel. They were holding a philosophy book, idol poster, and an alcohol bottle respectively. I could tell that they were fully enjoying the human culture in Apollon City. Hi? What's with that disgusting thing? Gabriel. Even Gabriel had gotten scared by Lucifer's atypical appearance. Could it be that's Uriel? Great Demon Lord, Lucifer, Sama? Michael. Uriel and Michael were dumbstruck by what seems to be the first time they see their ruler Great Demon Lord. This is the first time I see him in action. Is that really Lucifer Sama? I only saw his cocoon, so, Uriel. I couldn't see him directly when he was sleeping in the castle, but to think he would be this big. Isn't he a lot bigger than the castle that served as his cocoon? Gabriel. No, that's not it. That castle itself was Lucifer Sama. So we were using the inside of Lucifer Sama as our base? Michael. Voices of agitation were leaking out from the demon lords. And within them, there was one who had his fists tightly gripped and trembling. No, his whole body was trembling. The one who was trembling as if trying to hold back his raging stream of emotions was Michael. What great demon lord? Michael. Wah? That thing is not a demon lord. It is just a giant monster. It is true that it is gigantic, but I can't feel intelligence or a soul. It is just a giant monster that brings about destruction by the orders of its god. Michael. And now that you mention it. Uriel. Monsters repeated a cycle of life and death for a century long, and at the end of that accumulated experience, is what brought about the demon lords who have a will and soul. They are truly worthy of being the rulers of monsters. In order to get the best out of the intelligence they have gotten, a trait of them is that they possess a physique similar to that of humans. But the great demon lord that's supposed to stand at the summit of demon lords doesn't fit any of those traits. A size that far surpasses that of humans, an abnormal lower half that can take up the whole vision of someone, and that way of acting, that roar didn't have a single shred of intelligence from it. It is basically a beast. It is just like the Hydra serpent we fought before, a puppet with no will controlled by a god. We were worshipping that thing as our summit? We called that the Lord of Monsters? Don't joke around. Michael. The roar of Michael echoed powerfully within the whole structure of this light grand church. This made it clear. As I thought, that woman, Sunny Solatesh, she was deceiving us demon lords. Lucifer already isn't worth respect. Michael. And then, as if showing the anger in his heart, the fire demon lord spreads out his fire wings. From now on, I, Michael, will take command of us demon lords. Gabriel, Uriel. Entrust your lives to me. Michael. Michael shouts loudly. I maintained equality because we were under Lucifer, and because I neglected giving order to the demon lords, we lost Raphael. I won't let the same mistake happen. From today on, I, Michael, will lead you guys as the leader of the demon lords. Michael. Good grief, finally the leader is going to act as the leader, huh? Uriel. I don't really mind. There's no other than Michael who would take a troublesome role like that anyways. Gabriel. Uriel and Gabriel accepted the resolve of their comrade lightheartedly. Koramiya Haine. Michael. Ah, yes? Haine. I was surprised by the sudden mention of my name. Leave the job of dealing with that Lucifer to us demon lords. Michael. Haine. The trouble that us monsters have created will be put to an end by us monsters. That is the true order of this world. Michael. We gotta pay you guys back for putting up with us after all. Auriel. You guys help out that wing capital that seems to have received damage. I want to learn the culture of that nation one of these days. Gabriel. And then, the three demon lords spread out their symbolic divine power wings and fly into the sky. Wah! Wait. Do you mean that? Haine. Karen-san and I had no choice but to absent-mindedly see off the demon lords that were leaving. Could it be that what is about to begin now is a direct battle between the three demon lords led by Michael against Lucifer? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380 to 381 Demon Lords Frontline. But we can't just let them go like this on their own. That's what I thought for some reason. And whether I want it or not, I have already moved to action. Hiya. Haine. I make a big jump. I somehow managed to jump onto the demon lords that were still not that far from the ground yet. Kaya But, it looks like I coincidentally jumped onto the only female demon lord, Gabriel. It really was a coincidence, okay, I jumped on the spur of the moment and ended up latching on her, but from an outsider's perspective, I am without doubt a degenerate? Kaya. What's with this guy? Hugging a lady out of nowhere without permission. That's not culture. Gabriel. Give me a break. You have been getting completely dyed in the color of Celestis lately. At first, the only difference you had from the other demon lords was your appearance, but now, your personality has been completely changed. Haine-san? What are you doing? Karen. Karen-san calls me in a reproachful and agitated tone from the ground. I am grabbing onto a demon lord that is thinking of heading to where Lucifer is, so Karen-san is steadily getting further and further away. Sorry, Karen-san. I will be accompanying the demon lords. Haine. This declaration surprised not only Karen-san but the demon lords as well. What is the meaning of this, Koramiya Haine? I told you that the problem of monsters must be put to an end by us monsters. Michael. Michael also comes out with a reproachful tone. There's the need for a witness to the battle between demon lords, right? I will take that role. Bring me along. Haine. The real reason might be something else though. I heard about the real identity of Sunny Soul Atesh, and now that I know about it, I have to meet her again once more no matter what. That's how I felt. Fine. Even so, there's no need for you to get involved. Michael. Thanks. I will by no means throw cold water at the resolve of you demon lords. Haine. And in this way, I ended up being a spectator to the battle of demon lords. Haine-san? Karen. And Karen-san had no choice but to see us off in a flustered manner. I raise my voice towards the girl down. Karen-san. Please command the Aurora Knights and harden the defenses of the city. And also make sure to refuse the aid of Rudra's metropolis. Haine. Leaving those words behind, I left towards the sky with the demon lords. By the way, it was only after a while later that I remembered I could fly with my dark matter. The heat of the moment is a truly fearsome thing. And then, we finally made it. To where the monster that makes the earth tremble is, the great demon Lord Lucifer. This is Haine. What Michael, Gabriel, Auriel, and I were witnessing down from the sky was truly like a picture of hell. There's a fiend covering the ground. The long snake tail of Lucifer was wriggling, slithering, and coiling around as it covered the whole ground. It is not only long but also gigantic, so the trees and small hills were mowed down and there was boundless destruction and cruelty spread around. And then, there's also the snake scales that can be seen everywhere. This truly looks like hell, Gabriel. Even Gabriel faltered at the tragedy below. What are you guys gonna do? This thing covers the whole vision, so even with eyes closed, you could hit the target. Haine. I gave out my opinion as a spectator. Silence, you degenerate. Gabriel. No mercy? Haine. Gabriel is completely on guard of me now. I have already left her side and used my own dark matter to float. Let's search for what's supposed to be its head. We saw it from afar after all. Michael. That upper half that looks like a human, huh? Even if we were to blindly attack a big body like this, we wouldn't get much results. More so when the size made us believe it was a mountain range and can cover the whole ground. If we were to shoot divine power without any thoughts, even us demon lords might run out of energy before we can deal a fatal wound. Michael. An accurate decision from the now official leader Michael. When talking about a weak point of living beings, it would be the head. Fine then. Let's find the tip of that guy. Auriel. But shouldn't we attack with a plan in mind first? It is this long after all. Even if we were to randomly trace it, we might even take several years if we don't do it well enough. Gabriel. Gabriel does have a point. This fiend is long to an unbelievable extent, moreover, its slithery body is akin to a labyrinth. Tracing it and finding the head would be one hell of a job. But welcome, useless trash. The person we were looking for appeared before us. We were only looking down, and a voice came to us from up. That voice. Haine. At some point in time, at a place even higher than us, a monster with a crooked head was there. It was like a cobra aiming for its prey. So high up that it might reach the clouds. Lucifer. Michael. Looking down on us all high and mighty. Yuri. The giant looking down at us. Now that I have a better look, that upper human half had an heteromorphous look. Reptilian eyes and mouth split all the way to the ears. The teeth that peek out from that mouth were all sharp like saws. The thin tongue flickers in and out of the mouth rapidly. And most of all, a single woman stands at the top of Lucifer's head. A charming woman. There's no way of mistaking that figure. So you really came out. Sunny Soul Atesh. Haine. The evil light goddess has appeared in front of me in her true mask for the first time. 381, Reunion with the Goddess. I am impressed you all had the gall to appear in front of me without any shame. Atesh. A voice filled with heartfelt disdain poured out from Atesh's mouth. Even when you were holding up the standard of human eradication, you betrayed your own convictions and ended up flattering your enemy on the other side of the fence. Atesh. Shut up, deceiver. Your trickery has long been exposed. Michael. Michael refutes without faltering a single step. Light goddess, inflation. Michael. The finger was pointing straight at Atesh without doubt. So you learned of my identity, huh? How did you notice? Atesh. The light founder Yorishiro saw through you. Michael. That woman. Fufufu, she is unexpectedly loose-mouthed. Atesh. Even when the true essence of her soul has been seen through, Atesh didn't get flustered and simply laughed as if nothing. You are a god, and yet, you plotted on destroying the humans. For that sake, you utilized us demon lords. Michael. Even though you are a god, you planned on destroying the very humans you created. You must be quite crazy. All the gods we have met until now were all weird, but the only truly evil one was you. Auriel. Really, I feel bad for the humans that worship a wicked god like you. It is an insult to culture. Gabriel. The demon lords hurl out abuse towards Atesh. Since they understood that they had been deceived by Atesh, their way of speaking naturally turned severe as well. Goddess. Before being born, we heard this from inside our mothers: destroy the humans and stand at the summit of the world. Michael. What about it? Atesh. We believed that that voice was from the ruler of all monsters, the great demon Lord Lucifer. But now, after seeing the true Lucifer with these eyes of mine, that thought was blown away. Michael. The reptilian eyes of the giant Lucifer that one can't feel any intelligence within. This beast, there is no way it would have the wisdom to guide us monsters. Those words were spoken by you, the goddess, right? And you set it up so that we would fight the humans. Michael. Foo. Atesh. A scorning laugh. Even if that's the case, you were the ones who decided on destroying the humans. Not being able to push through your own decisions, what feeble resolve. In the end, the title of Supreme Race was too heavy for a bunch of animals, huh? Atesh. Atesh didn't refute the accusations of her being the one deceiving the demon lords under the name of Lucifer. Like hell I care. Michael. Michael says as he pushes his fist forward. Straying from your original intentions is certainly unsightly. But not fixing it up after realizing it was a mistake is even more unsightly. Within actual battle, we realized the greatness of humans, and we found a better path. Michael. Whatever the case, a thought that was induced into us before we were even born, in a stage where we didn't have any ability to decide for ourselves. When we gained that ability to think for ourselves, for the first time, we noticed that it was a mistake. Auriel. Culture and love are indivisible, love and humans are indivisible. Thus, in order for monsters to obtain culture, the humans have to continue existing. Also, I want to talk a lot more with Celestis. Gabriel. Not only Michael, Auriel and Gabriel were showing their opposition towards Atesh. The demon lords that were feared as the strongest existence and the humans felt their survival threatened. Moreover, those three are all facing her. However, the scorning smile on Atesh's face didn't go away. Seriously, you mere parts, don't go talking like you are some big deal. Atesh. Even when she was smiling, her face was overflowing with disgust. Well, fine. I will teach you pitiful puppets. It is exactly as you guys say. Atesh. I spoke to you guys when you were about to be born from the inside of the mother monsters, and I indeed induced you guys to massacre the humans. For I, the light goddess, it was of no difficulty. Atesh. Then you. Michael. So it has been confirmed that the wire puller of this demon lord conflict was Atesh. I was thinking of making you people into the limbs of the Lucifer I created and have you guys help out in the eradication of humans, but you all ended up being unbelievably useless. Looks like the thought of the 4 base elements about how monsters shouldn't have a will was the correct one. Atesh. Don't talk anymore. Michael. Michael shouts with a voice filled with rage that could make even the earth tremble. No matter our origins, we are now moving with our own wills. The same as humans and gods, as members of this world, we will bring judgment to the ones that bring harm to the world. Michael. If I don't protect peace, that scary earth hero might scold me after all. Let's act the role of a good demon lord trying to protect the world. Auriel. I won't let you destroy culture. Gabriel. Declarations of war were being made one after the other. The demon lords were already a part of the comrades that protect this world. Haine-san, what about you? Atesh. But Atesh ignores the high-morale demon lords and speaks to me. I am happy to meet you again, Haine-san. You left that Yurishiro and that hero brat and prioritized me, right? Atesh. Atesh is an incarnation of the light goddess inflation, just like Yurishiro. The spirit of a goddess that should have originally been one had been divided into 2 by the love and hate of humans. If she is inflation as well, she must know of my identity. Haine-san, what do you think? Do you think humans should perish? Atesh. Are you really asking me this? Haine. If I were someone who would say yes here, I wouldn't have caused the battle of gods in the Genesis era. But this is a story that only the ones involved know of. Right, you are that kind of person. Atesh. Atesh smiled in a lonely manner. Atesh. So you are really Haine. Then, at the very least, spectate until everything is over, please. I will present you with an ideal world where there's no worries and pain. Atesh. The same time she says this, there was a change in the giant snake. From its back, shining wings sprouted out. Light wings? Haine. Wings are the symbol of demon lords. For a giant monster to have them, how presumptuous. Michael. Those wings were quite different from the wings of a normal bird, and stretched out like thin lines. And then, they draw a big curve up, and before long, the ends of the wings of each side connect at the top. Both wings had drawn an arc and had connected at the top, drawing a big circle. The big shining circle that Lucifer carried on his back was like a sun? Haine. From that sun, a dazzling light was released. To the point of making me cover my face. This is light divine power. Not good. Haine. My dark matter is, You are? Haine. In due time, the dark matter that I was using to maintain myself in the sky had been dispersed by the light divine power. And with that gone, I had no way of going against the natural gravity and was dragged down to the earth. Please stay outside the mosquito net for a while, okay? Until the time when the preparations for the destruction of humanity are finished. Atesh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382 to 384 Battle of the Demon Summit. Hi-yu-ru-ru-ru-ru. You? Haine. Having lost the repulsion effect of the dark matter, I fall upside down. The place I fell on is the giant snake in question. Its scales are unexpectedly soft, so my fall was safe. But it hurts a bit. Ouch ouch ouch, Haine. Damn it. The advantage light has over darkness really is absolute. An enemy with light element has not appeared until now, but one has finally appeared at this time, the light element monster, Lucifer. If Michael and the others don't do something, it might actually be bad. After I had fallen straight down, I was able to confirm that Michael and the others stayed in the air as if natural. Oi. Koramiya Haine has fallen. What should we do? Auriel. Doesn't matter. In the first place, he came here as a spectator. Just think about it as the spectator taking its rightful seat. Michael. Then that means it is finally the sole stage for us demon lords, right? Gabriel. Michael's fire wings, Gabriel's transparent wings, Uriel's branch wings, each of them is filled with thick and ferocious divine power. Even if they have become easier to get along with after mingling with humans, each one of them has enough power to wipe out all humans, so a demon lord battle won't be a simple matter. Then, Haine. The great demon lord Lucifer is certainly different from the other demon lords. It is just a giant monster. As proof, with just the gesture of its creator, Atesh, it immediately acts on the order as if stressing the fact that it has no will of its own. Now, go ahead. The strongest of the strongest monsters, the demon lord of demon lords, great demon lord, Lucifer, show the half-baked ones who can't do their job how perfect you are. Atesh. Makes my stomach churn. Michael. The three demon lords charge as if saying the first to move wins. But that rush was repelled by dazzling light waves. Anu? Gi. Kaya Michael, Uriel, and Gabriel had been hit by that light torrent and were pushed away. That's Haine. That's something that was released from the shining sun on Lucifer's back from the light wings. Grand descent. The light element is slightly stronger than the four base elements. It is not as absolute as the dark element, but light has absolute advantage against darkness. In that sense, the most stable power is the light. Atesh. Atesh says this while controlling Lucifer like her arm and legs. That's why the light element Lucifer is the lord of all monsters. Children of the four base elements that can only be the slaves of the two poles, I will allow you the chance to repent and obey Lucifer. Atesh. Foolish. Michael. Even when they were blown away by the grand descent, Michael and the others didn't falter. Like we will obey anyone. We will be the ones to decide that. The ability to decide, that will itself is what monsters took a century to attain. Michael. Michael once again heads straight towards Lucifer. But this is way too straight of a confrontation. Humph, truly stupid. Grand descent, Atesh. As expected, the stream of light attacked Michael just like before. I thought that he would be pushed away like before, but... Michael. He is resisting, Michael is releasing an even higher amount of fire divine power, and as if showing this physically, the fire wings had increased several times in size. With that vigor, he is rivaling the grand descent of Lucifer. Soft. Michael. It is true that this light divine power is slightly advantageous against my fire divine power, but it is only a bit. In the end, just a bit. There's nothing that Michael can't push away when serious. Michael. Michael at full power had broken through the light stream. Phoenix hammer. Michael. And then, with both arms clad in fire that were akin to a hammer, he smashes them onto Lucifer. Lucifer. Lucifer itself raised a voice of pain as it retreated. Is that all you have, great demon lord? Haine's darkness power is leaps and bounds scarier than that light of yours. Michael. Michael pushes out his fist and acts as a lord. From his sides, new elements attack at almost the same time. I will be using a new technique I learned. Gabriel. Gabriel had appeared with a graceful spin. Water beheading, dance of the dragon. Gabriel. From both arms of Gabriel, a high-pressure blade flowed out. And by spinning with those in her arms, it covers her whole body and a water current drill is created. This blade that can cut anything it touches had hit Lucifer without any hesitation. Adajikakakakaka. Lucifer. Lucifer raised a repulsive scream seemingly in pain. On top of that, Uriel. Forbidden dry Diana. Uriel. He stretches his arms like those of a tree's roots, and pierces the body of Lucifer. Kai. Lucifer. Uriel was basically a tree taking human form, so those arms were spreading inside the body of Lucifer. Forbidden dry Diana uses my root arms to crawl into the body of my opponent and cut them from the inside. On top of that, with the absorbing property of my roots, it can steal away moisture. Fall into pieces as you dry up. Uriel. The same time he says this, Uriel had spread the roots plenty enough and takes out his own hands. The roots that had spread heavily inside of Lucifer's body had surfaced even to the outside. Ha! This guy is not a big deal at all. You are totally weak, honestly speaking, a small fry. Uriel. For us who are planning to fight against Haine, this opponent is just a disappointment. The pressure that I felt from that darkness power, I can't even feel half of that from this guy. Gabriel. Yikes. Why are you guys comparing it with me so much? That's all for the advantage the light power has. Michael. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, the three lined up were glaring at the plenty-herd half-snake giant. Let's hit them all at once, Uriel, Gabriel. Let's give them the retribution for deceiving us. Michael. Okay, leader. Uriel. It means that this is the victory brought by the cooperation of us three demon lords. Gabriel. Fire, water, and earth divine power were rising to critical levels. They are planning on hitting Lucifer with that and corner it to defeat it. Goodbye, fake demon lord. Disappear from this world together with the wicked plan of your creator. Michael. The three charge at exactly the same time. Fire's red, water's blue, earth's golden were flying like arrows. If it were to get hit by that, the slight advantage of the light element won't be of help. Lucifer would no doubt perish. It can't avoid it and it won't be able to guard against it with the light element. We won. The moment I was sure of that. Uaea? Oriel. Oriel? One of the three arrows was easily blown away? Oriel was knocked down by the counter of Lucifer, and the other two comrades of his made a U-turn to save him. What was shot at Uriel wasn't light divine power. Wind divine power. Why? Lucifer is a light monster, isn't it? And yet, it can use the wind element? Gabriel. It is impossible for a monster to use an element other than the one it has. Just what in the world? Michael. Lucifer used wind divine power. No one could hide their agitation at this unbelievable situation. Except for one, the master of Lucifer, Atesh. Fufufu, this is what it means. Atesh. Atesh laughs as if she were a spider who was spinning the web on its prey. Reacting to the signal of hers, Lucifer's giant body trembles and something spreads out. Wah! That's... Wings spread out from Lucifer's back again. Even though he already has its light wings, at the back of the great demon lord, there's another pair of wings. Those wings were like colorful butterfly wings. Those are the wings of Raphael? Haine. 383, stolen wings. Wah! Impossible. That's Raphael's. Another pair of wings grew out from the great demon Lord Lucifer. On top of those sun wings it already had, it now also had colorful butterfly wings. We have seen them before. That's because those are wings that one of the demon lords, the wind demon lord Raphael had. But Raphael should have died after the fight he had with Hayu. Why does Lucifer have his wings? Ufufu, Atesh. Atesh as always has her spider expression of playing with her prey as she charmingly waved her hand. As if in concert, Lucifer waves those butterfly wings. Nugwawa. Michael. Kaya. Gabriel. Gi. Oriel. A gale was created from its flap, and the demon lords in the sky were blown away. This really is a wind divine power attack. By using Raphael's wings. Michael. What in the world is going on? Why does he have the wings of Raphael? Why can he use the power of Raphael? Gabriel. Raphael. Oriel. The demon lords were falling into big confusion with the sudden situation. The loss of their comrade Raphael was a hard-to-accept reality for the demon lords. By moving to Apollon City and mingling with the humans, they finally overcame their sadness, but if they are hit with such a thing, it wouldn't be strange for the wound in their heart to open. Fu. Lining up such amusing stupid faces. Fine. I will explain to you fools since I pity you. Atesh. Atesh says with a 100% scoffing. I said it before, but Lucifer is still not in a complete state. That there will be a moment when Lucifer will be completed. Atesh. You meant the time it was sleeping until when it awakened, right? That guy is already up and acting. Gabriel. No, Atesh. Atesh easily pushes away the biting response of Gabriel. Lucifer is still incomplete. The great demon Lord Lucifer I created is the ultimate existence that will surpass all monsters and also gods as well. The current Lucifer is far from its perfect form. Atesh. W. What? Michael. In reality, I wanted to awaken it when it was in its complete form though. But the tools for the sake of that were so crude that I had to move this child personally. Atesh. Seriously, is what Atesh adds with scorn in her eyes. Useless tools. Atesh. KH. Michael. Could it be that, what she refers to as the complete form of Lucifer is? Lucifer is the ultimate and perfect great demon lord. That's why it must be a perfect being that has all elements. Not only light, but fire, water, earth, wind, and Atesh. Could it be that's the reason why Raphael? Michael. That's right. Atesh. Atesh looks down at the demon lords. It is not only Raphael. You demon lords are parts to perfect Lucifer, you know. Atesh. Parts, you say? Gabriel. The words of unknown meaning that she was repeating until now had finally gained meaning. You demon lords are the condensation of the four base elements' divine power. By being purified for several hundreds of generations, you were expanded. Then, taking in this, Lucifer, who will then have the four ultimate four base elements, will truly become the perfect great demon lord of all elements. Atesh. On top of the light, it would also have all four base elements, the ultimate monster? When at its back there are 6 pairs of wings, the great demon lord Lucifer will be completed. And there's the need of 3 parts for the sake of this. Atesh. Atesh moves her gaze towards Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel respectively. Now, this is the time for you guys to fulfill your raison d'etre. Offer your body for the sake of the great demon Lord Lucifer's completion. Atesh. Don't joke around. Michael. Michael lets out a roar like never before. Our reason for existing is to become an offering to that beast? This is the first time I have heard such a displeasing joke. We are the ones to decide our reason for existing. Michael. You are getting too prideful, you mere parts. Atesh. Atesh wasn't affected at all by the pressure Michael was releasing. You being parts was decided before you were even born. Accept your fate obediently. Atesh. The butterfly wings had become a part of the half-snake giant. The symbol of the wind demon lord's power had become only his wings and turned into the power of Lucifer. Even when dead, his dignity had been trampled on. KH. Something snapped somewhere. Ua. Raphael. Uriel. Uriel? What's the matter? Gabriel. Suddenly, Uriel screamed in madness and rushed towards Lucifer. Return them. Return the wings of Raphael. He died with pride. Don't dirty that. Don't dirty Tha'at. Uriel. Blood had rushed to the head of Uriel for the desecration of his friend's life. But Uriel, with your earth divine power. Wait, Uriel. Gabriel. No good, stop Uriel. Michael. The other demon lords chase after their comrade. Everything was within the plans of that accursed spider. That's right. Come here. This child here is hungry. Atesh. 384, insatiable. Ua. Forbidden dry Diana. Uriel. Uriel once again stretches his roots and makes it crawl into the inside of Lucifer. With this, I can tear up your body from the inside. I will go all out this time around. I will spread around my roots inexhaustibly until that big body of yours crumbles. Uriel. Too slow. Atesh. Lucifer once again flaps its new butterfly wings. Not only did it blow away Uriel, it also dried up and crushed the roots that Uriel was trying to stretch. The 4 base elements have their respective weaknesses. Wind dries up earth and weathers it. In other words, Earth Demon Lord San, you cannot defeat Lucifer anymore. Atesh. Shut up. Uriel. Element affinities. This rule that controlled a lot the flow of the battles until now is once again standing in our way. Fire wins against wind, wind against earth, earth against water, and water against fire. That's the relationship between the 4 base elements. That's why for Uriel, wind is a big weakness. Ea. Uriel. Even with that, Uriel didn't stop his charge. I thought he was a coward, and yet, to think he would fight against them in such a bold manner. Was his attachment towards his comrade Raphael so strong to bring such a reaction? But this will only make the current situation worse. Wait, Uriel. Calm down first. Regain composure. Michael. Geez. You are a coward, so don't go getting all emotional for your friends. Gabriel. Michael and Gabriel were desperately trying to calm him down, but the effect was low. Oof. Well then, let's smash you with a technique of that important friend of yours. Atesh. Understanding what Atesh wanted, Lucifer spreads out its colorful butterfly wings. And then, that split-apart mouth that resembled a snake had let out clear human words. For calamity whirls, Lucifer. At the same time as it flapped its butterfly wings, for tornadoes attacked Uriel. Gugya. Uriel. Michael and Gabriel were pushed slightly back at the dreadful gales this attack created. And yet, it was as if only Uriel was being sucked in by them. Uriel couldn't do anything against the maximum wind divine power that he has the worst affinity against. Receiving the concentrated attack of the 4 tornadoes, he was being beaten up. Uriel. That beaten up Uriel was caught by the giant hand of Lucifer. You didn't die, huh? Looks like the output was lower than expected. Atesh. Seeing his state, Atesh pits out those words. As expected, it must be because his death was brought by through the erasure of most of his divine power with the dark matter of Haine. The divine power amount that Lucifer managed to absorb was low. Atesh. Guff, Uriel. Well, the wings of you guys serves the purpose of converting divine power, so as long as Lucifer has unlimited light divine power, it should work out some way or another though. But it would be better to have than not. Atesh. What? What is she thinking? In other words, if we do this, it can engulf your divine power whole. Atesh. What? Could it be? Uriel. Uriel was inside Lucifer's hand. He was shocked and panicking. Because the hand he was in was slowly being brought to the mouth of Lucifer. Stoop. Michael. Uriel. Gabriel. Michael and Gabriel seemed to have caught on in what they were intending to do. They hurriedly released divine power attacks, but... Stop. Wait. Don't tell me you are going to eat. No, Jaya. Uriel. Gulp. It didn't make it in time. Uriel disappeared along with that sound. Inside of Lucifer's mouth. Uriel. Michael. Uriel was eaten? By that beast? Gabriel. Michael and Gabriel couldn't stop it. That action had no opening or pause, and that unnatural happening had frozen everyone in place. If you take them in alive in this way, all the excessive divine power you guys have can be turned into Lucifer's power. Atesh. Atesh says with a triumphant face. I was originally thinking about only taking in your wings, but you could say this is a blessing in injury. Thanks to you guys being useless pieces of trash that won't fight, I found a way to evolve Lucifer even better. Atesh. You? Michael. You must have noticed already, right? The reason why I went to such lengths to lower myself and have you guys fight the humans. Atesh. To have the humans kill the demon lords. At first, the demon lords sought the seat of the supreme race and fought the humans. If that conflict had continued, it would have led to the fall of the demon lords or the humans. But it would have without doubt caused heavy damage to both sides. In the human side there's Haine-san and Yurishiro. The 4 base elements would take some action as well. The humans would wipe you guys out even if they had to sacrifice a lot. And then, Lucifer would collect the remaining wings and become complete. Atesh. She planned all that. And yet, you guys cowardly fell into flattering the humans, and stopped fighting. No sacrifices from the humans and demon lords is the worst development. You mere parts derailed my plan and I had to activate Lucifer before completion. That sin of yours, I will have you pay for it now. Atesh. Don't make me repeat myself. Michael. Michael shouts as if grinding his teeth. We are not your puppets. We will find our own reason for existing. Michael. That's right. If it is engulfing them alive, it must mean that Uriel is still alive, right? I will cut open that beast and bring him out of its stomach. Gabriel. The remaining demon lords didn't lose their fighting spirit. But can you? Water demon lord, Gabriel. Atesh. A new change appeared in Lucifer. A single tree sprouted from its back like wings. Uriel's wings have. Gabriel. So even the engulfed Uriel's power has been taken in? Michael. Lucifer now had 3 pairs of wings. The earth wings that possess overwhelming advantage against the water element. Gabriel, this time, it is your turn to be engulfed. Atesh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385 to 387, Proof of Existence. Gabriel. Michael. No good. Michael, at least you run away. Gabriel. The battle was already turning one-sided. The earth wings that were gained after engulfing Uriel are completely dominating the water divine power of Gabriel. And then, the destiny of Gabriel was the same as her comrade. The body build of Gabriel that flowed fluidly resembling a fish had disappeared inside Lucifer. After that, a new change happened. Once again, wings appeared from the back of Lucifer, this time, transparent films like the fins of a fish. The very same as the wings of Gabriel. Great demon Lord Lucifer, the wings that were at its back were 8 now. With this, water has become ours now. The remaining one is you, Fire Demon Lord, Michael. Atesh. KH. Michael. Michael is now the last remaining of the 4 demon lords. His fighting spirit is not gone yet, but he is not stupid enough to not understand the disadvantage he is in right now. The bitterness of being unable to break through this situation is clearly showing in his face. Now that we have obtained the water power to nullify your fire divine power, there's not a single speck of possibility for you to win. Obediently offer that body to Lucifer. Atesh. GUH. Michael. Just think about it. Becoming a part of Lucifer means that you will become a part of a perfect existence. Don't you think that's the highest of honors? The will and heart are pointless stuff. Absolute power is what reigns supreme. Atesh. She was completely pushing her own sense of values. Become a part of that supreme being, Michael. Atesh. I refuse. Michael. Michael shouts with unyielding will. No matter what sophistries you try to spit out, I won't do as you wish. I will definitely defeat that beast and save the captured Uriel and Gabriel. Michael. What unsightly pointless struggle. Fine. I was planning on having you get eaten by force from the beginning anyways. Atesh. The giant body of Lucifer slithers its way towards Michael. If Michael gets eaten, Lucifer will have all 4 base elements and will be completed. Flame burst. Michael. Michael released a large-scale fire against that Lucifer. But this fire didn't directly hit Lucifer, it spread around and exploded in the vicinity. Chain explosions were being created continuously, creating a giant smokescreen. These explosions had spread so far that, even if water was used, it wouldn't deal completely with it, and even if Lucifer tried to use wind, the fire of the explosions would repel it. It is slightly different, but that's the flame burst of Mirik. When did he learn it? Koramiya Haine. Michael. In the time the explosions were annoying the great demon lord, Michael descended to where I am. So the flame burst was for the sake of this. I have a request of you. I want you to help me. Michael. Wah? Haine. It is pathetic after telling you not to interfere, but the situation has deteriorated to a point where we can't do that. Michael. Taking into account the identity of Atesh, there's no doubt that her final objective is to kill all of humanity. After devouring all the demon lords, there's no doubt the next aim of hers will be the humans. I really do want to help out, but my power can't do anything against it, Haine. No matter how many elements Lucifer has, its true element is light. Darkness can erase all elements, but the moment it touches light, it disappears. If that wasn't the case, I would have jumped to action the moment Uriel was about to be eaten. I could only watch. Haine. But there's an exception, right? Michael. What? Haine. The only method to surpass light with that darkness power of yours. Michael. Are you telling me? Haine. Is he talking about the black hole? By utilizing the second property of dark matter, gravity control, to its very limits, a bottomless dark matter that can swallow anything can be created. Not even light can go against the ultimate gravity and, before it reaches the dark matter that serves as its core, it will be imprisoned in its gravity. It is true that the black hole might be able to do something about Lucifer, but... Haine. Then it is decided. I heard that there's the need for time in order to prepare the black hole. I will buy that required time. Michael. Wait. Haine. I hurriedly stopped Michael, who was about to fly away. Are you okay? The black hole absorbs everything and crushes it into pieces. It cannot do something as skilled as differentiating the captured Gabriel and Uriel. Haine. In other words, in order to use my black hole to defeat Lucifer, we would have to sacrifice Uriel and Gabriel. There's no choice. Michael. Michael says with an expression filled of bitterness. I put up a tough front with those guys, but now that it has come to this, it would be best to think that it is impossible to save Gabriel and Uriel. We must not allow this beast to trample down on the world. Michael. But... Haine. I won't let them die alone. Michael. What are you planning on doing with that tone filled with resolve, Michael? Gabriel and Uriel acknowledged me as their leader. And yet, I am hopelessly going to sacrifice them, truly the definition of unworthy. I will at least fulfill my responsibility as leader. Michael. Don't tell me you are really going to. Haine. I will do my best to hold Lucifer back until the very end. When you are ready, hit me together with them without hesitation. Michael. No way. That's the last path I can take for those guys that called me their comrade. Michael. Don't say such stupid things. No matter what happens, there's no way it is okay to sacrifice yourself. Haine. Especially you guys who are the life that was finally brought by with the many generations of monsters. To throw that away so easily is just... Even so, we have to protect this world. Michael. We were given life, and the one who raised the life of us was this world itself. It is exactly because the world, the gods, and the humans were here first that we monsters could be accepted as comrades. Michael is not only seeing his own race as comrades, but also everyone that lives and dies in this world. It hasn't been that long since he obtained a will, and yet, he has already reached such heights. Even if we are to perish, this world must continue. If not, even our proof of existence will be gone. We existed in this world. Michael waves his fire wings and flies. To protect this world as a member of this world. I am counting on you, Haine. I entrust our proof of existence to you. Michael. 386, Light and Darkness. I wonder how much time passed after that. Michael did his very best to hold back Lucifer as he declared himself. Gabriel had already been engulfed, so Lucifer could control water freely. For the fire demon Lord Michael, just trying to endure that water divine power was a struggle. He pushed his all and managed to do it. Michael. Wringing out his very last drop of divine power, Michael lost to Lucifer. But it was a meaningful defeat. Michael bought time with that very body of his and allowed me to finish the black hole I was creating. I leave the rest to you. Michael. With his exhaustion rendering him unable to move a single finger, Michael was swallowed inside Lucifer. Fire wings spread from the back of the half-snake giant, and finally, 5 pairs of wings were lined up. With this, the great demon Lord Lucifer has obtained the power of the 4 base elements. Now then, the problematic stuff that had to be done before its awakening has all been cleared up now. With my surroundings being filled with incompetent people, I myself had to come out to work. Truly unbelievable. Atesh. The one standing at the top of Lucifer, a beauty that, even if bewitching, was nothing but wicked. But with this, I am finally able to come all the way to where you are. Without being constrained by anyone, exposing my everything to you. Atesh. Atesh's gaze was directed at me. Her eyes were shining with discernible excitement. It has truly been a while, dark god Entropy. I am the light goddess, inflation. Atesh. Wrong. The incarnation of the light goddess is Yorishiro. Haine. That is also me. The light goddess inflation was divided in 2 after all. The humans stole away my most important person. The part that forgot about that hatred for humans and turned into a fence-sitter became Yorishiro. Atesh. And the part that continued holding that hatred towards humans, Atesh mutters in a clear voice that properly delivered the heavy emotions she felt. Incarnated into I, sunny soul Atesh. Atesh. Did you not think about which inflation I would prefer? Did you forget the reason why I fought the other gods 1,600 years ago? Haine. I do. For you, humans will always be number 1. Putting me, a goddess, aside. Compromising with the humans and flattering them like Yorishiro is basically leaving the number 1 spot inside of you to humans and permitting myself to become number 2 or lower. Atesh. Emotions of anger, no, jealousy, were flowing out from her. Can I really allow that? I who was at your side is one of the 6 gods of creation. Humans must perish. As long as they continue sitting in the place where I should be. Atesh. The place of being loved the most by me, Entropy, huh? She is crazy. That's the only way I could define her. If I am not loved in the way I want, destroy the reason for it, that's just selfishness. It would be one thing if you were to fight for the sake of your loved one, but to hurt others to fulfill your own desires, that is only selfishness. Do you think I will allow that? Haine. I will have you understand with time. The time you understand my yearning love will definitely come. Atesh. Making others understand, huh? Didn't even try to understand others yourself? Haine. Even though the other light goddess Yorishiro managed to do it. The personification of the light goddess evil, Atesh, I will never allow you to eradicate humans. If you are trying to accomplish that, it will be impossible unless you defeat me first, you know? Haine. You are saying you are going to be fighting? Against me? Atesh. Her gaze felt as if she had heard something stupid. You are the king of gods that rules over everything in this world. There's nothing that you can't defeat. Aside from one exception, that is Atesh. That is me. Because you disliked being in absolute existence, you created me, the darkness killer. As long as I, the light goddess, exist, you can't stop me. And this child as well. Atesh. The half-snake giant made a disgusting Jororo sound as it approached me. This Lucifer that I put my all in creating is the ultimate monster that surpasses mother monsters and demon lords. On top of that, it is light element, so there's no way for you to win. Or maybe, Atesh. Atesh laughs in a meaningful way. Are you going to be using that? That trump card that is inside your palm. Atesh. As expected, Atesh had already noticed the black hole I was creating. Right now it is still inside my palm and I am counterbalancing its effect with dark matter, but once it is released, I won't be able to stop it with my power and it will become a dark hole that continues swallowing everything. The core is minuscule, so it can't be seen with the naked eye, but it is a massive dark matter that surpasses the level of ultimate. If one can feel divine power, no matter how dull-headed one is, they would be able to notice. It is true that, with that power, you would be able to erase me and Lucifer. But, will that be all it does? Atesh. No, it won't. Haine. Atesh immediately read through my thoughts. That, in the end, I can't use a black hole to defeat them. This is not the same as when you eliminated a mere base element like mantle. Lucifer and I possess the absolute advantage in terms of affinity. In order to erase us, you would have to release a black hole several times stronger than the time with mantle. Atesh. And what would happen if I do that? A black hole that is even stronger and has more range than the time with mantle will be created, and will swallow, not only Atesh and Lucifer, but everything else as well. It will probably drag a fifth of this world along with it. The black hole is originally something that exists in order to erase the worlds that don't fit the criteria of their creators. A reset switch only allowed by the dark god. It is way too strong to use as an attack against a specific target. Atesh. It won't destroy the world, but with a fifth of it being destroyed, it would create several chain effects that would definitely eradicate humans. Moreover, a black hole stronger than the one used on mantle will remain in this world, and that one will be impossible to eliminate with a number of days. It would take years, maybe even millenniums. I don't really mind that though. What I must do is eradicate humanity. It would simply mean that you saved me the trouble. If you don't care, then go ahead. Please release that black hole. Atesh. Atesh was provoking me exactly because she has seen through everything. Of course, there's no way I could do it. To pull the trigger that would destroy humanity myself. Looks like you have grasped the whole situation. No matter how you struggle, it is my win. The only conclusions left are for humans to be eradicated by me or you. But, Atesh, that is by no means my final goal. I can't forgive the foolish humans, but I am aiming further ahead after giving their proper punishment. Atesh. What else would you even wish for after? Haine. I am already full with just this. But Atesh, as if not understanding bounds, shows even more wickedness. Haine-san, in reality, this Lucifer still hasn't reached completion. Atesh. Haine. Counting the original light element, Lucifer has gained the fire, water, earth, and wind elements after absorbing the demon lords. It now has 5 pairs of wings. But it is still not enough. Haine-san should understand, right? Tesh. What more is she trying to gain? After obtaining all 5 elements, more would only mean. The stupid humans don't understand the ultimate element that stands above earth, water, fire, wind, and light. 6 pairs. After obtaining all of them will Lucifer reach perfection? Tesh. Don't tell me. Haine. That's right, Haine-san. Tesh. Tesh confesses as if she were a maiden in love. By engulfing you, Lucifer will obtain the 6th pair of wings, the darkness wings. Tesh. 387, the Snake's Eden. Darkness wings. You are telling me you want to decorate the back of Lucifer with that 6th pair of wings? That's your true intention? Haine. What do you mean by that? Tesh. Hating humans. Even though she prattled about loving me. In the end, what you were looking for was strength, huh? Haine. Lucifer's light and the 4 base elements of the absorbed demon lords, and on top of that, adding my darkness power as well. If that happens, Lucifer will definitely be invincible. Tesh, who controls Lucifer like her limbs, would definitely become the almighty existence of this world. Are you planning on governing this world and becoming its monarch after obtaining that power? Is that your true wish? Haine. I am so sad, Haine-san. No, dark god Entropy. To think you wouldn't understand my true intentions at all. Tesh. Tesh bites her lips as if she were truly saddened. I don't need the world. Rather, I would like it gone. What I really want is only you. That's why I will have Lucifer engulf you. Tesh. Ha? Haine. Once you enter Lucifer, you won't have to care about the outside anymore. No need to hear, to need touch, there's no need for you to see anyone but me. Tesh. Scary. The environment to realize this is inside Lucifer. When I invite you to this Eden, I will borrow that power of yours to have Lucifer destroy this world. After that, I will also enter Lucifer and we will live for eternity there with just the 2 of us. Tesh. Scary. In other words, Lucifer is an eternal cradle for you and I. When Lucifer has both light and darkness, the 4 base element gods won't be able to do anything. And with the possession of all 4 base elements, the other inflation, Yorishiro, won't be able to do anything either. Tesh. Just for that, you created a perfect existence that can control all elements? Haine. Is there a problem with that? Tesh. She is crazy. I can say with confidence that this woman is crazy. I have seen a number of weird people until now, but now that I look back on it, it was simply because our ways of thinking didn't match. I have never seen someone with the level of passion to charge at an unbelievably dangerous direction like her. Trampling on other people's dignity, life, for one's own benefit, moreover, easily beautifying it with it is for the sake of love. It has already surpassed the plane of way of thinking and has entered the realm of abnormal, the ultimate level of selfishness. Is this really the evil inflation that was cut away from Yorishiro? I am truly glad that Yorishiro wasn't someone like you. Haine. There's no doubt that the one I should call as light goddess inflation is Yorishiro. It is fine for you to not understand me yet. Tesh. My rejection didn't go through Tesh at all. We gods possess close to infinite time. Once you and I live together inside of Lucifer, you will definitely come to understand me one day. Tesh. How many thousands, how many millions of years would that be? I am getting goosebumps. No way. It won't end up with you and me. I won't let you destroy this world either. I will love the people that love the same things as me. Haine. Loving me is plenty enough. No one else has the qualifications to be loved by you. Atesh. With the fury of Atesh's signal, the half-snake giant began acting again. You can't go against Lucifer with your dark power anyways. Obediently get engulfed and cooperate with the eradication of humanity and the destruction of the world. Atesh. The hand of Lucifer stretches. A hand that shone like the sun. Even if I tried to oppose it by releasing dark matter, it was obvious that it would be nullified by the light divine power that is being released continuously. The opponent is gigantic. Even if I were to try to run away now, I wouldn't be able to. You won't move, huh? Fine. Please let yourself be captured obediently. Atesh. Atesh probably thought that I had given up. She acted as if I were already in her hands. Right at the moment Lucifer was about to touch me with that glowing hand. Now. Haine. I sprung to action. I released the finished black hole that Michael bought time for me to prepare. The black hole that had left my control had immediately acted as its nature dictates. It compressed itself as it absorbed everything. You fell for it. There's no way you would have thought I would release my black hole this close. Haine. Because even I myself might be caught in it. Era, if you are using the black hole, it must mean that you have resolved to destroy this world yourself, right? That's fine for me. Atesh. I wonder. Haine. If you are the other part of the light goddess, you should notice soon. This black hole. Atesh. That's right. This black hole doesn't have the power to erase Lucifer. It is even weaker than the one I used against Mantle. Thus, a small-scale black hole like that won't bring fatal damage to the world. That's why I had to release it close, to the point I might be caught up in it as well. Because if not, it would have been erased before it was released after all. Haine. Are you stupid? Atesh. Atesh merciless contempt. No matter the timing, that small black hole can't defeat Lucifer. It won't be able to absorb Lucifer completely and will be stopped in the Schwarzschild radius. After that, it can be released after by slowly sending light divine power to the core. Atesh. That's fine. Haine. Even if it is the light demon lord, eliminating the core of the black hole with light divine power to get released from the Schwarzschild radius will take time. Just like when we struggled to free Mantle from the black hole in the nameless desert. How much time did it take to break the black hole that sealed Mantle? 3 days? 5 days? That's how much time you guys will probably take as well. Haine. You are saying this is to buy time? What can you do with that? This only means that humanity has extended its life by just a little bit. Atesh. Atesh was also caught in the gravity of the black hole and was about to fall in the infinite darkness together with her puppet Lucifer. But she didn't show a single bit of agitation. Even if it takes a bit of time, she is sure that she will be able to return after all. That's fine. It is fine for it to only be a bit. With that bought time, they will definitely manage something. Haine. Because I believe in the humans. In the end, all I would be able to do is erase Lucifer along with the whole world. Michael and the others who were engulfed by Lucifer. These true living beings that were born in this world and had decided to live together with us in this world, the Dark God, can't even save them. But if it is the humans. Haine. Karen-san, Mirak, Celestis, Seisei-chan, Hayu, if it is them, they should be able to protect what they love by themselves. I will believe in the humans. The power of humans that gods don't have and can't even describe, those heroes possess that. Haine. For a moment, I felt as if Atesh's expression had warped in fury. But it soon disappeared from sight. Not only her expression, but everything of her. The time that you bought Michael isn't going to go in vain. Haine. I raise my head and mutter to no one in particular. The price of releasing the black hole at close range with the resolve of being caught in it as well was beginning to attack me. I am also destined to be caught in it. No need to worry. Just have to hold out until Atesh destroys the black hole. At that time, the human heroes will definitely have a surefire plan in wait. Wicked inflation, I will fulfill that wish of yours for a little while. Let's continue falling inside the Schwarzschild radius together. Haine. There was no answer from her. Sight, hearing, and all other senses were dyed pitch black by the darkness after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388 to 389, Confirmation of a Despairing Situation. No way. Haine-san has? Ikurin Karen was doubting the report that was told to me. Haine-san was swallowed by the black hole he himself created? Is that true? Is it true that Haine-san has disappeared, Yorishiro-sama? Karen. Sadly, it is the truth. Yorishiro. The one who revealed this to me was our founder, Yorishiro-sama. In the time we were in an hectic state with helping Rudra's metropolis after the damage they received, and with the preparations of the Light Capital's defense, she was apparently using light divine power to confirm the battlefield. The light demon Lord Lucifer that Atesh-san, no, the goddess inflation created was a worse monster than we ever imagined. Yorishiro. From what Yorishiro said, Lucifer absorbed the demon lords and is now able to use all 4 base elements. With the power of the wind demon lord that died, Lucifer utilized the advantage of affinities to defeat one demon lord after another, and stole away their powers. Right now Lucifer not only has light, but can also freely control all base elements. Yorishiro. A single monster, controlling all elements? Isn't that invincible? The guy itself doesn't have a weak point, and yet, it can hit its opponent's weaknesses as much as it wants, right? The ones who groaned in such way were Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan. Not only them. There's also Seisi-chan and Hayo-chan here. They heard about the emergency Apollon City was in and had all come to help. In this time when we finally managed to have Wariel Dano promise to become the new deity Desu. Seisi. Did things end up like this because I defeated Raphael? Hayu. Right now, Seisi-chan has already separated from Mother Earth and has returned to her little girl form. Hayo-chan has also recovered from the wounds she suffered in the battle with Raphael, but her regrets are heavy. We 5 heroes have reunited after a good while, and yet, the atmosphere was heavier than ever before. But no matter how strong the enemy was, that Haine was able to defeat them without any problem. Mirak. That's right. Isn't Haine the kind of guy that had crazy power making you go seriously? Or no way? Even the demon lords were scared of his dark power and made them run away and hide. If it were Haine, he would be able to go against all elements. Celestis. Mirak-chan and Celestis-chan's protests were simply futile. It may be Haine-san, but it is not as if he is completely invincible. The darkness power that's supposed to erase everything has one opponent it doesn't work on. Yorishiro. That's the light element. Darkness cannot defeat light. Yorishiro. This was a reality that all heroes aside from me didn't know. Only earth, water, fire, and wind element monsters existed until now, and there was no light element monster. On top of that, the first ones that Haine-san affiliated to after coming to society were us, the Light Church. That's why there were no moments where Haine-san had to fight light, so the weakness of the darkness didn't get exposed until now. That's why it looked like it was invincible. But now, the ultimate light has appeared in the form of Lucifer. For Haine-san, the light demon lord is truly his natural enemy. There's truly limited methods he can take against that. Yorishiro. Do you mean the black hole? Karen. The ultimate darkness attack that erased Grandma Wood in Ishtar Blaze. By utilizing the second property of the dark matter to its very limit, the gravity that occurs from it can even bend light. That heavy gravity cannot be broken through by light and would be erased by the compressed dark matter that serves as the core of the black hole. Yoreshiro. Then isn't Haine like seriously invincible? Celestis. The retort of Celestis-chan was also ineffective right now. But in order to erase Lucifer, there would be the need for a black hole that's several times more powerful than the time with Grandma would. If he were to release something like that, this world itself wouldn't get away safely. Yoreshiro. Wouldn't get away safely? At the very least, it would be enough to destroy humanity. Yoreshiro. Humanity will perish with the after effects? The black hole is originally a technique to destroy the world. In order to avoid that, Haine-san released a black hole at its minimum force. Yoreshiro. And that is the current situation. We are currently in the meeting room of the Light Church's headquarters. At that table, several photos were thrown on top of it. It is from the scouting unit of the Aurora Knights that had taken photos of the battle between Haine-san's group and Lucifer. There was a black sphere floating and it was a sight as if out of this world. We ourselves have seen the black hole in Ishtar blaze as well, but... Karen. This is strange. Celestis. It wasn't just a simple black hole. From the sphere that's supposed to swallow everything, the tail of a snake was jutting out. It is the tail of Lucifer. Yoreshiro. Yoreshiro-sama began to explain. Lucifer is basically a giant snake monster. A small black hole on a level that can injure the world wouldn't be able to swallow the whole body, and its tail has ended up poking out. Yoreshiro. It resembled the situation of when a wild snake has swallowed a mouse from the head and wasn't able to swallow it whole and its tail is peeping out. It is a black hole only on this level after all. It would be no surprise if Lucifer were to slip out in due time. Even without that, we are talking about the demon lord that holds the light that has the absolute advantage against darkness. With enough time, it could even destroy the black hole itself. Yoreshiro. Time. How long would it be? Karen. It wouldn't take a month. At worst, a few days. Yoreshiro. Only a few days? The method that Haine-san gave his very body to utilize will return to nothing in just a few days? Karen-san, don't misunderstand. Yoreshiro. As if seeing through my heart, Yoreshiro-sama reprimands me. Haine-san accepted to be swallowed by the black hole himself in order to obtain those few days. Believing that you guys would definitely overcome this crisis. Yoreshiro. 389, by the hands of humans. We overcome this crisis. Desu. The other heroes aside from me were also confused at the words of Yoreshiro. Merrick-chan, Celestis-chan, Seisi-chan, Haya-chan, and I Karen. We obtained the title of hero, and we are people that have obtained the qualifications and awareness that we should protect others, but just in this one, my heart is simply not standing up. Even if you say that, is that an opponent we can do something about? Celestis. The first one to voice out her doubts was the most intellectual one in the group, Celestis-chan. An opponent that not even that Haine could go against. No, not only Haine, even the demon lords were unable to do anything against Lucifer and lost, right? Celestis. In the past when we met the demon lords, we were wondering how to defeat such a big opponent like them, and despair had filled us. After that, with the miracle called God Hero, we somehow managed to overcome the battle against the demon lords, but a threat that easily surpasses those demon lords arrived, Lucifer. Absorbing the demon lords means that, at the very least, it has the power of 4 demon lords at once. On top of that, it also has the light element that stands atop of those. That's the great demon lord Lucifer, right? Mirak. The voice of Mirak-chan was also weaker than usual. Even if we were to turn into god heroes and face them, it would deftly hit our weaknesses and make us crumble in an instant. An enemy that holds all elements is just Haine. Something we haven't fought before Desu. Saisi. Everyone was dejected. The reason is obvious. Haine-san fought and couldn't defeat it. That reality was shocking us more than expected. Haine-san is incredibly strong. Using his special power that is darkness, he has managed to defeat all enemies easily. Even though he has that much strength, he didn't step in more than necessary in consideration of us heroes, but we all felt peace of mind somewhere in our heart knowing that he had our backs. No matter how dangerous it gets, Haine-san will do something about it in the end. I thought something like that unconsciously. And yet, that Haine-san used his all just to seal an opponent together with him for a few days. That is the great demon Lord Lucifer. The reality that we have to fight an opponent like that was agitating us. Why are you all acting like spoiled children? The sudden strict words made me reflexively quiver. Why Yorishiro-sama? Karen. To think she would reprimand us in such a direct way. Karen-san, what are you? Yorishiro. Karen. Answer. Yorishiro. Even if you ask me to answer. What am I? Even if you suddenly ask me. You Karen. The L-Light hero. Karen. That's right. Chosen by the Light Church, shouldering the power of the Light Goddess inflation, and protecting the people, that Light hero. What about you, Mirik-san? Yorishiro. It wasn't only me. Yorishiro-sama made the same question to every one of us here. No need to ask. I am the fire hero chosen by the Fire Church. Mirak. Celesta-san? Yorishiro. Of course, the water hero. Isn't that obvious? Celestas. Seisi-chan? Yorishiro. Incompetent Seisi. The earth hero Desu. Seisi. Hayo-san. Yorishiro. After fighting with Raphael, I can finally say it with pride. I, Haine, am the wind hero to Gozaru. Haine. We all are the heroes chosen by their respective churches. Our responsibility is not only to protect the people, but to also stand proud and be an image to others. In order to provide them strength, and at the same time, strengthen humanity itself as a whole. Why are you of all people afraid of the enemy? Fighting the enemy that threatens the people and defeating them is the duty of heroes, isn't that right? Yorishiro. Why yes. Karen. The reason why Haine-san was sealed together with Lucifer was because he believed that you all could do something as long as there's time. Until now, many threats have attacked you all. Yorishiro. The fire cow Phalaris in the Redona mountain range, the Hydra serpent in Hydraville, Grandma Wood's rebellion in the Earth capital, the sequential battles against Beelzebub and the wind demon Lord Raphael, the heroes' match, and then the clash against the demon lords. Just remembering them all makes me feel as if I am losing weight at how many things have happened. But you have overcome all of them. Was the reason why you overcame them all solely thanks to Haine-san? Yorishiro. No, that's not, Karen. You are all strong. And you also have a strong sense of duty that turns into your own strength when facing danger. That strength of heart, Haine-san believes in it. This is the time for you all to answer that trust once again. Yorishiro. Right, Haine-san has always trusted us. He believed that we would all definitely overcome those difficulties. Answering that trust is what a hero does, right? Yorishiro. It is not only Haine-san, all the people in this world, no matter the threat, they believe that the heroes will be able to defeat it. That's what a hero is. Looks like we weren't acting like ourselves. Mirak. Now that I think about it, this is the chance to make Haine-chi owe us. Let's save him as a change. Celestus. Haine Dano be the savior of Ishtar Blaze Desu. Emma also save Uriel Dano and have a festival Desu. Saisi. Looks like this is the time to show the true form of the wind hero, Hayu. Hayu. Everyone regained their energy. Everyone here is used to crisis, so a good push on the back was plenty enough to make us stand up. Understood, Yorishiro-sama. You are telling us to use the best of the time Haine-san bought for us to face Lucifer, right? Karen. We will also properly save the demon lords. I still have a lot of lectures piled up to teach Gabriel about culture after all. Celestus. The mood was completely turned around. What we have to think about is in what to use that time. Training? Should we research for combinations we can use when we turn into god heroes? Mirak. We will also have to investigate the enemy Plenty de Gozaru. With the scientific power of our wind church, we will research Lucifer thoroughly. We might find a new weakness. Hayu. Cut Desu. We gonna cut it completely Desu yo. Saisi. Vigorous opinions fly around. But the one who stopped that flow was Yorishiro-sama. No, I want you all to use this time to go somewhere. Yorishiro. She wants us to go somewhere? If you go there, you will definitely find a plan against Lucifer. I will have you 5 heroes head there immediately. Yorishiro. And that place is... Mirak. Is that really okay? Karen. Is what I asked nervously, but Yorishiro-sama said the name of the place I didn't even expect would come out. The Underworld Country. Yorishiro. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390 to 391, 5-colored gloss fountain. Dark Underworld Country. I do know that name, but I don't know at all for what reason that name came out at this moment. That place is the nation that worshipped the dark god Entropy. A nation that has already fallen. They appeared in the daybreak of human history, developed greatly, grew in scale, and became the firsts to form culture. At present, not even that nation's existence is retained in the memories of the people, and rediscovering this location would affect humanity heavily. But in this situation where we don't know what will happen to the world due to Lucifer, honestly, I feel like it would be best to push aside academic problems temporarily though. Head to the Underworld Country. Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama said this unsparingly. Deep in that city, the key to defeat Lucifer should be sleeping there. You 5 should search for it and find it. Yorishiro. Yorishiro-sama, why do you, Karen? Know something like that, is what I was going to continue with, but... I received contact from Shiva-san saying that the Wind Church will do their all to analyze Lucifer. The other churches are also preparing for battle, and the previous heroes are also going to be standing in battle. Our light church's defense will be hardened by Doraha. Yorishiro. There was no space for me to say anything. You heroes will head to the Underworld Country and find what is absolutely necessary to fight against Lucifer. The fate of the world is resting in you people's hands. Yorishiro. And so, we were practically pushed into a journey. A journey to once again step into the Underworld Country. But this journey had a big difference from before. The liveliness of the company. Before, when we were in the journey of searching for the Underworld Country, Yorishiro-sama, Haine-san, and I Karen were traveling together. Because Haine-san, a male, was in the group, Yorishiro-sama and I were pretty meek. Compared to that, there's Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan, Saisi-chan, Hayo-chan, and I, a total of 5. People say that 3 girls is noisy, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a group of 5 girls would be boisterous. The journey was lively to the point that no one would think this is a journey with the fate of the world at stake. Wait, I didn't hear anything about this. This underworld country is in this nameless desert? It is crazy hot here. Celestus. This be the land of death Desu yo? If ye step in it, yet ain't gonna come out alive Desu. I forgot to write a will Desu yo. Sacy. Aya. Mirak. Mirak Dono is on the verge of death to Gozaru? This person is supposed to be the fire hero, and yet, she is weak to heat to Gozaru yo? Hayu. Leaving aside the heat. What are your opinions? Karen. So noisy. At this rate, I can't concentrate in finding the underworld country, so I decided on taking a small pause. This place is the most prominent danger zone in this world, the nameless desert. This site of solely sand that stretches all the way to the horizon and has no landmark would confuse the people that enter it, and with the heat and dryness, it will dehydrate people to death. In the past, several hundreds of people have lost their way in this desert and haven't returned. That's why people feared this place as a cursed land, and there's no one who would come in here because they want to. That's why it wouldn't be a surprise if there's a giant forgotten ruin in this desert. But before going there, let's take a break. I am back to life. Mirak. We came to the oasis that we used before as a place to take a break. The moment we arrived, Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan, Sacy-chan, and Hayo-chan took off their clothes and practically dove into the lake. As they ran there, everything including their underwear was being scattered. Everyone's lacking way too much shame. Even if this place is a remote region, even if the chances of someone passing by is extremely close to zero. Karen. We are in a group here, so even if you are going to take off all of your clothes, show a bit of shame at least. What are you trying to act all elegant for, Karen-chi? Celestus. Is what Celestus-chan says as she surfaces slightly from the water while making bubbles. In the first place, we all have shown our everything several times already. There's no need to get embarrassed after so long, right? Celestus. Well, there was indeed the hot spring of Ishtar Blaze, and the high-class spa of Rudra's metropolis. Now that I think back, there were many moments where we have shown our naked bodies. Isn't this what they call skinship, Karen? Mirak. Mirak-chan had half her face sunk in the water, and was replenishing moisture. Like a hippopotamus. By showing ourselves to each other and with nothing to hide, our connection will strengthen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every time we show our naked bodies to each other, the link that ties us grows stronger. Mirak. Even if that's truly the case, I feel wicked emotions from the gaze of Mirak-chi though? Celestus. I feel as if I am being looked at thoroughly by an old Manda Gozaru. Hayu. Celestus-chan and Hayo-chan were getting flustered by the gaze of Mirak-chan that was not fitting that of someone from the same gender. Mirak-chan. As I thought, the people of the Fire Church prefer people from the same gender rather than the opposite? At any rate, when I look at the naked body of Sacy, it really makes me think. Mirak. What Desu? Sacy. Without noticing the wavering that was being created in our hearts, Mirak-chan was beginning to extend her hands to even the youngest one here, Sacy-chan. Right now, Sacy doesn't have a mountain or a valley yet with that little body of hers, but when I remember the plumpness of when she became a god hero, the difference is just. Mirak. Now that she mentions it. The super power-up we get when we receive a part of a god, the god hero mode, thanks to that, we were able to fight against the demon Lord Sands, but within them, the time when Mother Earth-sama combined with Sacy-chan, the change of hers was a special one even among us. The little girl Sacy-chi had become a voluptuous dynamite body woman after all. It was my first time seeing boobs that are like watermelons. Celestus. What happened to Gozaru-ka? Hayu. Only Hayo-chan who wasn't there was unable to follow the conversation. I thought it might have been because of the high synchro rate between you and Mother Earth, or maybe that you wouldn't be able to return to your former state, but it looks like you properly returned to normal. Mirok. Yes, Desu. The power of Mother Earth-sama ain't something I can monopolize after all, Desu Noda. Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan while puffing out her smooth planked chest. Of course, I can turn into God Hero mode whenever it be necessary, Desu. As Mother Earth-sama says, the Earth Hero's main trait be physical combat, so it apparently be best for the body to be in their grown state, Desu. Seisi. And thus that crazy voluptuous body? Karen. Just remembering makes even a member of the same gender as me have a nosebleed. Meaning that there's a high chance that when Seisi-chan grows, she will turn out that way? Mirok. I don't know, Desu Ga. But it probably be the case, Desu. Seisi. Don't affirm something with a I don't know and probably. Mirok-chan made a bitter expression for a moment, and then hugged the body of Seisi-chan silently. What, Desu? Why are ye suddenly hugging me, Desu? Seisi. Well, if you are going to be growing into a Seisi-chan filled with meat, I was thinking I might as well enjoy this small Seisi while I have the chance. Mirok. Mirok-chan is already at a level where we can call the police on her. Ah, then I as well. Celestus. Celestus-chan? Karen. Then me as well. I will treat myself to the cute Seisi Dana while I can. Hayu. Even Hayo-chan? Karen. The three naked girls were squashing Seisi-chan all at once? Yua. What be this Desu ka? What be going on, Desu ka? My pretty aura has mesmerized everyone, Desu ka? But I want you to have a bit of composure, Desu. Seisi. Seisi-chan was being petted while the water was being splashed around. After a few years, even without the God Hero mode, Seisi-chan will have that voluptuous body. It would instead turn into us being the ones being seen as cute. Wait. I will also pet Seisi-chan. Karen. I also take off everything along with my underwear and jump into the lake. We are all going to enjoy Seisi-chan that will be going away soon in the future. This journey that has the world's fate at stake, within this journey, the tie between us heroes has strengthened once again, maybe? 391, exposing ourselves. And in this way, after enjoying a bath in the oasis, we five were drying ourselves at the vicinity of the lake. HNGH, that felt great. Mirok. It is nice that the water temperature was good, but on top of that, it felt great to be able to bath naked outside without the need to worry. It might end up being a habit. Celestus. Celestus-chan, please don't awaken to weird fetishes. We five had taken off everything including our underwear, but it was a pain to wear our clothes even after getting out of the water, so in the end, we were lying down while still being naked. This is something we can do because we are deep in the nameless desert. There's no way we would lower our guards this much if there were a chance for people to pass by. This be heaven, Desu. Can't get enough of this feeling of the sun burning my skin slowly, Desu Yodot. Seisi. If you like tanning in the sun so much, how about coming in the outing season to the Redona mountain range that our fire church manages? We can't go full-blown naked like here, but going in a swimsuit and tanning your skin in the cool air of the mountain range feels nice, you know? Mirok. Is what Mirok-chan says like a tour guide. Right. I would like to enjoy an outing with everyone. Well, it would all be the end if Lucifer destroys the world Dota Gozaru. Hayu. Dot. What da Gozaru ka? Hayu. Hayu-chan, even though you are the wind hero. You are the wind hero, and yet, you can't read the mood. Karen. Why da Gozaru ka? Hayu. Maybe because we were not wearing any clothes at all, we are showing less restraint than normal. Right now, there was nothing shutting out our bodies and hearts. Then, since we all have nothing to hide, I will be speaking my heart out. Celestus. Celestus-chan rose up from her lying down position, and her breasts that were not big but definitely not small shook. Is this really the time for us to be doing this? Celestus. Karen. This is probably something that all 5 of us were thinking. The great demon lord Lucifer is an enemy on a level we haven't faced before, and the demon lords that we finally had gotten along with were all defeated. On top of that, Haine was also defeated and he used his all to buy time. And in the important time that Haine has created, we are, Celestus. Is it okay for us to be pointlessly wasting it here, is what you are trying to say? Mirak-chan takes over her words. Meaning that she also has the same opinion as Celestus-chan. No way. To call it pointless. Karen. I also feel the same to Gozaru. Hayu-chan bends that slender body of hers that flowed beautifully. It is a given that we want to find a way to defeat Lucifer, but I feel like it is a bit too far-fetched to think that we will find that way in the ruins of an ancient civilization. And how did the light founder Dano reach to that revelation to Gozaru? Hayu. Since the moment I met her, she has been shrouded in mystery, that light founder. But this time around, it is so unfounded that I can't just accept it. Celestus. That go to the underworld country gave the impression that she didn't even have the leeway to feign a natural act. We were pushed by the pressure of that light founder and came all the way here, but with this break, I ended up regaining my composure. Mirak. I don't understand Desu Ga, but is that so Desu? Seisi. Everyone's doubts, questions, are erupting suddenly after coming here? Maybe these are the effects of having time to arrange our thoughts and everyone being naked, diminishing our restraints. It is true that Yorishiro-sama is a person that one can't read what's hidden deep inside of her. If I were to put it bluntly, she was suspicious. I can't tell what she is thinking deep inside her heart. That's why there's the need for the ones who believe her to have courage in believing. I believe in Yorishiro-sama. Karen. I decisively stood up. I won't falter right now. I will stand upright even if I am not wearing any underwear. It can't be helped that everyone is uneasy. But within this group, I am the one that knows Yorishiro-sama the most. And I was able to believe that the decision of Yorishiro-sama this time was the correct one. Karen. That's why. Can everyone please believe in that decision of mine? All 5 of us have overcome many things by cooperating with each other. I think that the trust between us 5 won't lose to anyone. That's why, please believe in the me that believes in Yorishiro. Karen. Hearing this, Mirak-chan, Celestus-chan, Seisi-chan, and Hayo-chan stood up one after the other. All 5 of us were facing each other naked and created a circle. If Karen-san goes so far as saying this much, it can't be helped. I already swore to never go against you ever again after all. Mirak. Riding in the waves of the trends is one of the traits an idol has to have in order to survive long. I have won big with the eccentric actions of Karenchi and the others, so I will be riding on this winning horse as well. Celestus. Believing in simple honesty through the very end be the height of us earth devotees. I will trust in Karen Nietzsche until death Desu. Seisi. I would be delighted to join you as a comrade. Hayu. By exposing our bodies, and exposing even the depths of our hearts, we were able to unite once again. It is a journey we are in a hurry with, but there was definitely big meaning in this break. Okay. Then, let's keep the break up to here and head to the underworld country. Karen. Wait, Karen, aren't you hurrying too much? Shouldn't we rest for a bit more? Mirak. No. Lucifer won't wait for us, so we have to arrive at the underworld country before it comes back, and find a way to defeat it. Being urged forward by me, everyone hurriedly puts on their clothes. Now that I think about it, it might have been bad to hurriedly put on our clothes like this. We only noticed this fatal mistake after we finished putting our clothes on. The 5 heroes finished dressing. There was a strange sense of incongruity in everyone. Because we hurriedly put our clothes on. We mistook our panties. Celestas. That's right. The incongruity came heavily from our nether region, but because we were so hurried, we put on the panties of a different person. The ones I put on are from Celestus? Why didn't I notice I put on such a crazy flashy one like this? Mirok. Mine is high cheese. Or more like, why are your panties mesh cloths as well? Is ventilation in your crotch important too? Celestus. Hi. The panties of Mirok Nichan be baggy desio. Saisi. Mine's from Karandano de Gozaro Ka. There's a good amount of space left. Is the butt of Karandano unexpectedly big de Gozaru? Hayu. There's the fact that we hurriedly dressed, but this tragedy happened because we also threw around our clothes randomly, you know. If we all had taken off our clothes properly and folded them. At any rate, I didn't want to waste the time of undressing again to change panties, so we decided on heading to the underworld country like this. Because the clothes of girls takes quite a good amount of time to take off and put back on after all. But the ones that I mistakenly put on were the ones of the youngest in the group, Seisi-chan. Small. It is wedging in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392 to 394, Prism of Contradictions. And in this way, we arrived at the dark capital, the underworld country. At its entrance. When I first came here, we were considerate of Yurishiro-sama and acted in the cold night, but because we don't have the leeway of time on this occasion, we arrived here without waiting for the sunset to arrive. All the members here are sturdy heroes, and also, the objective that is the underworld country is below ground, so I knew beforehand that we could escape from the rough heat of the desert. Hayo-chan helped out in moving aside the sand, and what appeared once again in my eyes was the underground door that leads to the underworld country. If I remember correctly, it was like this. Karen. I remember what Yurishiro-sama did before, placed a hand on the door, and pour light divine power. The door opens on its own as if welcoming the return of its owner. Oh. Mirok. Incredible desu. Seisi. Now then, let's head down. Karen. The stairs leading down were destroyed last time, so we decided on driving inside with the flying machines. The flying machines that brought us all the way from Apollon City to the nameless desert. In this desert that's even called the Land of Death, the reason why we can step in it without feeling danger to our life is thanks to these little ones. That power was displayed even underground. While taking care with flying in this narrow passage, we got out from the destroyed part to an open area, and there, ancient luminescent plants were spread around, lighting up the corpse of a city. Oh. Mirok. Amazing. What's this? What's with this dreamlike and grandiose place? Is this the underworld country? Celestas. This is the first time for everyone here aside from me that has seen these ruins of a city. These ancient construction style, that makes one have a feeling of perpetuity, has been buried underground and has been preserved for several hundreds of years. This site is definitely one that can overwhelm anyone that sees it. I was half in doubt when I heard about it, but it really existed, this underworld country. Mirok. Somewhere in this ancient city, there's a clue to defeat the great demon Lord de Gozara-ka. Hayu. Flying at the top of this city at the depths of earth, we try to be careful of not touching the ceiling, and check this dead city from up. By the way, Desu, Seisi. Seisi-chan was still too small to be able to drive a flying machine, so she was sitting at the rear of my flying machine when she said this. Why the underworld country be called the dark capital Desu-ka? Seisi. From there? That's because this city worships the dark god Entropy. Karen. What? The dark god Entropy actually existed, Daisuka? Seisi. Is what Seisi-chan says in surprise. Now that I think about it, the first time we met her was when she received the mission of Mantle-sama to kill the dark god Entropy. A lot of things happened after that, so I ended up forgetting about it though. We met with the very person that gave that oracle, so I could have asked about the reason behind that. Dark god Entropy de Gozaro-ka? The people that lived here worship that god, you say? Hayu. Just like how we worship the 5 gods of creation. Karen. To think there would be a 6th god. If that were proved to be true, it would be a big scoop that can overturn society. If we ourselves hadn't seen the dark powers of Haine, we definitely wouldn't have believed it either. Celestus. That's right. The objective I had when I first came to this underworld country was to find a clue regarding the existence of this dark god Entropy. The way to defeat Lucifer might have something to do with the dark god. But at what part of this city is the thing we are looking for? Karen. If we look randomly, it might take us years, you know? Lucifer might even escape from Haine's restraint by tomorrow. Mirok. It is fine. About that, leave it to me. Karen. While saying this, I unsheathed the holy sword St. George. Holy sword. Using my divine power, show us the true path that we search for. Karen. When I proclaimed this while adding my divine power, the holy sword answered. From the blade, a shining light path extends at a certain location. Oh. It shone and extended? Mirok. Since taking in the diamond that Haine-san gave me, I have not only been able to turn into a god hero mode whenever I wish. It looks like it has also added a variety of functions into the holy sword. Karen. The same function as the guiding needle that we used before to find the ancient city has been added to the holy sword. And in reality, this function helped out a lot in finding again the entrance to the underworld country, even if I have already come here once before. As expected, the power of Inflation-sama is great. Karen. But isn't that strange? Celestus. What, Celestus-chan? A sudden heretical statement? Before coming here, we heard a variety of things about this time's opponent, right? And the one thing that surprised me the most was that, Celestus. That Sunny Soul Atesh was the one who was controlling Lucifer from the dark. Her identity is the light goddess Inflation incarnated as a human. True. That part was the thing that surprised me the most. Mirok. But it wasn't a surprise on the level of being astonished though. We have met a number of gods until now after all. Celestus. Right. Nova-sama, Coacervate-sama, Mantle-sama. How to say it? After actually meeting them. Karen. Gods are not as perfect as we thought they were. They have emotions just like us humans and can make mistakes. That's why, even if the light goddess Sama has gone crazy and is trying to destroy humans, I didn't fall into despair. I will definitely do my all to go against it though. Celestus. After overcoming the wicked water god Sama and the Mother Earth Sama that knows no restraint, we have become pretty tough mentally. It instead makes me think I would like to walk by the side of those gods and help each other out. But the light goddess that came out this time around is chaotic to a whole different level. Celestus. Karen. Because you know, she went through such lengths to make a big monster like that to destroy humanity, and yet, she is also helping Karenchi out? Celestus. The reason why we are being shown a path to take with the holy sword is thanks to the blessing of the light goddess. In the first place, the reason why Karen can become a god hero is because the light goddess wants to help out the humans, no other way around that. Celestus. The light goddess be trying to destroy the humans, and trying to save them as well, Daisuka? Seisi. Makes no sense to Gozaro na. Haine. It is true that in this incident, the actions of Inflation Sama have remarkable contradictions. I myself, if I wished to, would be able to turn into the light god hero by using the diamond that is fused with my holy sword. That is the proof that the light goddess has not abandoned me, has not abandoned humanity. Is she trying to destroy humanity? Or is she trying to save it? It is as if there were two light goddesses. Don't you think that answer lies at the end of this light? Celestus. At the end of the light's guide that the holy sword is releasing. That light continued on towards the center of the underworld country. 393, the Queen's Space. At the center of the underworld country, there was a building that was a size bigger than the rest. It was like some sort of palace. It reminded us of the 5 church headquarters at each of the 5 great cities. The light is entering that place. Karan. We got off our flying machines and enter the palace guided by the light. Together with Narak-chan, Celestus-chan, Seisi-chan, and Haine-chan. Just in case, let's be plenty prepared. Haine, we leave our backs to you. Narak. Understood. Haine. The dark shadow that was loitering in this city in the past, Darahasan turned berserk, is not here anymore, so I don't think there's any danger though. While we were hurrying, we arrived at the location. At the place that the light was pointing at an incredibly extravagant room on the highest floor of this palace. Yuwa! I say extravagant, but that was of course a thing of several hundreds of years in the past. In other words, at present, it is completely the dregs of what it once was. But the size of this room, the decorations that were on the walls and pillars, and most of all, the throne that is at the highest place of this room, it wasn't hard to deduce the use of this room. The space of the king. Karan. Must be. The king sat at that throne and most likely did things like audiences and ceremonies. Narak. I have heard about that before. The king that ruled over this underworld country in the past was a woman. If I remember correctly, her name was Izanami. The Queen Izanami sat in this throne and ruled over the underworld country. This is the space of the Queen. We have reached a place that has quite the mood to have a clue, but I wonder what's here. Celestus. It wouldn't even be funny if there be nothing, Desu. Seisi. I don't think that's the case though. At any case, let's try searching. Like some sort of pattern carved somewhere or a special monument. Karan. Okay. But it feels like we are grave robbers. Celestus. Honestly speaking, that's not something heroes should be doing to Gozaran na. Haine. At any rate, there's no doubt that there's some hint here that will tell us how to defeat Lucifer. Probably. We have no find it at any cost. Or we wouldn't be able to face Haine-san, who bought us time by using his very body. Oi Karan, the corners of the room are dark, so can you make it brighter? Narak. Okay. Karan. Because we are underground, there's no actual source of light, so in that sense, it is indeed a dark city. Due to this, I used my holy sword to release light and get some visibility around the area. Karan? Aren't you shining way too much? Shining too much makes it harder to see instead, Celestus. Wait a bit. Karan. I got flustered. That's because I was unable to control the light that the holy sword was releasing. I am trying to keep it down, and yet, the light was gradually overflowing the place. Karan, what's the matter? Narak. Finally the trouble came? Yuwa. Celestus. Everyone tried to come to where I am, but they stopped their feet. Because their divine tools also suddenly began shining. Fire Knuckles Barbarossa? Just what in the world is going on? Narak. Robe Moses is suddenly. Celestus. Earthside Sita, what be the matter Desu? Listen Tommy Desu. Seisi. Wind long gun, and no Ozuno? What are you trying to tell me? Haine. The divine power light that was being released from each of the divine tools were increasing in intensity without limits, and finally, it took over our whole vision, and even our senses were dyed in it as well. And then, when the light calmed down and our senses returned to normal, we were in an unknown location. Where are we? Karen. At the very least, I am sure that this is not the room we were in before. It is a space where there's nothing. It was nothingness in the very sense of the word. There's no ground, no sky, no air, no light, no darkness. I could tell that there wasn't even the concept of space. Not even our bodies were here. Only our consciousness was in this place that can't even be called a space. Karen? Karen, are you okay? Mirak. That voice, Mirak-chan? Karen. Rather than voice, it was more like pure waves of the consciousness? That's what we were able to use to confirm each other. It has somehow turned into something crazy, Desu? Seisi. How can we return to normal de Gozaro ka? Won't it be pretty bad if we stay like this? Haine. I can feel the consciousness of Seisi-chan and Hayo-chan too. And obviously, Celestis-chan as well. The only saving is that we can feel each other. Maybe we were able to maintain a connection thanks to the fact that we exchanged our panties? Celestis. I wonder. But even if we are able to confirm the situation, it would be pretty bad if we were unable to return. It would be pretty bad if we can't return by the time Lucifer comes out. Most of all, if we were to continue in this situation where we can't even perceive our own bodies, I feel like it would be hard to maintain our sanity. We have to do something to return to normal. Karen. Wait. Wha? Since coming here, this is the first time a voice other than ours has reverberated in this place. This voice. Karen. I feel like I have heard it before. I am sorry for startling you all. But there's no need to worry. After I finish telling you what must be told, your consciousness will be returned to your bodies in the underworld country. What is the meaning of this? Celestis. The truth that I am about to tell you now is a secret about the beginning of the world. For the sake of telling you this, first, I wanted you all to see the underworld country with your own eyes. Without that knowledge, the weight of the truth that I am about to tell you would be different after all. This voice. It sounds like the aged voice of an old lady, but could it possibly be? That's why I pushed things so that you all could come to the underworld country. I set it up in your divine tools so that it would activate when you reach the underworld country's throne room. What you all are about to see is the reality that occurred at the beginning of the world. And also, a painful pause for our eager selves was left in between the words. Something that you all must know when you face Lucifer. A story about the love of the dark god, and the sin of the light goddess. 394, Story of the Genesis. First, there was nothing. Not even nothingness existed. Before the world was born, there was no concept of anything. A nothingness that surpassed nothingness. There, a proper nothingness was born. It was the nothingness called darkness. The nothingness that was solely black in color existed in the world under the name of darkness. By being born in this space of nothingness, the world had for the first time something to denote its existence. That darkness in time obtained sentience as the will of the world. It became the dark god Entropy. Entropy thought, in this world where there's only nothingness, I want to make an opposite. And there, Entropy first created an existence that could be considered its opposite. He created light. Shadow and light, plus and minus. By having an opposite, the world was balanced, and as a result, several concepts were born. The existence that was created as the antithesis of the dark god Entropy was the light goddess Inflation. Within that, the four base element gods were created as the subordinates of those two poles. Fire god Nova, water god Coacervate, Mother Earth Mantle, wind god Quasar. The 6 gods of creation were gathered, and the world creation began in its real sense. Within the light and darkness that entropy and inflation ruled over, Mantle created Earth, Coacervate created the ocean, Quasar created the sky, and Nova used fire to melt them all together. In this way, the world was born. Next, the gods created the living beings that would be residing in the world. A variety of animals, plants, and in the end, created the humans. Even within the many living beings, the humans held a specially abundant range of emotions. The king of gods, Entropy, took a liking to them the most. Entropy left the world to the humans and decided on watching over how they would develop. But the other gods were against that decision. The gods were the ones who created the world, therefore, the owners of the world are the gods. The humans are a part of the world, so they are the belongings of the gods. Humans shouldn't leave the supervision of the gods. Is how it went. The thoughts of the gods and the dark god had divided, and finally, the battle of gods occurred. The battle shook the earth, divided the ocean, and broke the sky. Seeing this, Entropy feared that the world might be destroyed if the battle of the gods continued, so he admitted defeat on his own. The gods that ended up as the winners used that authority to seal the dark god Entropy. He was secluded from the world. Getting rid of the dark god, the 5 gods acted as they wished. Karan, who had become only a consciousness, was shown along with my 4 other comrades the very beginning of the world. The 6 gods created the world. Humans were born. A battle between the gods happened to decide how humans would be treated. And the dark god lost Desa-Ka? Merak-chan, Celestis-chan, Hyo-chan, and Seisi-chan were also shocked by the truth that was told. Moreover, it wasn't as if the dark god lost by strength, but surrendered to lessen the damage it would bring to the world? Hyu. Wouldn't that mean that the reason why the fight began and why it ended was because he treasured the humans? Merak. What's with that? The dark god is leaps and bounds nicer than the 5 gods that we worship. Celestis. Desu. Seisi. Everyone was deeply impressed by the consideration that the dark god had towards the world. But, that's exactly why we didn't know of the dark god. Karan. The dark god was sealed at the genesis of the world, so he didn't get involved with the world at all, and didn't get to know the humans either. The god that loved the humans the most couldn't even have his existence recognized by the humans. That's just. After the king of gods Entropy was sealed, the gods turned like beasts that have lost their owner. They acted as they wanted, and ruled the humans and the world. Is what the mysterious voice continued saying. But this voice, it might really be. But within those 5 that were called the 5 gods of creation, there was only one that held a different sentiment from the others. There was someone that regretted the sealing of the dark god Entropy and grieved about its own mistake. That god is the other pole that stands at the side of the dark god, the light goddess Inflation. Our consciousness would now be peaking at the early days of human history after the creation of the world. The light goddess Inflation is one of the most important gods along with Entropy. That goddess regretted from the bottom of her heart that she had gone against her partner, the dark god. Where there's light, there's darkness, where there's darkness, there's always light. The light and darkness that should never be separated had been separated, and with one side being sealed, the light goddess felt as if her body was being ripped apart. In order to protect the order of the gods, she purposely took the side of the 4 base elements. Entropy would then notice that decision of hers and would pull back before the battle turned into something definite, is what she believed would happen. But in the end, the dark god chose the humans and began fighting. Not only that, he ended the fight for the sake of the humans. Accepted the messed up conditions of the 4 base elements and sealed himself. Entropy had prioritized the humans in everything and never chose Inflation once. For her who stands as the top of the gods, this was the height of agony, and the height of humiliation. Why did my beloved dark god choose the humans instead of me? Those emotions became jealousy, and that jealousy turned into hatred towards the humans. But if she were to persecute the humans under her hatred, when Entropy wakes up from his seal, he would never forgive her. Hate the humans, love Entropy, those two emotions that couldn't coexist were tormenting the goddess. In order to put in order those emotions, Inflation decided to learn about the humans. Getting in contact with the humans, interacting with them, and confirming whether the humans truly have the qualifications to be loved by the Dark God. And with that decision, Inflation herself incarnated as a human, and decided on living with the humans. The goddess possessed power and knowledge that surpassed that of humans by many boundaries. With that inside the body of a human, it was basically almighty intellect, and by guiding the humans, the villages that were born were steadily getting bigger. And then, what were only a few villages increased even more in scale, and so, for the first time in this world, a nation was created. That nation was called the Underworld Country. And so, the incarnation of Inflation that brought to existence the Underworld Country was the Queen Izanami. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395 to 396, Confrontation of Good and Evil. Then, the one who made this underworld country was Mirok, the light goddess incarnated as a human? Celestus. Mirok-chan and Celestus-chan were surprised at the sight, and yet, for some reason, I was completely calm. It is as if I knew the answer from the very beginning, so I didn't get surprised. I am not really sure myself, but that's how I felt. The light goddess Inflation wanted to know. The guide, that we aren't sure whose voice it is from, was lowering her tone. Whether the humans that Entropy loved so much, to the point that he sacrificed himself for, are truly worth that much. For that sake, she incarnated as a human and got in contact with the humans. At the same time, the light goddess wanted to atone for what she did to the dark god. Atone? Karen. By guiding and protecting the humans he loved in his place, she wanted to apologize for the battle that was made because of the humans. As such a roundabout way. Karen. Just how guilty did the light goddess feel towards the dark god? And then, with time, the seal would dissolve, and when the dark god returned to the world, humans would know about his actions and would give their gratitude to him. That's the kind of community she wanted to create. That's why, Karen. That's why this is the dark capital, the underworld country. The city that worshipped the dark god Entropy that was sealed and was unable to get involved with the world. So the one who spread around the name of the dark god that couldn't be known of was Haine. The light goddess Desu Ka? Seisi. In that way, the underworld country developed. Being guided personally by a god, the first civilization that appeared in humanity had developed without problems. With that passage of time, she learned of it. The voice continued speaking indifferently. The greatness of humans that Entropy spoke of. The fear that comes from being alive, protecting oneself even if they have to push down others for it, but even with that, they would take hands and overcome difficulties that they alone wouldn't be able to overcome. Love and hate. While having both of those contradicting emotions, she was trying to adjust to both of them. I felt like that voice had slight nostalgia mixing in it bit by bit. The light goddess had, at some point in time, become enraptured by the humans as well. It was not only for the sake of the dark god, the light goddess also felt like helping the humans for her own sake as she developed them. She had begun to think in such a way. As I thought, this voice really is. Not as the light goddess Inflation, but as the Queen Izanami. Do you think such a thing can be forgiven? What? In this consciousness space, a new voice reverberated. The only ones here are Mirok-chan, Celestus-chan, Seisi-chan, Haine-chan, and I, and also the voice that has been speaking. And in that space, a new voice appeared. It was different from the previous voice. This one was filled with criticism and denial. The days where you had become the Queen Izanami and had gotten along with humans was simply self-suggestion. What's with this voice? Mirok. It is as if it was denying the previous voice, the light goddess Inflation, with everything she had. Is that why you separated from me? And became the other light goddess? Inflation. The voice of the light goddess that came first speaks back to the new voice without losing in drive. Exactly. Even if it is for the sake of being loved by him, why are you flattering near humans? With that, humans will always be number one for him. I would have no choice but to be number 2 or lower. Inflation 2. Isn't that fine? There's not much meaning in order. Isn't that something the humans taught us when we lived together with them? Inflation. That's just the excuse of a woman that can't win. I won't forgive them. I can't forgive the humans that are being wholeheartedly loved by him. If only the humans didn't exist, he would only be mine. Solely for this light goddess inflation. Inflation 2. That's wrong, inflation. Inflation. The previous voice admonishes the new one with a low tone. Things in time have a limit, but there's absolutely no limit to love. That is something that the humans taught me. On top of that, he is the king of gods. He possesses unlimited power as the dark god. And yet, why are you saying there's a limit to only his love? Inflation. A direct objection. I am the same. I will love the humans that he loves in the same way that he does. That's why I am the light goddess inflation that can stand at the side of the dark god. Inflation. Wah. In the end, we are fundamentally different from each other. Inflation 2. That's why you separated from me and became such an existence? Inflation. The voice and the voice were increasing the pressure as if they were confronting each other. Why are you arbitrarily thinking that? It might be that I didn't separate from you, but that you were the one that separated from me, you know? Inflation 2. Are you implying that you are the real self? That's impossible. Because entropy doesn't forgive your existence. The existence of the wicked light goddess. Inflation. Then, are you saying you are the good light goddess? How selfish of you. Inflation 2. No way. There's 2 light goddesses? Because of her love for the dark god, the good light goddess decided on loving the same ones as him. Because of her love for the dark god, the evil light goddess hates the ones that he loves. And those existences were fighting each other in a place where we humans didn't know of? I will destroy the humans. For the sake of my beloved dark god. Inflation 2. I will protect the humans. For the sake of my beloved dark god, and also, for the sake of the humans too. Inflation. We again were forcing our way deep into the mysteries of this world. 396, the last mystery of the world. The light goddess, divided in 2? Charon. The shocking truth had bewildered us heroes. But if that's the case, the contradiction that Celestis Dano spoke of before would make sense. Haine. The light goddess created the great demon Lord Lucifer and is trying to destroy the world, but at the same time, she made me a light god hero in order to protect the humans. This contradiction didn't make sense if we were to think that this was done by the light goddess Sama alone. A good and an evil goddess. If those were things that were done by these two independently, there would be nothing as simple as that. In the past, the water god Coacervate Sama had been distilled and his clean and unclean parts separated. Does that mean the light goddess Sama had the same thing happen to her? Celestis. Gods are existences that we can't gauge with our common sense. Unable to bear the conflicting feelings inside of her, her body was split in 2. And so, now, the evil light goddess became Sunny Soul Atesh and created Lucifer, and is trying to eradicate humanity. Mirak. In order to stop that, the good inflation Sama be doing her best Desu? Seisi. The mysteries of the world were being unveiled here. I didn't notice at all that you had separated from me. Inflation. The voice, the good inflation Sama said. It is true that I had a time when I hated the humans. It is not as if I didn't feel jealous when Entropy chose his beloved humans instead of me. But those ugly emotions disappeared slowly as I lived together with the humans as the Queen Izanami. Inflation. That's what the goddess thought, but that wasn't the case. That's right. That's when I separated from you. I couldn't endure those obsequious days towards the humans that stole Entropy from me. Inflation 2. Are you saying that that's when you began to move in the shadows? I didn't notice your existence at all. Inflation. Even though it is herself. Being deceived by the humans, deep inside your heart, you wish to be deceived. Must be the same as that. For you, I am an existence that you don't ever want to acknowledge. Thus, you unconsciously rejected to notice my existence. Inflation 2. You are the ugly parts of me after all. True. I would certainly want to look the other way at something like that. Inflation. But thanks to that, I was able to move freely. Hey, did you know? Inflation 2. The aura of a spider coiling around its prey was coming out from the wicked goddess. The underworld country that you treasured so much, the underworld country that you did your best to raise to the point that you degraded yourself to being the human Izanami, the ones who destroyed that underworld country were certainly the 4 base element idiots, but, inflation 2. I had heard that before. This ancient city was destroyed by the currently existing fire, water, wind, and earth churches. I was the one who instigated it. Inflation 2. So it really was you, huh? Inflation. Era, no surprise? Inflation 2. Since the moment I noticed your existence, I had a feeling that was the case. Even if the 4 base elements were to get angered by the development of the underworld country, the 4 base elements at that time lacked any form of unity. Inflation. True. Because of the fight with Entropy, Coacervate had completely lost the trust of the other gods after all. Inflation 2. Nova moves under violence, so he doesn't know how to act under someone's leadership. At that time, Quasar and Mantle already didn't have the intention of hurting the humans more than necessary. In order to bring them all together and push for a big offensive, inflation. There's the need for a pole-class authority. It is exactly as you think. Inflation 2. And, in that way, the underworld country fell? Well, even if that's the case, I only showed up in front of Coacervate though. I didn't want you to know of my existence yet at that time after all. Inflation 2. Coacervate announced that he had the approval of the light goddess. And when I returned to the god realm from the body of the Queen Izanami, he lost the trust he had with the gods again, huh? Inflation. On top of that, since they wouldn't even think that there's 2 light goddesses, my actions were kept hidden. Seriously, people that think of themselves as intelligent are the easiest to utilize. Inflation 2. Gods use gods, and persecute the humans. The scale of things was so big that my head was going dizzy. And you danced in my tune as well. Inflation 2. Is that so? Inflation. I did feel like destroying that garden of yours you called Underworld Country, but the truly important part was to have you want revenge against the 4 base elements. Inflation 2. It is true that I didn't want to forgive the 4 base elements at any cost because they destroyed the Underworld Country. That's why I trapped them and had them get addicted to prayer energy, thus weakening their strength. Inflation. Even to the point of using the tool called ethereal. Inflation 2. I know about it. A secret that not only the 4 base elements but Entropy himself doesn't know. The one who gave ethereal to the humans was you, light goddess Inflation, right? Inflation 2. As expected of the light goddess. You even knew my last secret. Inflation. The pure energy that provided the humans of this world the machine era. The origin of it was the underworld country. Inflation 2. What? The underground city that our bodies are currently in. The technique of changing the light to shadow that was practiced in the underworld country. That is the origin of ethereal. Inflation. That's right. The friction that happened with the creation of the pseudo-darkness that is shadow against light created the byproduct that is the perfectly non-elemental energy, ethereal. That power had spread from the underworld country to the surface world. Inflation 2. The humans that created civilization with ethereal at its base separated more and more from the gods. The 4 base elements that had grown addicted to the prayer energy were weakened even more. Inflation. Meaning that your revenge had been achieved. But your vengeful mindset turned beneficial to me as well. Inflation 2. Just like how my influence created ethereal in the world, your influence created something as well. That's inflation. Monsters. Inflation 2. The 2 goddesses were already ignoring us and continuing their conversation. What are the goddesses trying to make us hear? So the one pulling the strings towards the birth of monsters was you as well, huh? Inflation. Coacervate thought he himself was the conductor though. Delusional fools are truly worth utilizing. Inflation 2. The treatment of the water god Coacervate is growing worse and worse. Coacervate, who was induced by you, proposed the creation of the monsters to the gods as if it was his own idea. Me not joining it was also in your calculations, right? Inflation. Yeah. You were the one who trapped the 4 base elements, so there wouldn't be any need for you to procure prayer energy. Even if you were to create light element monsters, I wouldn't need it. What you have, I already have it after all. Inflation 2. Then, as expected, what you really wanted was inflation. I knew that the compilation that is called Demon Lord would be completed by adding up several hundreds of monster generations. That's how I structured the system after all. Inflation 2. What you aimed for wasn't the demon lords themselves. More accurately speaking, it was the very crystallization of the divine power that the demon lords possess, inflation. Their wings. Having Lucifer take away their wings and absorbing it was part of your plan since the very beginning. Since when did you plan have the creation of Lucifer in your mind? Inflation. Since the very beginning as well. Inflation 2. The wicked goddess laughed daringly. Since the moment I separated from you. To be more accurate, I wanted to create something different. But because of some minor complications, it ended up as the great demon Lord Lucifer. Inflation 2. What was that different thing you wanted to create? Inflation. A new world. Inflation 2. The wicked goddess continued. I would create a new world. This world was a failure. The unnecessary factor that our humans had led astray the King of Gods. That's why I wanted to create a new world. A world where no unnecessary factor is present, a world for only me and him. Inflation 2. And that's Lucifer, right? Inflation. To create a world, there's the need for at least 6 factors. Just like how Entropy created the other gods of creation. Inflation 2. In order for the dark god to create a world, he made the opposing element that is the light goddess, and on top of that, the earth, water, fire, and wind gods were created as well. If the dark god could create a world alone, he would have done so from the beginning. Then, if what she says is true, to create a world, the bare minimum requirements would be those 6 elements? That's why, if the evil goddess wanted to create a new world, she would have to gather the other 5 elements aside from the light element. But that's something we can't do. Creating gods. Such deed can only be performed by the almighty dark god Entropy. Inflation. Right. That's why, what I can't create, I will have to steal in order to achieve. I had the 4 base elements create monsters, and wait until they have evolved into demon lords. A wait of 100 years. Inflation 2. And so, You harvesting that fruit is the present situation, huh? In order to furnish your Lucifer. Inflation. With light as its base, Lucifer has obtained the power of the 4 base elements. Lucifer is the world itself now. Now, if I can assimilate the most important component, darkness, inflation too, the world would be completed. The completed wish of the wicked light goddess, a birdcage where no unnecessary factors are present. If the darkness is assimilated, the key to complete that world, as well as the beloved person she wishes to live within that world, will both be gathered at once. That's all I can tell you people. What you people are fighting? Why is it you have to fight? When you have understood that, you will definitely obtain a new power. The strongest foundation of your power that protects you people. Stand up. Face the last fight to save this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397 to 398, the time for a decision. The talk ended. As if telling us there was nothing to say anymore, the consciousness world disappeared, and and Karen as well as Mirak-chan, Celestis-chan, Seisi-chan, and Hayo-chan had returned to our original world. To the fallen underworld country, at the throne room that serves as the center of it. Oh, we are back. Mirak. We have a body. Celestis. Everyone still couldn't escape from the agitation of what happened. Word we told something incredible just now to Gozaru my ka? Hayu. Yeah, the truth that we were told of. The secret of the gods, the secret of the world. The scale is way too big to entrust to us humans. In the end, the turmoil happening in this world was brought by the blind love of the light goddess Samaha. Celestis. You, choose your words a bit more. Mirak. But there was conflict in the heart of the light goddess. Love and hatred to the point of separating herself in two. This event raised the world in a crooked way. But the plan of the evil light goddess is closing to its completion. Celestis. Celestis-chan said with a stern face. She turned her back on this world that had things she didn't want and is trying to create a new world. The personification of those feelings is Lucifer itself. Celestis. Meaning that giant snake will become a world in itself? I think I have heard a story about the world being inside a giant coiled snake. Mirak. In order to create a world, there's the need to gather all 6 elements. It has already assimilated the demon lords and obtained 4 elements. If we think about the light elements that was already present, then there's only one left. Karen. The dark element Desu. Seisi. If it can assimilate that one, Lucifer will be completed as a new world. Was there worth in us coming here? Celestis. By coming here, we were able to see the memories of the light goddess and we were able to learn about the enemy's objective and identity. Well, it wasn't pointless. Mirak. But that be all it was, Desu? Seisi. It couldn't be helped that we would question it. The enemy is massive to Gozaru. A weakness to defeat the opponent, a useful new power. Wasn't there something else to Gozaru ka? Hayu. Right. Let's explore the underworld country a bit more and search for something that can serve as a hint, Celestis. There's no need for that. Karen. I said. The gazes of the 4 gather on me. There's nothing else we can gain here. This is plenty enough. Let's go back. Karen. But, Celestis. We learned about the meaning behind this battle. What we have to win with this battle. What else would be needed aside from that? Karen. A reason we must not lose. As long as we know that, we definitely won't lose. True. Mirak. If we take too much time, Haine won't last after all. Celestis. We be returning with a sharpened knife Desu. Our batteries be charged to the max desu. Seisi. We will fulfill our duties as heroes now. Hayu. The reason why the goddess showed us her memories here was because she entrusted us with the battle. Because she believed that we would be able to protect this world ourselves. We will answer that trust and fight to protect this world. That is our duty as the ones living in this world. Those girls are coming back. With resolve in hand, Ayurashiro, the light goddess, could be said to be the very culprit behind this time's calamity. Being divided in two because of a variety of conflicts, I became the good inflation. And the evil inflation incarnated as Sunny Soul Atesh. And now, Atesh herself is the worst calamity attacking this world. Since the genesis of the world, I have been protecting the humans in place of the dark god, and watched over the progress of the humans. That's what I intended. But even I might have been a harmful existence for the humans. You are pretty discouraged there, Yorishiro-sama. In the Light Founder's room, where I should be the only one in, a new stream-like voice reverberated. After that, mist gathered, and a fishman dressed like a Pierrot appeared. Coacervate. Even when distilled, you still have the hobby of trespassing? Yorishiro. In the past, this water god that couldn't be described as anything but trash, had completely sanctified after his battle with the humans. Right now, he is using the water demon, no, the water saint Mephistopheles, to move around in the surface world. He is apparently moving around here and they're doing good deeds. You have done quite the big move there. Showing the humans a memory of the Genesis era. Coacervate. It is something necessary for those girls. Yorishiro. Why this calamity has occurred, why they have to fight against it, by knowing that, the resolve they will hold will be different. And if it is those girls that have learned the meaning of the fight, they will definitely be able to defeat the other me. Yorishiro. For the sake of that, you even showed them a recreation of the information you managed to obtain from your other self. Coacervate. So he noticed, huh? It is not as if you were crossing your arms doing nothing. Since the moment you learn of Atesh identity, you spend a lot of time sending your consciousness to the spirit world and investigating your past half, right? Coacervate. Yeah, Yorishiro. The latter part that I told Karen-san and the others was information that I managed to draw out from the memories of Atesh-san. But it is not as if it all went smoothly. Especially her final objective. I only learned of it when she had already been caught whole into the black hole together with Haine-san. If I had learned of it sooner, I would have stopped the demon lords that were heading to battle. Atesh is already an enemy of this whole world. The job of stopping that is fitting for the heroes. Yorishiro. That's why, it might have been a bit roundabout, but I had them go through the trouble of going all the way to the underworld country in order to, not only hear, but see and feel it themselves the path the world had taken. They are shouldering the world as they fight, so they have the right to know everything about the world. Then, are you saying you will be putting this battle in the hands of the humans? Coacervate. The tone of Coacervate sounded cautious. Actually, I came here as the representative of the 4 base elements. Nova-san can't move freely in Muspelheim, Mantle-san is scared of speaking face-to-face with you, and Quasar-san has his duties as the Wind Founder. Coacervate. And so, since you are a free spirit, you are representing them? Yorishiro. We gods also bear responsibility in this fight. Coacervate. The already clean water god speaks clearly. Shouldn't we not limit ourselves to support and actually move to fight personally? If protecting the humans is the duty of us gods, Coacervate. I didn't expect a day would come where I would hear those words coming out from you 4 base elements. Yorishiro. Those words that I would never hear 1,600 years ago.